All right, welcome back to the second part of this video where I go over my PS4 library. The first part was incredibly long, just going over my physical PS4 library, but now we're going over my digital PS4 library. As you can see, there's a lot here, 515 games. To be honest, most of these are just like cross with like PS4, PS5, and so a good chunk of these I'm probably not going to discuss in this video, most likely going to be in the next video. Also, because I was going through, it's very weird kind of going through the library, because some of these, like, it'll show like my physical games for some reason, I don't really know. So I try my best to put them in a folder, and to be honest, before I really get going, I probably will. I tried doing this before, but I had like too many games for it to fit in a folder, and so I had to like start again. I might do that just to make things a lot easier, but yeah, there's a lot of games to get through. Like, hold on, let's go back up. This is actually a perfect example. The Assassin's Creed Ezio collection. I have this on physical. I have this physical, but it's showing up digital, so it's gonna be weird. I'm gonna have to like just figure this out. But yeah, we're going over the digital side of my PS4 library, so strap in. This might be a long one, hopefully not as long as the physical one, but let's just dive into it. All right, just got finished organizing everything. Yeah, so I think, I don't even know if this was a thing on PS4 either, but there's like a cap of 100 games per folder, which is kind of booty. But anyway, I just made 3 folders, and then I'll have to come back because there was only like 4 or 5 games, but I didn't want to make a whole new folder for those. So let's come back to those. We're gonna do this like normal, alphabetical order, and this starts with prototype just because you got the little geez, I work in IT, I don't know the brackets. I forgot what the symbols were called. But you have the brackets, which, I mean, symbols always come first. But prototype and prototype 2, I've talked about this a lot in my PS3 video. I mentioned in that one that I got these again for the PS4. I'm out of focus, but yeah, I got these on PS4 because, I mean, they're kind of cheap. So like I said, then I don't know if I were to replay these, I don't know where I'd play them, if I do it on PS4 or PS3. I have trophies on PS3. I have 1 trophy in prototype, so that's like one of the main reasons why I play it here. Or I have 3 actually. 3 trophies, only play for 2 hours. So I don't know what I'll do about prototype, but I'm not gonna harp on those for too long since I already did in the PS3 video. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna just skip past a Memoir Blue today, move on to Abzu. I don't really know too much about this game. Like the PS4 and PS3 video, you're gonna hear there's gonna be a very common trend here where I just kind of got games to get games. 1, either because they were cheap and I heard about them and I wanted to get them. 2, they were on PlayStation Plus, and so I just kind of had them to have them. And then 3, it was early years of the PS4, so I was kind of getting games that were like free or was really cheap, and just that's why they're here. And so that's probably one of the many reasons you're going to hear a lot for a good chunk of these games. Not all of them, because, I did buy like some of these with like good intentions to play. But yeah, Abzu, it's just a game I heard about a lot. Very not like Journey, but somewhat similar to Journey, and so I kind of just got it. Haven't really gotten around to playing it. I don't know if this has a platinum or not. Even if it doesn't, though, I'd still like to check it out. After Party, this is another game I heard about. I'm pretty sure from like a podcast or something, because other than that, I don't really think I would have like had this game on my radar. But yeah, I heard about this on a podcast, probably some YouTube videos as well. I did buy it on my Switch a while ago, and that's where I first played it. But then, of course, when I got into platinums, I got it here. Don't remember how much I paid for it. I'd imagine it was pretty cheap. That's why I got it. So yeah, that's After Party. So I'm really gonna try and like keep this one very brief, because I spent a long time talking about my PS4 physical collection, which is like my main thing here. Digital. The thing with digital, to go on my little soapbox here, I try my best to not go digital as much as I can. I know that's inevitably probably going to be the future of gaming, right? But as long as I can, I'm going to try to buy physical as best as I can. But there are just times you see a game has a really good deal, a deal, you just cannot pass it up. And so yeah, that's why a good chunk, like there's a good chunk to the PS4 and the PS5 library, not so much the PS3 library, because I wasn't really in the digital ecosystem at the time. But yeah, PS4, PS5, there's gonna be a lot of digital games. But like I said, I'm gonna try and keep this brief because a good chunk of these I got just to get. So that's, I just want to kind of lay that out there, because there's like this next one, I I don't know about this one, but yeah, Agents of Mayhem, I had this one physical for a while, but eventually I traded this in. I got it again like a couple years ago when I was on my Saints Row kick, but I've learned that the server shut down, which was kind of unfortunate. I don't know why I got this again on digital after I found that information out. I really can't tell you that, but Age of the Mayhem is an interesting game, to say the least. I have it on my PC, which is where I primarily played it like a year ago. I still have to make a video on that. I'm actually like, you know, I just need to work on the video, but yeah, an interesting game from Volition. You know, we were like not necessarily off the heels of the Saints Row like series or anything, but you know, going in a different direction. I don't think it really worked out as well. You know, they're trying something different. Like, I've been doing like a lot of research for this video, and you can tell they were trying to do something very different with the Saints Row games. Or not the Saints Row games, but just like their branch of like the way they make games. They're just trying to do something different, trying to branch out a little bit, chase trends, but also like put their own like Volition Saints Row twist to that, which I can commend them for. I just think at the end of the day, that just wasn't what people really wanted, especially fans of the Saints Row series. That's not like what we were wanting from Volition, and so that's how we ended up there, and then how we most likely ended up with the reboot that we got in like 2022, which is what I'm going to talk about in the next video as well, the PS5 video. So that ought to be interesting. I did play that one too not too long ago. Air Mech Arena, don't know anything about this. Played for 30 minutes. This is probably just a free game I downloaded just, you know, because it was for the early years of the PS4. Let me see if it's in the store still. Yeah. Can I buy this? I don't even know. There's no, it just says wish list, so I don't even know if I can buy this still, but it came out in 2015. So yeah, this is probably still like early years of the PS4 for me. You know, I wasn't working, I didn't have money, and so I couldn't like buy anything, so I mostly relied on like free stuff. But you know, of course, there's a quality of free that I'm willing to go further in than like others, and this obviously just wasn't one of those. And so that's Air Mech Arena. Alien Isolation, I played this one last year. Last year was the 10-year anniversary, which is why I played it. Also because I saw the Alien movie that came out at the time. Alien, I don't remember the subtitle. I don't remember the subtitle off the top of my head, but I remember that day I saw that Alien movie. I came home, this was like in August, like mid-August maybe. And so I came home, downloaded the game, played for a little bit, didn't play too much of it at the time. Just because I was trying to play other stuff. I think I was about to get ready for Star Wars Outlaws, so I was still playing some other Star Wars games. And then Astrobot came out. I was playing Middle Earth Shadow of Mordor. So I didn't really get around to playing this one until like October, which was around the time of his 10-year anniversary. I wanted to get the video out for that, but just the way like things were playing out, I just knew I wasn't going to. And so I just didn't stress about it too much. Like I said, I played a little bit in August, and then when I got back to it in October, I really got into it. I mean, it was like one random weekend in the beginning of October. We weren't doing anything, and so I just kind of just chilled. It was like probably a Friday night going into Saturday morning. I played like half of that game in that time. It was crazy. And then I eventually finished, I think like Sunday night, and just kind of went on from there. But yeah, I really like grew to enjoy Alien Isolation a lot. It was like, again, horror games are not my jam. They're just not my thing 100% of the time. And so if you really have to get your hooks into me for a horror game, it's like I just really love this game. The sound design in this game was phenomenal. Like the alien, the xenomorph sounded amazing. Just the like random creaks and moans of the ship, your footsteps, the alarms. One of my favorite sounds from the Alien franchise is the alarm sound that they play. I remember it was me, my dad, my sister, we watched the first Alien movie before Romulus. that's the name, before Romulus came out. And yeah, it had been a while since I seen it. And yeah, dude, just that alarm, just like, I love like sci-fi spaceship alarms. I just really do. That's super random, I know. But yeah, I really enjoy Alien Isolation. I heard the development team, they're making the sequel to it, which is going to be really cool. To end on to end it, like the one thing I really would really like to do for this is do a nightmare playthrough, a permadeath nightmare playthrough, because I hear about that a lot. I think someone left a comment about that on my video, and so I'd really, if whenever I do play this again, that's definitely the way I'm gonna go about it, is on that nightmare playthrough, or nightmare difficulty, sorry. Then we have Alien Nation. This one was made by the studio that did Returnal, and they're doing Soros, which is coming out in March. Very much looking forward to that. And yeah, Alien Nation, I picked this up on a sale, who knows when. My camera is not in focus, and so yeah, there we go. I'm probably in the corner somewhere, so it really doesn't matter, but I just want to be in focus here. Anyway, so yeah, they're making Soros, which is coming out in March. Looking forward to that. But Alien Nation, I do not have a lot of history with it, because as you can tell, I only played for 17 minutes, don't have any of the trophies, and so I can't speak too much about this. It's a top-down, like isometric kind of, what's the phrase I'm looking for? I just blanked on it. A top-down shooter, pretty much. I blanked on it for some reason, but I mean, yeah, you're just like this, like you can see you're like in mechs and you're fighting, well, not mechs, but like armor suits, exosuits, whatever you want to call that, fighting aliens, and that's pretty much the basic premise. And so, I mean, that just sounds fun to me. I don't know why I just never sat down to give it a go, but I'd really like to, especially I think, because I'm thinking about replaying Returnal sometime before Soros comes out, and maybe doing a retrospective on that, because next year will be the 5-year anniversary for Returnal. Crazy how long, like it's already been 5 years. So that's definitely gonna be something I like do. And then of course Soros, I'm definitely gonna play that for the channel. And so Alien Nation, you know, I just feel like that might just be a natural continuation. Just may as well go ahead and play that, get the platinum there. How many trophies does bad boy have? 33 in the base game, so that's not too bad. There's co-op trophies, which not the biggest fan of, but it's just DLC, so I'm not gonna be like super hardcore about those. But it's Alien Nation. This was not something I purchased. I do remember my cousin, I'm pretty sure my cousin bought this, because whenever we would go to my grandma's house, if we were going to be there for like a week or so, I'd always bring my PlayStation with me. And so I'm pretty sure my cousin, he had a PS4 too. I don't know if he had it like in those first couple years that they were out, and so I would always bring it with me. Pretty sure this is something he downloaded, he played. I know zero about this game, so we're just gonna quickly breeze on past that. Next up, we have Anthem. I am actually, at the time of me recording this, I am actually like debating whether or not I even want to keep playing this. I heard about this game back, it came out in like 2019. I think it came out 2019. And this was EA, and this was kind of at the height, or this is BioWare primarily. It was just EA that's publishing. So this is BioWare, and this is during the height of like the multiplayer looter shooter craze that was going around during that time. And so obviously I didn't play it, because for like the thing, this is like one of my pet peeves with gaming, and this is really just more of a me thing. I'm definitely not judging people who play this, because there's a reason they still make these. But like, I don't like the games that release, and like, you know, it's multiplayer, right? And like, it has an interesting premise, and you want to play it, but it's multiplayer, and the developers are saying you can play solo. It's definitely much better if you play. When I see that, I'm just turned off immediately, because it's like, I just want to play the game solo. Like, can I just have that option, please? And so I started, like, again, at the time I'm making this video, I started Anthem last week. I played for 5 hours, have 3 trophies, and I'm just like, I'm not vibing with this. I'm just not, right? Like, the story, which is a shame too, because it's BioWare. BioWare makes fantastic RPGs, right? This is the key phrase, this is the key term here. that's their wheelhouse, is RPGs, dude. And so when you step out of your wheelhouse to make something that's like a multiplayer online looter shooter, it's like you're losing it here. And so I feel that when it comes to like the story, the lore, talking to people in like the little hub area, I'm just like, I'm not vibing with this. Same with gameplay. Gameplay is a little better than, you know, it's just better. Like, of course, flying your javelin's fine. I don't have issues with that. Gameplay for the most part's fine. Some of it can be like a little like damage, like you're fighting giant monsters and they're damage spongy. Obviously, you want more players to do that, of course, and so that's why. And it's just, that's fine too. But then it's like the gameplay loop is very samey. It's like, go here, shoot this, go here, do that, go here, collect these, but you can only hold 3 of these at a time, and like take them back here, just keep doing that. It's just like, I can't do it, man. It's just so boring. And so, to like end my little soapbox on Anthem, right? It's just like, if I don't know, I'm trying to think, like, I really like, here's the thing, right? Is now that like platinums are one of the main things I do on the channel these days, right? It's like, I don't want to drop the platinum, especially with this, because the server shut down in like a month. They shut down on January 12th. And so it's just like, after that, I'm never getting this platinum. There's nothing I can do about it, right? But at the same time, I'm not enjoying it. I'm not enjoying it. I had intentions to make a video about it, but if I'm not enjoying it, I know I'm not going to enjoy making the video, right? And so I'm just kind of like, do I just do it off cam? Like, don't record anything? I don't know yet. We still have time, right? We still have like a month and 12 days, but at the same time, it's just like, I'm not vibing with this. I'd much rather play something else. At the end of the day, that's most likely what I'm gonna do. I remember in the beginning of the year, I had someone comment on one of my videos talking about like, if you're not enjoying the platinum, just don't go for it. And I mean, that's just kind of something I've really stuck with. Like, I've just kind of kept in the back of my mind for a while. It's just like, if I'm not enjoying the platinum, just drop it, man. Like, at the end of the day, it's not valid. Like, it's just digital, like, I don't even know. It doesn't matter in the end, you know what I mean? So it's just like, just don't even like sweat it. But that's my soapbox on Anthem. As you can tell, I really enjoyed this game, and so we're just gonna cruise on past that. Apex Construct, sorry. This was the first one? Yeah. It's a VR game. Don't know a whole lot about this. I think I touched on this very briefly in my physical collection video, is that I did get PSVR headsets in 2019. I did not play too many games on it. I did buy quite a few games. I did mess around with them, but I didn't play too many of them, right? Apex Construction is one that I saw like trailers of, and like when I was like looking through the PlayStation Store. It looked really intriguing, so that's why I got it. I just never played it before I sold my headset. Although I did get it again. I just need to get all like the cords and all, like the controllers for it and the camera. And I think once I do that, I was thinking about it this past weekend, actually. I was looking at eBay. And so I think once I do that, then I might consider, you know, getting, you know, playing some of these VR games and just seeing what I can do, you know, get the platinum on some of these maybe. That's probably gonna be, because as you can see, like by my room size, I'm gonna just like grab like my room is not that big, bro. And like, it's just filled with a bunch of stuff. Like, you can just see like all the Funko Pops over there. That's actually where I first did my like VR stuff, but I eventually moved to like this side of the room where my closet and stuff is. And so there's a little more space, but not like a whole lot. So I don't know if I do end up getting the VR headset again. Let me straighten this out. Yeah, if I do get the VR headset again, I don't really know. I don't know where I'm gonna do it, but we'll see. I might have to just get my own place at that point, like a larger space to do it in. But that's Apex Construct, and we move on to another Apex game, Apex Legends. Now this does have a PS5 version. I played a little bit of the PS5 version, but majority of my playtime, as you can see, came from the PS4 version, 359 hours. I was just going off on Anthem, right? Just saying how I don't like this type of game. Apex Legends, though, totally different story here. Came out in 2019, beginning of 2019, and so here's the other thing too, right? This was at the same time when battle royales were blowing up, right? You feel me? Battle royales. And so of course you had the big ones. You had PUBG, you had Fortnite, which I have. I'm gonna talk about PUBG later. I'm gonna talk about Fortnite in the other video because I have more I have more hours on the PS5 version. So we're going to save Fortnite for the PS5 video. But, you know, we were hopping on this. We were making battle royales right here. Just like coming out of the wazoo, right? But Apex Legends, that dropped, changed everything for me, bro. See, because here's the thing. I'm a huge Titanfall fan. And yes, while I would have loved to have gotten Titanfall 3 instead, I am more than welcome, I'm more than happy that we got Apex Legends. Now, then again, I don't play as much these days. I mostly play Fortnite these days, which is very ironic. But Apex Legends at the time when during those first 3 or 4 years that the game was out, I was on it, bro. I was like cooking, man. That's all I played for. That's the only multiplayer game I played, right? I think most of my hours logged probably came during COVID because, like many of us, we didn't really go anywhere. All we did was just stay home and play video games, right? And so majority of my playtime came during COVID. I think that was when COVID first started, that was season 4 of Apex. I was such a fucking sweat in that time. Dude, I was so sweaty. It was not even funny. It was this season, and then whatever season, I want to say it was maybe season 7 or season 8 in the beginning of 2021. I was also sweaty there because I was, my dad had COVID, right? This was kind of the time when COVID restrictions were easing up a little bit, nothing too crazy, but a little bit, right? I was in college, it was my sophomore year, so I was able to go to class and for some classes, but my dad got COVID, so I had to stay home for 2 weeks. And you want to bet what I was doing for 2 weeks? Playing Apex Legends. I was playing Apex Legends, dog. And so, yeah, again, those the first 2 or 3 years that this came out, I was on it, dude. I was such a sweat. I was literally any chance I got, because I was I don't know, I was still playing games. I just wasn't playing all the new stuff right away or anything like that. I wasn't going for platinum, so I wasn't hardcore about sticking with one game until I finished. And so, every now and then I'd hop into Apex Legends for a game or two. I would play with friends occasionally, but I mostly played with randoms. And so the thing I really like, that's the one thing that drew me into Apex Legends to begin with, right? Was because you didn't need a mic. It definitely helps that you have a mic, but you don't need a mic because there were so many pings and stuff that they had that just made it very user friendly. And so if you don't have a mic or don't want to talk to people, then it's oh, ping this chest, they know what you're getting. Ping this weapon, you know what you're getting. Ping this, ping that, you know what you're doing, right? Without having to talk to anybody. And I've won plenty of games like that. Plenty of games where I did not have to talk to anyone. Now, there have been times where if I have a good set of teammates, right? And we start talking, start chatting, be yo, go here, there's someone over there. I will pop that mic out real quick and help them out, right? But for the most part, I didn't play with a mic. I was just able to just, get on my own, win a few games without having to talk to anybody. As long as you just have people that know what they're doing, you get people that can ping and tell you where stuff is, you're solid. You're solid. And so, yeah, dude, I could go on and on for Apex Legends, dude, because I loved this game so much. I haven't played it I have not played much since I don't know, 2023, 24, maybe something like that. They changed it a lot. I've tried messing around with it a while ago, but they've changed a lot of it. And so I don't keep up with it anymore. I don't keep up with the lore and everything. So yeah, there's that. I will definitely, I don't know, maybe I'll give it another whirl at some point, because yeah, as you can tell, I absolutely love Apex Legends so much. Origami, I don't know too much about this. I got this when I was getting on my platinum kick, and so I just kind of got this. Don't know too much about it. Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered. I don't think I talked about, I can't remember if I talked about this in my PS3 video, but I played it on my dad's Xbox, and then I'm pretty sure I got it again at some point on the PS3. I just never played on PS3. But I remember one night randomly, it was just free on the PlayStation Store, and I'm just like, it's free, I may as well get it. And so that's how we have Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered. Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. I did play quite a bit of this when it came out in 2014. I didn't get it day one, even though I think it was a day one release, like a cross-gen day one release on the PS4. I think I got it like months afterwards. But this one, I think it's like many people, I think Assassin's Creed 4 is definitely one of my favorite Assassin's Creed games. Unsurprisingly, I don't remember too much about the story, but I did enjoy Black Flag at the time. You know, I do remember, like, of course, controlling a pirate ship, having everyone sing the songs. That was always fun, and so I did enjoy that. I actually did pop this. I played this again not too long ago. I want to say back in like 2023 for the multiplayer trophies, because this is the only one, at least the modern Assassin, like when I say modern from like PS4 onward, this is like the only modern Assassin's Creed game that did have like hardcore multiplayer trophies. And so yeah, like as you can see, like in 2023, because like the last trophy I got was in 2014, which was for completing the story, and then I popped back in 2023 to get the multiplayer trophies. I don't remember how, like, I don't want to, there's not that many, but there, like, it does take a minute, especially reaching level 55. That took me like a week from that last trophy to get, and then just a bunch of other stuff, because there's only like, I want to say 2 or 3 modes that you have to do with other people, and so I tried to knock those out first, because the rest of it you can just kind of do solo, which was really nice. I wish more games that have multiplayer just did that. And so yeah, that's when I jumped back in like a couple years ago for that. But yeah, Black Flag, I got it, I had it physical for a while, but of course I sold it. And so once again I was getting back into platinums, this is just one of those games I got. And so that's Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. Assassin's Creed Rogue Remastered, do not know much about that. Like, I know a little bit about the story, but that's about it. And then I just kind of got it. I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was just on sale. So that's how I ended up getting this. This is also, along with, this Assassin's Creed Chronicles Trilogy Pack. I got this when I was on my platinum kick, and also when I was like, I want to platinum all the Assassin's Creed games. So this one is a little different, because these are like 2D Assassin's Creed games, and so as you can see, there's like, you can get them a la carte. It's like Russia, China, and India, but I don't think these have a platinum. If you just get them like by themselves, you have to get the trilogy pack, from what I was like reading at the time. And so that's why we have the trilogy pack, has all 3 of those games built in, and it comes with a platinum, which is a nice cherry on top. So that's Assassin's Creed Chronicles Trilogy Pack. Going on to another VR game, Astrobot VR, or yeah, Astrobot, well, Rescue Mission, but Astrobot VR. As you can see, didn't play much, only played for 8 minutes, only got 1 trophy, but now that I played through Astro's Playroom and then just regular Astrobot, I would 100% love to go back and play this one just to see where the Astrobot like lineage started. And so this is definitely one I'm, definitely gonna have to revisit once I get VR up and running. Moving down another row, Axiom Verge. Do not know too much about this one. I just know it's an indie game. I don't remember who made this. There's 2 of these games. Both of them are PS4, but I think the second one's also on PS5. Let me double check and see. Yeah, this one's just PS4. And so, yeah, I mean, the pixel art looks fantastic. That's definitely one of the main draws that like, hooked me into getting this from the get-go. And so, yeah, definitely want to play this, and also want to play the second one. I'm kind of on like an indie, not right now, but I have like a whole list of indie games that I want to check out. Both of these are definitely on there. And so whenever I get around to it, I'm just definitely going to play both of those back to back. Bastion is the other indie game. This is actually like a highlight of the Xbox era, Xbox 360. I'm pretty sure that's how like it became so big, was just because it launched on the 360. And so, of course, I mean, I got it again here. This is another one that I have on my Switch. and I played a little bit of it, but I'm just gonna play it here just so I can get them trophies, get that platinum, you know what I mean? And so that's Bastion. I had to change my clothes. It was getting too, it was toasty in here. But moving on, we have Batman the Telltale series. Another one of those Telltale games. I played this one like a while ago on it was during like I think my junior year of high school, spring break, junior year. Thing I always do with Telltale games, I always, even though like I usually wait till all the episodes are out, but I don't rush to play them like one day. I will like maybe play like an episode a night or something. That's how I always do it. That's how I did it here. That's just like my way of doing it. And any like narrative driven game like this, unless your Life is Strange, which has like super long episodes, I usually can knock these out in like one night. And so Batman Telltale series, I thought it was like an interesting, you know, take on the Telltale formula, interesting take on the Batman like mythos and everything. I've only played the first season. I do have the second one right here. And so, you know, just gotta, at some point, I mean, oh, I didn't let me start this. All right, we're back. I don't even have this game downloaded, so I'm wondering, that's what I figured. I only have the first episode, I think. I don't know no, I have all of them. So yeah, I don't know why I just started. I don't have it downloaded or anything, so that's interesting. But yeah, Batman Enemy Within, that's the second season. Definitely need to check that out pretty soon, especially if it's been years since I played the first one, so definitely probably gonna replay that and, you know, just be a dick this time. I usually play a goody two shoes in these the first time around, but I don't know, maybe I'll be like a bad version of Batman and just carry that over into the second one. And still staying in the Batman realm, Batman Return to Arkham, Arkham Asylum, and then Batman Return to Arkham, Arkham City. Now, I talked about these quite a bit on the PS3, but I also played these very extensively on the PS4. So when I played on PS3, I was a kid still, so I wasn't like super in my Duffy with like playing 100% of the game, getting all the trophies, all that jazz. And so yeah, I just figured I wasn't even like that either when I first got this version on the PS4, because I did get these when I still on my PS4. I got these in like, I think I purchased this collection in 2020. It was still during COVID. That's when I played them, was during COVID. Again, I only played through like the story at the time, but it wasn't until 2021, because I'll probably talk about this more in my PS5 video, but 2021, I was just burnt out on games. I just could not find the fun in any games for quite a while, and getting the platinum in the Arkham games, because I was like on a Batman hyperfixation, that really got me through like whatever that burnout phase was. And so Arkham Asylum, I platinum that. Arkham City completely took over my life for like a few months. Like that's how serious this was for me for a while. Like I got the platinums in the PS4 version, and I went back to get the platinum for the PS5 version or PS4 version for these. And so yeah, it's safe to say the Arkham games have like a bit, like this is definitely one of my favorite gaming franchises ever, one of my favorite superhero games ever for sure. You know, I love Spider-Man, but this one easily, like these are easily some of my favorite games ever. Jeez, this camera cannot focus. Okay. All right, sorry. But yeah, Arkham games, I love them. And we're moving straight into the Arkham Knight. Like this one, not like crazy about this one. I enjoy Arkham Knight. It's definitely not my favorite out of the Arkham games by a long shot. I think you all know, if you've been around for the channel, on the channel for a while, that one's Arkham Origins, which is probably an unpopular opinion, or yeah, just unpopular opinion. And so yeah, Arkham Knight, it's enjoyable. I did get this one day one on PS4. I did have it physical, but of course I traded that in. But it was on PS Plus. I'm pretty sure I'll probably get the physical version again sometime in the future. But yeah, Arkham Knight, you know, interesting game. I don't know how I have this is definitely one of those times where the PlayStation clock is wrong, because I do not have 111 hours in this game, not by a long shot. That's even when I came back for the platinum. I did not spend nearly that much time playing this game for the platinum, nowhere near it. And so I did get the platinum in 2024, beginning of 2024. Of course, I did start the game. Let me see. I'll probably go back and oh, it is new old. I did play this game back in 2015. Again, like I said, day one. And so yeah, I do need to play the DLCs. I am slipping on that, and there's a lot of them. I am slipping on the DLCs heavily, but yeah, Arkham Knight, enjoyable game. Not my favorite, but I still love it. Arkham VR, again, this is just one of those first games I got when I got my VR headsets. Only played for an hour, didn't finish it. Only have 3 trophies. I don't think this has a platinum. I'm pretty confident it's just like straightforward. Yeah, no platinum in sight, and so I don't remember the story. I do remember there's some cool things in it though. That's the thing about VR. It's really cool. I do playing with the PS Move controllers is a bit of a disadvantage though, because there are times where like you can definitely tell if you, because my parents have the Oculus as well. It's an older version, but they have the Oculus, right? But and I've played like demos of other VR headsets before, and it's just like when you play other VR headsets and you can get like precise like with the finger inputs and stuff, mainly with just like your index finger and your thumb, right? When you have the Move controller, which is like just a long cylinder that you're holding, you can't really get precise. And so I do remember like one of the things, you're looking at evidence and you have to pick up an eyeball, and it's like, this is cool, but it would be much better if it was just like a more precise like controller. So, but still enjoyable for what I played. Definitely if I do get back into VR, yeah, I'm definitely gonna check this one back out. Battleborn, not gonna spend too much here because this game you cannot even play anymore. I only played for 7 minutes. I did play the beta though. I don't think, yeah, I can't see any information about that. But I do remember, this came out like the same time as Overwatch. I played Overwatch instead, and I remember they tried to make this one free to play, but that obviously didn't work. It just, they eventually shut the game down. So yeah, I don't have too much to say about this one. I only played for a few minutes. Again, very similar to Overwatch. You have different like heroes you can choose from, but Overwatch, it just cleared it. Battlefield 5. This is just another PlayStation Plus game. I'm not super heavy on the Battlefield franchise. I have played the fair amount of the Battlefield games, but that's like kind of it. Again, just not too much to say about this one. This one, it came out like what, 2018? So, you know, yeah, you know, there's that. But yeah, I just don't, even at the time, I don't remember a lot of people talking about this one, to be honest. I do remember there was like a lot of outcry because you can play as women in this one. That shit never bothers me. I could care less about that. But that, yeah. The only thing I just remember was that opening trailer. Other than that, I didn't hear anyone really talk about this game. At least as much as like you hear people talk about Battlefield 6 these days, or Battlefield Hardline even. Or not Hardline, no, 2042. And then we have Beyond Two Souls, another one of those Quantic Dream joints. I only played this for like 36 minutes, 3 trophies, so there's not too much for me to say about this one. This one came out same year as Last of Us. I'm pretty sure around the same time frame. And I remember a lot of people were confusing the girl in this with Ellie, which is kind of funny when you think about it. I know it's like she's not a girl anymore. Like, it's very complicated. You know what I mean? I don't want to harp on that for too long. But I did play this for a little bit. Again, just one of those Quantic Dream games. I never was super like familiar with the studio until I played Detroit Become Human. And so definitely I want to play Heavy Rain before I play this one for sure. But yeah, Beyond Two Souls, there's that. Black Light Retribution. I won't spend too much about this one because you cannot play this game anymore, unfortunately. But this was one of those early free-to-play games that I got on my PS4 that I actually did fuck with a lot. Like I don't know, like the game, like I have 20 hours in this. I have 5 trophies too. I'm assuming there was, yeah, no platinum in this, but I enjoyed Black Light Retribution. I mean, it would just be times again, multiplayer games, I just wasn't really like talking with people online or anything like that. So this was just one of those games I would honestly like chill out, vibe with, put on some music and just like play. And yeah, this is one of like the first instances of a free-to-play game that I actually really vibed with. And it just sucks that the servers were shut down, because I was thinking about this game. It was a couple years ago. I thought about it. I'm like, is this game still online? And no, the server shut down a while ago. And so that's very unfortunate. But hey, look back on those moments with a smile. Don't be sad. As that's not what the saying is, but it's close. Another VR game, Blood and Truth. I think this is one of the one of the more well-regarded VR games to come out around the time. This came out in 2019. I do believe I had like a demo of this that I played, which is what prompted me to get the game, but I never played it, unfortunately. But I really do want to get that VR headset up and rolling, and this is definitely one I want to try out because I've heard nothing but good things about this one. Bloodborne, one of the PS4 exclusives that you hear people still talk about to this day. I played a little bit. This is when I was not into Soulsborne games at the time, or I guess Souls games at the time. After Bloodborne, I'm pretty sure that's what the other part of it comes on. So that's how much this game is like celebrated among the Dark Souls, the Soulsborne community, because now the second part of it's just like from the name. But I was not into Souls games at the time. I tried getting into this quite a bit. Yeah, it said I had 11 hours in this. That's literally from like me replaying that first area twice. Like, I've been stuck on, well, I eventually got past like one of the first two bosses in the game, but that is literally it. And so yeah, this one it celebrated its 10-year anniversary this year. I wanted to do something for it. I just never found the time to do so. But now that I am getting more into these types of games, I actually would like, I'd like to go and actually give it a fair shot, you know, start from scratch, play it again, see if I've improved since I played it back in like 2015, 2016, 2017, one of those years. And so I know this game is like celebrated a lot. This is not much for me to say because I just never I never became super invested in it. Broforce, another PlayStation Plus game that I got for free because it was on the PlayStation Plus games for a month, and this is a fun one. 2D side-scrolling shooter with multiple 80s action heroes. You have the guy obviously who looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. T from the A-Team, who else? Rambo, the guy from Predator, I don't remember his name off the top of my head, from the first Predator, the original. I don't remember who all is in this game. I am familiar with like some of the like big 80s action hero icons. Dang, freak, who's that guy on the left? I seen the eye patch. I don't remember his name. Oh my god, it's from like some New York action movie. I cannot remember. But yeah, like I'm familiar with these heroes. I just don't know their names or if they're in this game. But yeah, Broforce is a fun time. Play for 2 hours. So, you know, I just hop in every now and then. Really enjoyable game. Not much to it. No, not much more to say. Call of Cthulhu. Just kind of bought this because it was cheap. Thought I could get a pretty good platinum from this. Not a whole lot to say here. I think there's like, I don't know if they're connected, but I feel like there are a few other Cthulhu games, if I'm saying that right. There's another one coming up pretty soon. It was in the Xbox partner preview, but that's my extent of that. Black Ops 3, interesting one. I got this one, and it was Christmas of 2015. I did get this. I played the beta of the multiplayer for a little bit before I got it, but I think this was kind of when I was still like transitioning a little more into playing multiplayer games a lot more. So I did play the multiplayer for this quite a bit when it came out in 2015. I only played like a little bit of the story, and I don't think I played any of the zombies at the time. But you see, I have 46 hours in this. That's because I played this like 2 years ago. Again, when I was getting into like the whole, I want to platinum all the Call of Duty games, I wanted to knock out the multiplayer stuff first. And so along with Assassin's Black Flag. This is the other multiplayer game I was playing. There's only 3, which I didn't realize because it took me forever to reach level 55. That's probably why it felt like it took a while. But yeah, there's only 3 multiplayer trophies in this, and so, you know, for about dang, there's only, hold on, actually there might be more than, I don't know. No, there's definitely 2. Definitely 2 because no, I got these like 20 days apart. But yeah, that's, yeah, Call of Duty. You show my little gameplay clip here. I was a battery main. I don't know if you could tell from like that little snippet where I died, but yeah, Black Ops 3, I think this is one of the harder Call of Duties as well to platinum from the story standpoint, because there's like some interesting like stuff you have to do with the story. And so yeah, Black Ops 3, this is, you know, I actually did enjoy my time with Black Ops 3 back in the day. And even back then when I was playing in like 2023, even though the servers were still actually quite active for this. And so yeah, definitely, I don't know if I'm looking forward to getting the platinum for this one, but yeah, the reason I have it digital is because it was on PlayStation Plus. Again, I had a physical for a while, but you know, same old, same old. And then I'm gonna skip around a little bit. We have the Call of Duty Modern Warfare remasters. This one was a PlayStation Plus game. So was Modern Warfare 2, PlayStation Plus. I played Modern Warfare 2. I did play back in the day on my dad's 360. I don't have hardly any connection to the first Modern Warfare though. I was still pretty young when this came out. I think it was like 7. I think it was 7 when this came out. I don't even know if my dad had this one, to be honest. He probably did. I just wasn't allowed to play it. But yeah, I do have a few trophies because I have played the beginning of this quite a few times. I remember I got this on PS3. They had like a trilogy pack with this one, Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 3. So I did play a little bit of it on PS3, but of course once these two were coming to PS4, I stuck with those. I think I do. No, I don't, because I didn't talk about it. I need to get Modern Warfare 3 because that's the only one that's not on PS4. But yeah, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is probably the one I can talk about a little more. I remember the hype for this one being huge. Like looking back on like videos and stuff, it was very big. I actually surprised my dad let me play this one, especially for that one mission. If you know, you know. But yeah, I wasn't into multiplayer at all, so like I just played campaign. My cousins had this, and so we would play like together whenever I'd visit them. Just like us on like a one map, just like 1v1ing each other. So that's where my memories for this one come from. Definitely would just be like a pretty chill platinum, because this one I think is just the campaign. Yeah, just the campaign for this one. This one does have the multiplayer, but I don't know if there are multiplayer trophies. That's a story for a different day. But that's the Call of Duty games. Call of the Sea, I got because I was on the indie kick. Picked it up because it was cheap. Don't know too much about it, so we're gonna breeze over that. Castlevania Requiem. I've heard this was Symphony of the Night and Rondo of Blood. I've heard plenty of good things about Symphony of the Night, which is probably the main reason why I picked this one up. I've just heard a lot about the Castlevania games. I've played a very little bit of the original Castlevania game on the NES, but I just hear so many good things about these. So I definitely want to check this out. I got this because, again, I was in that platinum kick, and it was, you know, it's like, why not? Castlevania, may as well. Catherine Full Body. This game completely took over my life for like a whole year. This took over my life for a whole year because, again, I got this when I was on the platinum kick. I'd heard about this game a little bit, not like extensively, but I heard about this game a little bit from various sources. And then I had it on PC. I played a little bit of it on PC, but nothing too crazy, right? So yeah, Catherine Full Body is just like, it's hard to explain because it's at its core, it's a puzzle game. It's a puzzle game at its core, but it has the puzzles in it are like, it's really engaging playing it. The story is amazing, very mature, very like, the story is so good. And I played this because I had to get every ending in this game, so I played it quite a bit, the story, right? And I mean, this is like the perfect example of trophies carrying my experience, because if it wasn't for me getting the platinum, I don't think I would have experienced Catherine to like its full like extent, playing through the story, getting all the endings, playing through the extra modes, playing every stage multiple times on each difficulty. Like like no other game has like managed to like change my whole outlook on just trophy hunting, unlike this one. Like, this is definitely one of my favorite platinums from 2024, and easily one of my favorite platinums of all time. Like, as simple as that. This is such a phenomenal game. It's not a platinum I would recommend to everyone, because if you're not into puzzle games, that might be a turnoff. If you're not into replaying the same thing over and over and over again, that also might be a turnoff. But for me, you know, just like you put on a podcast or something, in my instance, I would have another video, because in the main story, all the puzzles are the same no matter who like does it. And so I would have a playthrough of like a gold run on one monitor and then just play it on the other monitor and just follow his moves. And so that helped a little bit. But yeah, Catherine Full Body, I love this game a lot. Absolutely love it. Chicory, another indie game I picked up. I actually put this one up not too long ago. Heard about it in like different podcasts. I don't really know too much about it. I know you're painting, I'm assuming. That's about all my knowledge about this game. Conan Exiles, PS Plus, that's the main reason I got it. Only played for 10 minutes. I customized my character. That was about it. Counter Spy, PlayStation Plus game, played for an hour. Don't remember anything about this, if I'm going to be honest. Just PlayStation Plus. Creed Rise to Glory Championship Edition, another one of those VR games I picked up. This is actually a fun VR game. I played for 20 minutes, but like it really gives you that boxing feeling. Like I remember, so I did training for a little bit, and then I went to the ring, and like, bro, by the time I finished that match, I was worn out, bro. Like it felt like I was really boxing up in here. And so this was definitely a fun one to play. Has a platinum. So hey man, we might have to get this Creed platinum. Might have to give it a go, man. Next up, we have the Crysis games: Crysis Remastered, Crysis 2 Remastered, and Crysis 3 Remastered. And I have a weird history with Crysis. So Crysis, of course, came out when the original Crysis came out when I was actually like I was fairly young when this came out. I remember this was like very big on PC, because it's like one of the main things was like, can your PC run Crysis? That was like a big tagline at the time. And so this also came on consoles as well, but I think PC, when I think of Crysis, I think of PC. That's the main thing I think of, at least the first Crysis. That's what I think of. And so I don't really have too much to say about the original Crysis. Crysis 2 though, that's the only one I have actually played and finished, because my dad got this on the 360. And again, I was 10, 11, something like that. So I don't have too much like memory of this one, like from the story standpoint. I just remember the gameplay was pretty cool. That's about it. You have different powers, so that's also really nice. And then Crysis 3, I remember I've talked about this a little bit, but I remember when the first Tomb Raider in 2013 was coming out. I think this Crysis 3 came out around the same time. And so my dad was going to get Tomb Raider for him, and he was going to get Crysis 3 for me. But once I saw like, you know, footage of Crysis or Tomb Raider, I'm like, I want Tomb Raider instead on my Xbox, or my PlayStation. I don't know why I did that, because he was getting on his Xbox, so I could have just played it there. But I just really wanted that, and so I've only seen like a little bit of Crysis 3. Very beautiful game. All three of these games are beautiful, I will say that. I think Crysis 3 just benefits from, at least console side, benefits from coming out so late in the console generation. But yeah, all three of these came out in like 2021. Like, just look at this, dude. This looks so good. And so yeah, these all came out in 2021. I think I bought it was like Christmas of 2023. I had a PlayStation gift card, and so just figured I'll buy them. Just need to play them. Curse of the Dead Gods. This is on PS5. No, just PS4. I just seen like, you know, screenshots of it. It looked pretty cool. So yeah, not really much to say there. Darksiders 3, not much to say here either. I am familiar with the Darksiders games. I think they're making another one coming out pretty soon. Darksiders 4 with like the protagonist of all 3 Darksiders games. So that's pretty cool. But that's about all I can say there. Day of the Tentacle Remastered, PlayStation Plus. Don't know a whole lot about this one. I think this is a Double Fine game. Does it say anywhere in the description? No, LucasArts. Well, yeah, it was a LucasArts. I knew it was either Double Fine or LucasArts. I just wasn't for sure who it was. But yeah, LucasArts game. And so, I mean, definitely gotta check that out. I love LucasArts. DC Universe Online. Don't have too much experience here. It was free. And this is one of those first games I've gone on the PS4 free. The cinematic for that game, I think that's what really like drew me to like download this, because the cinematic looked fantastic. Only for me to find out the game is nothing like that. So yeah, like I was a little disappointed there. Like 13, 14-year-old me was a little disappointed there. But I only played for like an hour. The appeal of actually customizing and making your own superhero is nice. I will give it that. But yeah, MMOs just aren't really my thing. Like MMOs are such a time sink, and so I just never like found. I just know like if I ain't playing MMO, that's like what my main attention, my main focus is going to be on. It's just that MMO, and I just don't know if I have that kind of dedication. I'm just gonna be honest. Dead Island Riptide. I don't have too much to say about this one. I did have the first Dead Island. It was a long time ago, the definitive edition, and so I did get that, and then it just automatically came with Riptide, and so I only played the first Dead Island game. I never got around to playing this one. I don't really know why, because I actually do enjoy the first Dead Island game. But yeah, I just never got around to playing this one. And same, there was another one. It should be in here. I'm gonna find it real quick. Dead Island Retro Revenge was the other game that came with the definitive edition. I did not touch this one at all. I don't know anything about this. I'm just gonna be honest with you all. Moving on from the Dead Island games, we have Dead or Alive 5, last round. As you can see, Dead or Alive is a very interesting franchise here. I think I only got this because it was free, but I have heard like quite a bit about the Dead or Alive franchise. I remember I rented one from Blockbuster on the PS3 way back when. But yeah, Dead or Alive has been, it's been known for its fan service. I'll give it that. Like, just dude, the sheer amount of DLC in this game is actually like astonishing. And like the amount of, so that's the weird thing, more so at Dead or Alive 6 than this one, is I'll talk about this I think when I get to Dead or Alive 6, because I did buy that one, but like the egregious pricing of this DLC, especially for just like costumes and stuff, it's outrageous. Like this is $35, bro. And like I guess in like the era we are now where free games have skins, and no, this is $50. Oh my god. This is $50, bro. This is $51. This is insane. 33 costumes. Like, oh my gosh, dude. That is crazy. Let me chill. Let me get out of this. I don't want to get this flagged or anything. But yeah, that's just the wild thing about Dead or Alive, the recent games. It's just the amount you got paid to get all the DLC, bro. It's just wow. But yeah, Dead or Alive 5, I just got this one because it was free. I only played for 28 minutes, and so that's my history there. Yeah, Dead or Alive, very interesting. Then you have the Dead Rising 2, and Dead Rising 2 Off the Record Trilogy Pack. Not really a trilogy because this was a deal, like a expansion DLC to Dead Rising 2, but still 3 Dead Rising games back to back. This is one of those games I really wanted to get physical, but I'm just like, it'll be much more feasible if I just get it digital. It's just a lot more cheaper that way. And so Dead Rising is probably the one I have the most experience with. 2 hours here, but I played the demo of it a lot on my dad's 360. I mean, I played a little bit of it here as well. Not a whole lot, but I definitely would like to play this one sooner rather than later, especially with the Dead Rising deluxe remaster, Doctor out in the wild right here. Yeah, Doctor. That's just how I call it. I don't know if anyone else calls it that. But yeah, Dead Rising is just like one of those like pivotal 360 games, one of those pivotal 360 franchises. And so like I think this PS4 was the first time it came to PlayStation. Well, not come to like this one at least was the first time it came to PlayStation consoles. Because I think the first one was just exclusive to the 360 for forever still. So that's Dead Rising. Dead Rising 2, I did play a little bit on the PS3. My dad got this for me, I think, on Christmas, one Christmas or something. But I wasn't super familiar with the Dead Rising like franchise, so I didn't play too much of it. And off the record, I have no knowledge of this one. So there's that. Death's Door, PlayStation Plus. I'm pretty sure this is also on PS5. It is as well. So I'm just gonna talk about it here because I just haven't played on either version. I don't know anything about it. So there's that. Deflector, bought this one a while ago because it was cheap. That's it. Same with Deliver Us Mars. Got it because it was cheap. PS5 version? It does have a PS5 version. There's this one, and then there's Deliver Us Moon. Both of those I'm actually very intrigued to try out. I have, again, all these indie games I have on a list, so just whenever I get to it, that's when I get to it. So that's Deliver Us Mars. Destroy All Humans 2. This is the PS4 or PS2 version technically. The first one should be in here. I don't know where it is. I don't really feel like looking for it either. So just know if you've been on the channel for a while, you know I've played both. And so you got this one and the PS2 version of this one and the PS2 version of Destroy All Humans 1. But yeah, Destroy All Humans 2, I actually never played until I played it for the Platinum last year. So that was my first time experiencing it. I actually really enjoyed it a lot. Definitely improves a lot on like the formula of the first Destroy All Humans game. And yeah, just had a really fun time with this one. Destroy All Humans Clone Carnage is the multiplayer follow-up to the remake of the Destroy All Humans games. Funny story. I'm pretty sure this is still the case. I paid 1 cent for this game. I don't know if it's always been like that, but the fact that it's only 1 cent is just kind of crazy. Like at that point, just drop it for free. I don't know if it's always been free or always been 1 cent, but like, bro, at that point, just make it free. And so this is one I need to play this one actually, because if I play this, I'll have all the Destroy All Humans platinums, but it's multiplayer, so I just need to find people to play with. I was thinking about convincing one of my friends to play it, because again, it's only 1 cent, and so it's just like, you know, something we can definitely knock out in like a day or something. Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition. I have not played this on PS4, but I have played it on PS3. That one doesn't come with trophies though, but I have played on PS3. This is when I was in my like Devil May Cry bag. I had my Devil May Cry kick in like 2019. It was around the time Devil May Cry 5 came out. And so I did play 4. I have played 4. I do enjoy 4, but I definitely think, you know, to me 3 and 5 are like up there. They're up there. 4 is up there too, but none beats 3 and 5 in my opinion. And yeah, fun playing as Nero. And of course you have those sections as Dante, but at the time I definitely was not as like in my bag with Devil May Cry or like character action games. And so next time I do play this one, I definitely need to take it a lot more seriously. I do believe this one does come with the platinum. I mean, it comes with trophies, I think, but yeah, the PS3 version just did not come with them at all. So yeah, Devil May Cry 4. Dishonored Definitive Edition. Won't go too much into this one because I covered it quite a bit in my PS3 playthrough or PS3 library video, but 37 hours poured into this version. 36 out of the 50, or 35 technically, out of the 51 trophies. So a platinum that is definitely a lot more attainable nowadays. I mentioned it before, but one thing I really loved about my playthrough here, because I played this twice. When did I play it the first time? Well, on this, so I played it in 2015. I'm pretty sure this was like my chaos run, like my high chaos playthrough, and then came back later in 2016 and decided to do a low chaos playthrough. I wanted to play the game without alerting anyone. I wanted to play the game without killing anyone. I wanted to play the game without upgrading anything. And so it took me a while. Let's see, I started this playthrough on the 19th and it took me until December of 2016. I was trying to do this before I played the second one. That's probably why I played this around that time. But yeah, dude, this was actually like a really fun thing to do. Like stealth games, I don't play a lot of like stealth only games like that really. And so having something like that, just like challenging myself to do something like this was just really fun, really rewarding by the time I was finished. And so this is another game on that list that I have of like games that I'm really close to getting the platinum for. And so this is definitely one I want to try and get the platinum on pretty soon. And then of course we have the DLC. I don't really think anything crazy here. It's like 30 trophies for the DLC, which I mean, it's not terrible. So Donut County, played this. By the time I make this, I have an indie video I'm working on right now. So I did play this. I think this was my first platinum I got in 2025. And so I did play this earlier in the year, and very quick, very short game. Only like literally, if you just go for the platinum, you play normal too, a solid 3 hours. It says 4 for me, but yeah, solid 3 hours to finish this. Very easy, very simple, very funny game to play. Highly recommend Donut County. Doom. I don't remember. I think I just had Doom Eternal physical. And so I got Doom digital, and this is it right here. I did finish this one. I did not play this at the day one in 2016 because again, 2016, I had no job, nothing. And so I was becoming more like, I'm trying to think. So of course, like I had parents that, you know, they would definitely buy me games. And so like, I have no complaints that like, I always loved them for that, you know, for fueling my gaming hobby. Right. But of course I realized later in life, games are expensive. So you don't need every game under the sun. Right. And so I was still at a point where if I were to ask my parents for a game, I definitely wanted the game to last for a while. And so I remember Doom, when like reviews were coming out for that, and they were talking about the campaign like being pretty short. I'm like, I don't want to pay $60 for a campaign I can finish in like 8-10 hours. Knowing me, I could have finished it faster. And so yeah, this is one of those games, even though like it was like one of the bigger games of 2016, I just didn't play it at the time. I did rent it though. I did rent it from a Redbox one time. And like funny enough, I remember my mom, she was questioning, why am I playing a game set in hell? Even though you're not in hell in this one, but it's like, why are you playing a game where you're fighting demons and it's set in hell or something like that? And I'm like, if anything, it's a good thing because I'm fighting demons. Like, come on now, I'm trying to pull that card. But yeah, eventually I did get it later. Relatively, I don't have too many trophies. Well, I guess if you look at the campaign, I do. But yeah, playing it later on, it's definitely a fun game. One I enjoyed. A nice little boomer shooter. Yeah. Doom, I don't have too much experience with the Doom franchise as a whole. Because I mean, we move on, we have Doom, and then Doom 2. And so the original Doom, I did play quite a bit because I have it on my PC, but I also played it on my Switch when I was like pretty heavy into my Switch. And so I have played Doom, the first Doom, quite a bit. It's the first, early, that's very creepy. One of the early, examples of a first person shooter. And so, I still think it holds up pretty well. I do want to so the reason I got it again is because at the beginning of the year, I wanted to platinum all the Doom games. Because, I'm always about platinuming an entire series, And so that's why I have Doom, Doom 2, and Doom 3. Although Doom 3 is very different. This one is like, shoot. I'm just pressing buttons, bro. No, there we go. So this one is like a actual first person shooter because this came out in like the mid 2000s, something like that. And so yeah, this is like a real first person shooter by today's standards. And I mean, I just know this one was kind of different because it like leaned more into the horror elements. Like, I know you have a flashlight that you have to like, man, like, do you want to hold your gun? Do you want to hold your flashlight? Something like, just something along those lines. And so that's the Doom trilogy, original Doom trilogy, if you want to like label it that way. I don't really know. And then we're going to do these rapid fire. So Dragon's Crown Pro, I saw a very stimulating image of a character. That's all I will say. That's why I bought this. It's not this character, but that's why I bought this game. It was fairly cheap, and so I hear good things about it as well. So I got it there. Dragon's Dogma. I don't know what prompted me to buy this. I know I bought this way before Dragon's Dogma 2 came out. There's a pawn system, create a character, RPG, fantasy RPG. That's about it. Dreadnought. I am pretty confident this was a free to play game. I only have 5 minutes in it. Not much to say there. Dreams. From the same studio that made Little Big Planet. This is a game where you can make a game inside of a game. Very cool concept. I've seen some very, very cool creations from this. I just never played it myself. It was one of those free PlayStation Plus games I got. You can also play in VR, which is a really neat idea. I believe you can still play this. I know they stopped like supporting this game a while ago, but I'm pretty sure you can still play it and like make stuff. So that's Dreams. Ender Lilies, don't know anything about this one. It was a PlayStation Plus game, so of course I had to get it. Endling Extinction is Forever. I don't know why I got this. I actually do not know what this game is. It does have a PS5 version. I mean, it looks like an indie game that I just happened to buy. That's about it. I feel like for some reason, I thought this was on VR. I could be wrong, but yeah, that's Endling. Everybody's Golf VR. Of course, one of those VR games I had when I had my PSVR. Very fun game, actually. You know, I'm not a big golfer. I remember we went to a Top Golf. It was a couple years ago in Orlando. I freaking sucked, and so this did not prepare me at all. But it was still a pretty fun game to play. Yeah, just a really fun game. Everybody's Gone to Rapture, a PlayStation Plus game, and I tried to play this one back in like 2020, 2021. I was bored. I grew bored with it. The walking to me was a little too slow for my liking. And yeah, nothing was really like stimulating the brain there. But this is one of those games I see a lot of like YouTubers play for like challenges and stuff. And so maybe I'll just have to give it another shot. I only played for 2 hours, and so I know there's one trophy that's quite buggy. I saw one creator get mad about that, but other than that, I don't know. I grew kind of bored of it pretty quickly. Extinction, a not so great game that I got back when it came out. Traded it in, got it again digitally because it's like, why not get it again? I don't know why. Only got 4 trophies. Pretty much the main premise is like you're this guy in the middle. I don't know his name. You're climbing these tall trolls on the right side, these big giants, and you're just kind of you're killing them one by one. I do believe things can get graphic, like you can cut off arms and legs and heads and stuff. I mean, based off like the images, it should be a cool game, but I heard there was a lot of not bad, but I guess that's mixed reviews for the game. And so, yeah, only played for like a couple missions in this one, not too long here. Fall Guys, so there's Fall Guys, and then there's Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout. I know Fortnite, Epic I think they bought the rights to this, so I don't know which version is what. I'm gonna go by this because this is the one I have trophies in. Oh, I just realized it says retiring in the top, so that's probably why it shows up twice. I'm assuming this is like the new Fortnite version of it, I guess. But I remember this came out like surprise dropped in 2020. I only played for like 3 hours with some buddies of mine. I did get a win, which is really satisfying. But yeah, you know, just one of those surprise games. It was kind of fun for a little bit. Free on PlayStation Plus since I had that, and so yeah, that's Fall Guys. Really fun, just really fun mini games. Again, I won a game, so I'm happy with that. That's all I'll say there. Far Cry 3 Classic Edition. I did have the PS3 version for a little bit, but once I got this, I'm pretty sure I got it fairly cheap on sale. This is most likely going to be the version I end up playing. I don't think I have any trophies in the PS3 version. This is one of those games I kind of have in multiple places. I have it on PS3, I have it on PC, and then I also have it on PS5, PS4. I think there's only a PS4 version. Yeah, only PS4 version. And so that's Far Cry 3. I played a good chunk of it on PC and PS3. But yeah, PS5 is definitely, or the PS4 version is definitely the place where I want to get the platinum, because PS3 has multiplayer trophies and I'm not trying to mess with those. I'm just gonna be honest. Moving on to Far Cry 5. This is, I mentioned this in the physical version, but a video. This is actually like the first Far Cry game that I really kind of got into heavy. Like I said before, I messed around with Far Cry games in the past, but I just never really got into them. But Far Cry 5, I actually really vibed with a lot. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I see the season pass is on sale. I'm gonna buy that real quick. All right, buy the season pass because whenever I do play it, I want to get those DLC trophies, and it was only $5, so it's like, why not? Well, $4.50, but it's like, why not like just go ahead and shell out the money for it? But yeah, Far Cry 5, really enjoyed this one. I think it's not really like the setting that drew me into it. I think because once I actually just sat down with it and just start playing it, I started to enjoy it. I did like the gameplay loop of this a little more, because if you're not familiar, you technically have like 4 bosses you have to get to. So you have the main guy in the middle. I don't remember his name right now. You have the main guy in the middle. You have his 2 brothers on the left, and then his sister on, or hold on. No, brother on the left, brother on the right, and then sister. And the cool thing about it was, like Breath of the Wild at the time when that released, you're just dropped off on an island in the middle of the map. That's where you do your training, and then from there you can go to whoever you want. You can go to whichever boss you want to fight first, right? So I really just like that idea of like exploring things at my own pace. That might have been why I really got into Far Cry 5. And so yeah, I remember my dad got it on his Xbox first. I didn't play much of it there, but I obviously played the majority of it here. It was one random summer, and so yeah, really vibed with it. The funny story though, is when I was working, one of my friends, or I don't talk to him anymore, but one of the guys I worked with over at like my first job, he was like, "Do you have Far Cry 5?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Can I borrow it?" I'm like, "Sure, I don't mind." So I brought it to work one day, let him have it, let him borrow the game. I never got it back. I never got that game back, and I don't talk to him anymore, so I don't want to be like, "Yo, can I have Far Cry?" At this point, it's his. I don't really care. And so I did buy it again digital. Far Cry 5, I did have physical for a while. I remember getting this on Black Friday one year, and I actually played quite a bit of this. I enjoyed this one quite a bit as well. 28 hours in this. I played this during COVID times, so that's where majority of my playtime comes from. I have majority of the trophies, and so this is one of those games where, like, if I find the time, I'm definitely gonna, finish that platinum up. Maybe whenever I platinum all the Far Cry games, I don't know. So there's that. Moving on from that, we have Farming Simulator 22, PlayStation Plus game. Not too much to say there. We have Farpoint, another VR game. Like a first-person, a shooter VR game, which is a pretty interesting concept. I think this one, this one has like the controller that you can use with it. Let me fast forward a little bit. So yeah, there's like that remote, like that's in the shape of a gun. So I'm very curious if you can play it normally with just the remote, but hey man, that's PlayStation with all these weird gimmicks. So Farpoint, I mean, it looks cool, that's for sure. It looks really cool. If it has a platinum, I would definitely love to, get that one day, because yeah, I mean, just based off the screenshots, it looks really cool. So that's Farpoint. Fez, a PlayStation Plus game, an indie game. Didn't play too much of it. There's a story behind this game, that's for sure, with like the developer behind it. I think it's a single developer. The concept's cool. It's like a 2D game, but you're like in a 3D world. Let me see if I can find like some Yeah, so if for those who aren't familiar, like this is just like a 3D, like, or not 3D, a 2D plane, right? But I think if you press one of the triggers, it switches perspective. So like it would just go like to like the other side of the this wall, for instance, if that makes sense. And so it's a really, really cool concept. And I would definitely like to actually play more of it one day. I don't think this has a platinum, but I mean that's, you know, that doesn't bother me as much. 12 trophies. There is a collectible trophy, but I don't really mind. RRLLL. Okay. Must be a code for something. I don't know. Rapid Fire, Final Fantasy 14 Online, one of those free games I picked up. I was not even a Final Fantasy person. As you can see, I only have 1 minute in this game. Very, very fascinating there. So there's that. Firewall Zero Hour, PlayStation Plus game, VR game. Just have it in there. Back when PlayStation offered VR games as PlayStation Plus. Firewatch, I played this was actually like my, I guess you can say this is like my catalyst into playing indie games, because I've heard so much about this game for a while, and I picked it up and I played it during the summer, which I think was like the perfect time to play it. I played it one summer. I absolutely adored it. An incredibly fun game. It's at its core, it is a walking sim, you know, so I don't know how many people are like jazzed about walking sims, but I mean, this is actually like, it has a really engaging story, really like, even though you're just walking, a really engaging gameplay loop pretty much. And so yeah, I would honestly recommend Firewatch to really anyone, like hardcore gamer, casual gamer, never played games in your life. It's actually, it's a really fun game with a really interesting story. Finishing up like this first folder, we have Forma.8. Not too, for a PlayStation Plus game, not too much to say there. I don't even think, I never even played it, so there's that. Full Throttle Remastered. This is LucasArts again, or is this Double Fine? Yeah, LucasArts in 95. So that's about all it, but I would have to do some research, because I am also, let me go back to the description. I am also pretty confident Double Fine worked on these games. I am almost, yeah, Tim Schafer. Maybe not Double Fine the studio, but Tim Schafer did work on these, because I'm like, dude, I know I'm not going crazy. That man had some involvement somehow. I know for a fact. So that's Full Throttle Remastered. Then you have Fury. I played a little bit of Fury. There is a PS5 version, but most of my playtime comes from the PS4 version. A very hard game. Very hard game. I don't even know why I got this, because I thought it was a PlayStation Plus thing, but I mean, it wasn't. So I don't know what prompted me to even get this, but yeah, one of my first instances of playing a very hard game. I didn't play too much of it, but I would like to dive back in, give it another go. Generation Zero is a multiplayer game I don't know too much about, to be completely honest with you. Again, PlayStation Plus, so there's that. Geometry Wars, I actually got this one like a couple years ago. I enjoy the Geometry Wars games. Trying to figure out, I enjoy the Geometry Wars games. My dad had it. He had one of them on his 360 back in the day, and so I just one day just randomly going through the PlayStation store, and I just happened to see this, and I'm like, you know what? I'll buy it. I'll get it. It was pretty cheap, and so I haven't played much of it. I only played for 4 minutes, but one that I have in my library I would like to check out one day. Then we have Ghost Runner. Very, very funny story with this one. So I got this on PC originally, and I remember seeing like the trailers and stuff and everything, and it really intrigued me at the time, right? And so I remember this was back when I was in my Let's Play phase, and I'm like, yo, I'm gonna pre-order this on my PC and we're gonna play it. I was not expecting the kind of game it was. I was expecting like a first person, like cyberpunk hack and slash, I guess, with the sword. But no, bro, it's like you die in one hit. It's parkour focused, and you have to be like really fast on your toes. And so yeah, I was kind of like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that. And so my PC playthrough, I don't have too much of it. Same with PlayStation. This is also on PS5. I'm pretty sure I'm playing the PS5 version, but I didn't realize at the time that was on PS5 as well. I'm not gonna worry about it, but I do have like a little bit of time in the PS5 version. I maybe have like a handful, like a very, very small handful of trophies over there as well. Sweet. I mean, yeah, that's Ghost Runner. Goat Simulator, PlayStation Plus game. I played for 9 minutes, never mind. I have it on PC though, so I probably played more on PC than on PS4. But this is another one of those games you see a lot of in YouTube, on the YouTube side of things. There's like what, 3? There's a lot of DLC for this one too. But there's like 3 of these games. I don't know for sure. But I mean, fun time, a weird time, a janky time for sure, but a fun time to say the least. Gone Home, indie game I picked up, heard a lot about this game, and yeah, just picked it up for the cheap. Gorn, a VR game, a fun VR game too. I only played for 8 minutes, but no, trust me, this game is fun. Like, you can like, you're in like an arena, right? And you're just fighting dudes, and like you can grab people, you can cut their heads off, cut their arms off. You can just grab them, full ragdoll, toss them around. Super fun game. Once I get this VR up and running, y'all, I'm giving this a go. I don't even know if it has trophies or a platinum, but I don't care. I'm playing it. And then the last one in this like first folder, Grand Theft Auto 5. So Grand Theft Auto, I'm just gonna set the controller down because I'm gonna be here in a minute. As you can see, this is probably my most played PlayStation game, clocking in at 457 hours. So GTA 5 got on PS3. That's where I first played it. I did not play too much of it at the time because, again, a very, very pivotal year. That's the same year that the PS4 came out. But I mean, even though this came out like, I don't know, 2 months before, I didn't play too much of this. I only played like not even half the story. I played like a good chunk of the story. I remember multiplayer came out maybe like a month afterwards. I played that for a little bit with some friends I had in middle school. And then I eventually got rid of it because I wanted to get Injustice on my Vita. So I traded this in for Injustice on the Vita. And then eventually I got the PS4, so I just never finished it. My cousins though, they got it on the Xbox 360. I remember one of them, he straight up no-lifed it for like 2 or 3 days. And I was able to see the ending and stuff for Grand Theft Auto 5. But it wasn't until the PS4 version came out. And even when it came out, it was like a few months after when I would get on PS4. And that's where I played majority of it. As you can tell, I finished the story then. Was really into multiplayer. This is another one of those early games where like multiplayer was like the main touchstone for me, at least. Because even when I wasn't like with the current group of friends I'm with now, I was still just playing randomly, like just online, just doing random stuff. There was another friend I had in middle school. We would do heists together, but it wasn't until like I found my current friend group where this was all we played. Like summer of 2019, that's where I clocked majority of these hours. I'm not even kidding. Like there were days where the moment we all woke up, this is all we played until like 4, 5 in the morning sometimes. And so yeah, GTA 5, I could go on and on about GTA 5. I'm definitely gonna say that for another time. Hopefully in the future I make a GTA 5 video and I can go like more in depth there. But yeah, GTA 5 is definitely easily one of the games I've spent the most time in. The GTA game I've spent the most time in for sure, because this is the only, out of all the GTA games, other than San Andreas, which is actually the next game I'm going to get to, this is the only other GTA game I've ever finished. Like I've played, not all of them, but I have played a good chunk of the Grand Theft Auto games. I never finished them. I never really get too far in the Grand Theft Auto games. I don't really know why that is, but yeah, GTA 5 I finished for sure. Like the online, I really need to come back. Like I'm definitely coming back for the platinum next year. That's for sure. Before GTA 6 comes out, I'm getting the platinum. Cause like multiplayer wise, most of the hard stuff is out of the way. Like reaching level 100, I was able to get that one pretty quick. The amount that we were playing, I was able to get that pretty quick. And so not too much on the multiplayer side that I have to worry about. There are a few hard ones, of course, but yeah, I'm definitely just gonna get a buddy or something to knock those out. And that is Grand Theft Auto 5. All right, We are back. It has actually been a few days since I did that first folder, but we are back going into the second folder of my PS4 digital library. We left off with Grand Theft Auto 5. Now we're getting into Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. This is the only other Grand Theft Auto game that I have finished. Not 100%. As you can see, I have 50% of the trophies. I would love to come back and get the platinum for this. Definitely plan on doing it soon though. So San Andreas. So something that I don't know if I've touched on so far. I can't quite remember. There's going to be quite a few PS2 games in my library because I remember back when PS4 was coming out, the early years of PS4. I mean, pretty much throughout the whole PS4 life cycle, but really early years of the PS4, I do remember they were dropping like PS2 classics of games. So the GTA trilogy, that was one series of games that they dropped. What else? GTA, a bunch of Star Wars titles, which we'll get into way later in the video. Literally just a bunch of like I can go on and on and on, but there's a bunch of PS2 classics. I got a good chunk of them. I mean, if I knew the game, I would get them, mainly because they were cheap, on the cheaper side. I can't remember exactly how much I did pay for the Grand Theft Auto games, but well, Grand Theft Auto game, because this is the only PS2 Grand Theft Auto game that I was able to get before they unfortunately took them off the PlayStation Store and pretty much most of the digital storefronts because of the definitive edition, which is a shame. But San Andreas, I actually had a really fun time with San Andreas. So I don't want to like generalize, but I do feel like, you know, my generation well, not maybe my generation, but I think people who may be a little younger than me, because I'm 25, if I've mentioned this a few times already, but I'm 25. So I do think people on the younger side might not be as excited or like enthused or even like motivated to play older games from maybe the PS2 generation. Because at least for me, I didn't grow up on PS2. It really wasn't until the Xbox 360 and PS3 that's where I found my lane with gaming. And so PS2 and earlier, I just never played too many games from those eras. And so I don't think a lot of people my age would really, unless that's what they grew up on, of course. I don't think if that's what they didn't grow up on, I don't think they want to go back to play older games. That's just a generalization on my part. That's really a whole other can of worms that we really don't need to talk about today. The reason I bring that up is I think even though this came out in like mid 2000s, I don't remember the exact year. I want to say maybe eyeballing maybe 2004 or 2005. I don't think 2006. I could be wrong. No, I don't know. I really don't. But the thing, like my whole point in this is that even though this is an older game, I still really liked San Andreas. I poured a ton of hours into San Andreas. I think I have 54 hours into San Andreas. The one thing that I will say is like the main hiccup here, which is not really like exclusive to this, just the saves, having to like restart entire missions because he's messed up. You know, the infamous train mission, bro. I have no idea how many times I had to restart that. There was the mission where you're piloting an RC plane. That was a pain. I remember though taking forever to get those, but in the end, the payoff was like extremely, like I remember those last few missions of GTA San Andreas, phenomenal. Like I still think, even though I have played 5 and I enjoy 5, to me, I think this is definitely like one of my favorite GTA games. I have touched pretty much every GTA game to come out from 3. So GTA 3, Vice City, this, 4, and 5. But I've only finished San Andreas and I've only finished GTA 5. And so, I mean, it's really not much like, I think just out of the GTA, because I think outside of this and GTA 5, GTA 4 is probably the only other one I've spent a good chunk of time in. Just the vibes of San Andreas, I really vibe with. CJ is an amazing character. I like the whole like RPG-ification of the thing. Like, you know, if you eat too much, you get fat. If you work out, you get buff, and you get all these different characteristics depending on what you decide to do. San Andreas is a huge map to explore. It's also funny because like the game is older, right? And so you have the map, you can pin where to go, but it doesn't give you like a GPS layout of where to go, right? So I mean, that was like I am the kind of person who relies on a map, right? If I don't know where I'm going, I need a map. Or like, if I'm driving, if I'm going in my own town, if I'm going somewhere I've never really gone before, I'm pulling up that map and I'm following that to my destination. That's just how I am. San Andreas though, I wasn't really like that, you know? I think because I spent enough time in there, I knew my way around. I knew if I knew the general direction of where to go, I'll just follow the roads. Just like like take me where you want to take me, right? And so, yeah, I really like San Andreas, man. Like, I want to go back and play, of course, the other GTA games from that trilogy, so like GTA 3 and Vice City, because a lot of people, when you bring up that GTA trilogy, they it depends, you know. I think it just depends on like what vibes you're looking for, like how you grew up or whatever. But a lot of people do, you know, go towards Vice City, which I can understand. You know, you can't really beat that 80s aesthetic, the music, of course, the vibes of that. But yeah, San Andreas just really brings something new to the table, and yeah, I really enjoy it. I am actually really excited to dive back because, like I mentioned before, I want to play through all the GTA games leading into GTA 6, and so this one I'm definitely looking forward to playing. I'm probably gonna do again, get the platinum for this, and then of course play it again, most likely on the definitive edition, to get the platinum there as well. Moving on, I'm gonna jump ahead one to Gravity Rush Remastered. This is a game that someone in my comments has requested that I play a lot, and so I eventually caved in and bought it when it was on sale for like $15. I have played Gravity Rush back before when it was on the Vita originally. I remember there was a demo on the Vita, and then I played the demo quite a bit. I eventually, you know, was able to buy it for the Vita, played it. Don't remember too much about it. I'm just going to be completely honest. It's been a long time, but you know, once I saw they remastered it, this is actually one of the more like expensive games still. Even if you get it pre-owned, it's like I tried to go physical again. Like I say, I always try to go physical when I can, but even still, like the physical price for this it's pretty expensive considering when it came out. Like I think this dropped, let's see, the remaster dropped in 2016, and it's still quite pricey if you were to get it from like GameStop or something. So that's why I just opted in for digital. Been again an incredibly long time. That's the one thing I do like. I like the art. Like I love the art style for this game. The gravity mechanics in this are really fun as well. I really enjoy that. And then of course, playing on the Vita, you know, you get the gyro controls, so you know you move the Vita around. I think you can still do that with the controller. I don't know for sure, but yeah, Gravity Rush Remastered. Definitely looking for. I enjoy Gravity Rush, so definitely looking forward to playing the remaster. Gravity Rush 2, on the other hand, a bit of a weirder game for me. I have 6 hours on this. I bought this years ago. This came out, let's see. This came out in 2017. I want to say I bought it in 2018, and I have played the beginning of it so many times. I just never got super far into it. No, let's not do that one. Trying to do new to old, and so dang, no, here we go. First trophy was in 2018, Christmas of 2018. I didn't play it again until 2021. This is probably the most I have played it, and then I just have not touched it since. So there's that. I don't know what it is. It's just always, I feel like it is always around like the Christmas, New Year time. I'm like, I'm gonna give this a shot. I'm gonna try it, and I just play for a little bit. I just never like. I think either just other games pull me away from it. I don't really know. I don't know what it is, but I need to play Gravity Rush 2. I need to just block out some time to play Gravity Rush Remastered, and then naturally follow that into Gravity Rush 2. I think that's going to be the goal for 2026, is to do that at some point. It's just 2 games, 2 simple games. I believe I can knock that out pretty quickly. There is some add-ons for it. Of course, following the physical video, when they had the Nier Automata costume pack, I of course had to drop it. Well, it's free, so of course I had to get that. There was a couple other free ones. Interesting ones. I most likely will get these whenever I do play it. So there is Gravity Rush. And so now moving on with the G's, we have Greedfall. This was a PlayStation Plus game I got. I do not know too much about this. Again, PlayStation Plus. It was a free game. I want to say it's like an RPG, maybe. I did look into it at some point, so I do want to say it is an RPG. But that is about it. Came out in 2021. That's about all I know. Grand Fandango, another PlayStation Plus game, but a game that I have at least heard about. I've heard good things about. This was another LucasArts game? Question mark. It doesn't show. It just says Disney Interactive, so I'm gonna assume it's LucasArts based off of that. Another one of those point and click Telltale style games I've heard a lot about. So yeah, I mean, it was just free. I got it way back when it was free. This PS4 generation, obviously, and definitely need to play this one because again, I've just heard nothing but good things about it. Guacamelee. My dad had this on his Xbox. I'm pretty sure this was one of the free games he got over there. And was it PlayStation Plus? I can't remember. Yeah, PlayStation Plus. So of course it's free. May as well go ahead and get on PlayStation side as well. And that's what I did. I really enjoy the combat in this one. Very simple 2D game. Beat 'em up, and yeah, dude, just a fun game. There is a second one. Need to check out the second one. I think I have on my wish list, so I just need to buy it at some point. But yes, really, I never got super far, which is why I'm kind of like scattershot here. But yeah. Oh wait, hold on. What is this for? A character. I just saw some for $1.49. I'm like, what is that? It's just a character. So there's that. Gunborg. Bought this one a few months ago. It was on sale. Arcade style action-packed platformer in space. Looking at the art, kind of like inspired me to get it. It was cheap, on sale, and so that's the main reason I got that. Hawken, one of those free games I got early on in the PS4 generation. 14 minutes, 1 trophy. I don't think this has a platinum, and I do not think you can even play it anymore because I'm going to assume the servers are not working because this came out in 2016. I don't know, maybe they still work. I'd have to look it up, but I don't know too much about this game at all. Again, free game I got early on. Heavenly Bodies, I believe this is also a PS5 game as well. I'm pretty sure I have I'm playing the PS5 version, but I'm going to talk about it here since it's already in this folder in this video. Free game. I think you're just in space. You're navigating like a body and use like through not G-force. Like you're just navigating bodies without. I cannot. I am terrible at describing this right now. Basically, it's just, let me pull up a video. That'll probably help. But like, you're just stranded in space and you're just moving your appendages, like in this video, to navigate through a space station or just even in space. And so, yeah, I played the beginning of this. That was a while ago. But beginning of the year is when I always kind of get an indie kick. So this was definitely one of those indie games I played early on one of these years, but I just never got super far into it. But free game, PlayStation Plus, so won't complain about that. Hellblade. Now we can lock in. Hellblade. I adore this game. I enjoyed this game a lot. Oh, it's a PS5 upgrade? Whoa, when did that happen? I did not know that. I'm downloading that right now. I am downloading this right now because I did not know this had a PS5 upgrade. I'm downloading it too. Let's just go ahead and download it. So yeah, Hellblade. So my dad is actually the reason I got this game, because knowing him, he's not a huge like indie game person, right? He sees a game that's interesting to him, he'll check it out. Like right now, he's playing Hades. He's playing Marvel Cosmic Invasion, which dropped a couple days ago on Game Pass. So it's just like, if a game if it looks cool to him, he's just gonna play it. If he hears about it, looks cool, he's gonna play it. And so I don't know what prompted him to get Hellblade, to be honest. But he played it. He played it for a few nights. And he really got into this game. He really got into it. He was actually looking into the development of this game. which is unusual for him, right? Like this stuff's just automatically there. You know, it's on the game, so you can definitely look at the behind the scenes stuff. But yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen him really get invested in a game like that. And so it made me want to get the game, you know? I decided to buy it. I decided to check it out. And so I bought it, and back, I think I mentioned this in my Cyberpunk thing, but back in like beginning of like late 2020, early 2021, I was not really like feeling the best mentally, right? I was definitely in my head. I just was not having, I was not feeling like I wasn't having a jolly good time, right? And so that's what really kickstarted my like fascination and my like itch to play indie games, because I just wanted to play. After I played Cyberpunk, I wanted to play some smaller games, you know, nothing, I didn't want to play anything too big for a little while. And so that's when I just went through my library, found a bunch of indie games, and this was one of them. This is one of those games I had sitting there. And, you know, I heard good things about it from my dad. So I decided to check it out. And I absolutely enjoyed this game so much. This was such an interesting game. You know, you're playing as this Viking, or I don't remember her name. I think Senua, it's in the name, duh. You're playing as Senua, just basically like, I don't remember the exact details of the story, but you're playing as Senua and you're in this Viking, like this Norse era, just like, the game plays with sound in an interesting way, you know. These are definitely games where you need to play with a headset, you know. It's like, I was playing with a headset at the time, right? I was always playing games with headsets at that time. And yeah, there's the interesting things they do with sound, you know, the way the voices kind of mess with you and everything. That was really, really cool. I need to, I'm just thinking about the second game right now. I need to play it. It's finished, PS5 upgrade. Hopefully that one has a platinum, because I would definitely go for that again. But yes, Hellblade is such a fantastic game. Highly recommend it to anybody. Bro, this was like, when I finished this game, I felt it, man. Like, I wasn't emotional. I didn't like, you know, cry or anything like that, but I felt it, you know. I definitely felt it. I'm like, not like, I understand why this was such a good game, because I absolutely love this game. It was so good. Definitely recommend it to anybody, and I need to check out the second game. I really do. I have it on Game Pass. I played it for a little bit when it came out. I only played like the first chapter though. Like, it's on PS5 now. I don't know. I don't have Game Pass anymore, so might have to just like shell out some money and get it on here, because that platinum, you know. But moving on, we have Hitman. Hitman is a series I like do not have a lot of lore with, a lot of history with. I was never like a Hitman person. My dad never got these games. I have a cousin who likes the Hitman games, but that is about it. I've grown up hearing about these games a lot, you know, seeing them all over the place. I remember when this came out. This is, of course, I got on PlayStation Plus. I've only played like 40 minutes of it. I think I played the opening tutorial section maybe a couple times. Yeah, I only have 2 trophies. There's no platinum in this. I wonder if there's a platinum at all in this. I don't really know. That's unfortunate. I thought there would at least be a platinum, but no, you don't see it. Anyway, I played the beginning of this one like so many times. That's about it. That's all I can really say about this. I just do not have a lot of history with Hitman. The same goes for Hitman 2. It was a PlayStation Plus game, which is why I got it. I will say, with these, because there's like the Hitman games that came out like the 2010s, like I guess because there was like Absolution and stuff that came out on, I think it was Absolution, came out on PS3. But just looking at the PS4 series of Hitman games, you can definitely see, like, you know, they're interconnecting it a little more. Now I think it's just like the Hitman World of Assassination like package or something. You get all 3 games. I think now that I'm remembering, the thing with this Hitman that set it apart is that it was like episodic, and so you would get mission, like it wouldn't be the full game at launch, right? You would get missions kind of like here and there, just I guess to encourage you to play, like replay and like explore different routes and stuff for these games. And so I think that's the main thing that sets these 2 Hitman and the Hitman 3 apart as well, I think. And so that's that. I would actually really like to play the Hitman games at some point. You know, I'm not like I don't want to say I'm not, but stealth games, you know, I have to be, I had to get invested in them. I will say that, because like but Dishonored, one of my favorite, like Dishonored is one of my favorite stealth games ever, right? And so it's definitely, I can definitely get into it, but it's just gonna take me a minute. And then moving on, we have Homefront: The Revolution. I talked about Homefront a little bit in my PS3 video, how I finished that in like a weekend. And so of course, once I finished that, you know, whenever they're making this one, it kind of was on my radar, because I'm like, oh, I'll play the first one, you know, might as well check out this one. And so I had it physical for a little while. I just never really like played too much of this. When did this come out? This came out, let me go back to the product page. This came out in 2016. Knowing me, I got it in 2017, probably when it was on a Black Friday sale or something. And so, I mean, kind of looking at the screenshots and what I remember, the gameplay of it was like pretty tight. I just think, you know, when I have multiple games I'm trying to play and balance at one time, it's kind of just whatever one happens to hook me in first or hook me in faster, that's just where I'm naturally gonna stick. And so I think that is just what happened with Homefront: The Revolution. I was playing other games got my attention. I just never really focused on this one entirely, so I eventually traded that in. But of course, once I was getting back into platinums and stuff, that's when I decided to get it. And so I don't believe this one has any multiplayer stuff to it. If not, it's not like Homefront where it had its own dedicated multiplayer mode. I think this may just have like some co-op stuff or something like that. I don't really know for sure. And so I had to look into it, but you know, if I could still get the platinum, I would definitely, I mean, that's the main reason I bought it. So I think I also bought like the DLC and stuff for it too. And yeah, I just saw that last time. It's like I think the main, this is like, just like you're in a resistance. I don't know why I just like paused on that, but yeah, like I have some free stuff. So does this have DLC trophies? I'm just very curious. There's 75, so I don't, yeah, I would imagine there are DLC trophies in this if there's all that many. So yeah, I would have to look into this and see if I can still get the platinum for it, and if so, I would definitely like to check that out again. Getting to the Hotline Miami games, I did recently buy these on the PS5 version, but since we're here, I mean, I played most of it on PS4, have 4 hours of it, I have 7 trophies. As you can tell, I have not done the community thing yet, but I definitely will, because Hotline Miami, I don't know what prompted me to even get this in the first place. Maybe it was on sale, maybe. But yeah, once you start playing, like the gameplay of it is actually like really nice, really fun, very brutal, because for those who don't know, basically you're just like a hitman. You're just going through different places, and it's top down 2D, and basically you're just kind of like taking out whoever you can, but if you get caught, you die and hit. And so that's the main, and like you have to just, it's basically just trial and error for most of it. And so that's basically the main like gameplay loop of that. And to some people that may not sound fun, I can understand it, but to me, I actually really enjoyed it. Like I played this when I was maybe 16, 17, something in that range. And so yeah, it was definitely frustrating at moments, but I mean, I enjoyed it. I really did like the gameplay loop of it. And so I never finished it, but you know, I think we're going to change that pretty soon, because I would definitely like to get that platinum for you guys. Y'all asked for that way back when. And then of course Hotline Miami 2, I never finished Hotline Miami 1, so I just never got around to playing this. So I don't know too much about it. I really don't. So I can't really give too much of an opinion here, but just know I have it in my library. So whenever we do finish Hitman or Hotline Miami, we'll just gradually move on to Hotline Miami 2. Wrong number. How to Survive Storm Warning. This was one of those free games or a cheap game that I bought. My dad had this on his Xbox. I played quite a bit of it on his Xbox. And so then I got on my PlayStation, only played for 2 hours. I have 3 trophies. And so the main premise there's nothing like that I can really show, but the main premise is like let me see if I can just, I'm not gonna read all that. Basically, it's a survival game. You're stranded on an island, and so you just have to survive, you know, find materials, craft things, make a shelter, fight off the hostiles, stuff like that. If you played any survival game, that's what it is. This is, from what I remember, like a isometric type game. So there is that to set it apart. I Am Bread, that's the next game. A very popular platinum game you see in the community. I bought this way back when. This came out in 2015. I know this is also another one of those like early YouTuber games, I guess, when it came out. And so basically, I feel like if you're watching this video, you have an idea of what I Am Bread is because you've seen countless YouTubers in the even just not even platinums, but just in general, plenty of YouTubers have covered this game. So I mean, basically, you're a loaf of bread. You're just navigating whatever room you happen to be in, and you just need to make it to the toaster. I don't know what you're doing with baguettes and bagels. I never got that far, but basically, yeah, it's like the slice of bread. You're just basically just trying to find the toaster to toast. But the thing is, you can't get too dirty because if you get too dirty, then you're not edible, and that's how you fail the mission. And so, well, I guess based off that, you're not really a toaster. You're just trying to get cooked, and so you can't get soggy. I don't think. But that's I Am Bread. I played some of it back when I got it. I don't know when. I can look at the trophies. It's new to old. 2016, 2015 actually. Christmas of 2015. Sounds about right. And so, yeah, I Am Bread. Only played it for a few days, as you can see, but again, a very popular YouTube game. Maybe I'll throw my hat in the ring at some point. I don't know how, I know it's difficult. I don't know how difficult it is, but maybe, man, maybe we gotta check it out. I Am Bread. Iconoclast. I got this one not too long ago because, again, it looked cool. Very interesting art style here. It was on sale, so I picked it up. Figure I could play it for like an indie game series or something. Indigo Prophecy. I've heard a little bit about this game. This came out I think PS2 generation, if I am correct. Quantic Dream. That's what I was trying to think. I knew I bought it because a studio I know made it, but it was Quantic Dream. So that's the main like Quantic Dream made it. I just see it was always on sale on the PS5 or PS4, I guess. So that's why I got it. I don't know too much about it. I know there's a weird QTE sequence in this, I think, but that's about it. That's about all I know. We get to the Infamous games, but before I get to First Light, we're gonna move on to Second Son. As you all can tell by the many videos I've made, if you look at my profile, I love Infamous. I love the Infamous games. They are some of my favorite games of all time on PlayStation. And so, of course, as given how much I loved Infamous 2, it was just, once I heard they were making an Infamous Second Son for the PS4, like the thing says, it was a no-brainer. I bought it. My dad got this for me day one, and I finished it that same weekend. Of course, you know, you always have to do 2 playthroughs, but I finished that first playthrough that first weekend, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed Infamous. Now, in hindsight, not my favorite one, just because I'm not the biggest fan. Really, so I think it's just the story. Story is just where I'm not the biggest fan of this game, just because I don't think the choices really have like a lot of nuance to them like they did in the previous Infamous games. That's honestly like one of my main like criticisms of it. Other than that, the gameplay of this is super smooth. The city of Seattle, I enjoy traveling through that. The companions you meet along the way, really cool. Of course, Laura Bailey's Fetch. I don't remember who plays the nerdy guy. I can't remember his name. Eugene, I think is his name. I could be very off base with that, but I don't remember who voices him. But I enjoyed him. You know, I enjoyed all the power, like having all the different powers and like elements of powers was like a really cool way to shake things up. And of course, again, this game was a technical marvel on the early this is one of the early PS4 games, and it still plays and looks fantastic. And so I played a good chunk of this back in 2014, you know, did the bad ending, did the good ending, and then of course I came back and it's like 2021 when I was doing my Infamous Platinums. And so of course, once I finished Infamous 1 and 2, this was just a natural progression, and it went away. I'm trying to get it back. The Platinums, I've of course got the Platinum for this back in March of 2021, and absolutely love the Infamous series. Enjoy Second Son a lot. We're gonna go back up and go for the First Light because I want to just show how like diabolical, like, oh, actually, no, that's already not that bad. I thought I platinumed this like 2 or 3 days after Second Son. Nah, it was probably like a good couple weeks or so after, well, like a week and a half, give or take. But yeah, First Light, I also enjoyed this. This is my like the first time I remember buying some sort of DLC or an expansion for a game. You know, I loved Second Son so much at the time. I just wanted more Infamous content. And so, of course, I had to get First Light. Enjoy First Light. Enjoy focusing on Fetch. A smaller game, of course, a shorter story, smaller open world, but that's completely fine for what you're getting, what you're paying for. I spent 17 hours in this because, again, I played it back in 2014 when it released. And again, a few years ago when I was getting the platinum. Really enjoyed my time with it getting the platinum as well. There's a fun like arcadey style mode in there. Really fun playing that. And so yeah, those are the two Infamous games on PlayStation 4. I did not mention this, but Second Son, I did have physical. I think I might have touched on this, but yeah, I did have physical, traded it in, and then of course just got it digital. I really would like to get a physical version of this at some point, just to have it again. But yeah, that's the Infamous games. Sucker Punch, I know you're making the Ghost games, but please just consider remastering Infamous in some capacity. Your PlayStation, you're already remastering so many games that don't need it. Give us the Infamous remasters, please. That's all I ask. Moving on, we have Injustice: Gods Among Us Ultimate Edition. Now, I touched on this a little bit in my PS3 video, but I love them, or no, actually I touched on this more when I talked about Injustice 2. But I enjoy Injustice: Gods Among Us. I really do. I got this, of course, when it first released on PS3. That's where I played it first. My dad ended up getting it on his Xbox 360, and then some point later on down the line, I would get it again for my Vita, which I think is where I spent the most time, just because, of course, it's portable. I can take it with me anywhere. And so, as a result, I didn't spend too much time in the PS4 version. I only have 5 hours, as you can see, but I really liked the first Injustice game so much. I just remember, like, before it came out, seeing all the promos and stuff and just being incredibly hyped for this game. Of course, I think this was not necessarily when I was getting into DC, because I'd already known about them at the time, but you know, this is when I was getting into Superman. I was somewhat getting into Batman. You know, of course the Arkham games were pretty big for me as a kid, and so I was definitely like really like into DC at the time, like DC fighting game. That, and I want to go back, that animation looked a little wonky for Batman when he landed. I gotta see this one more time.
Metropolis will be history.
That landing animation was super wonky, but anyway, yeah, I definitely think having NetherRealm make this game was like an excellent choice, because we've had, like, I remember Mortal Kombat versus DC is a game that we got back on PS3, or like early PS3 days, and so I definitely think NetherRealm was like because they were going off of what, Mortal Kombat 9, and so this was just a natural progression of the series. And I think, yeah, they definitely knocked it out of the park for me with Injustice. Like, I'm not, again, fighting games were definitely something I played casually around this time, but I really got into the story of Injustice. This was just something I booted up like a random day in the weekend, and I ended up enjoying the story so much. I'm like, dang, this story is actually really good. And of course the character roster was like phenomenal. Like, you got Raven, you got Joker, you got Bane, of course you got the mainstays, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Green Lantern, all of them. You got Slade, or Deathstroke, Nightwing. I can go on and on. This is also when I was getting big into Teen Titans too, so that was another thing that was like, yeah. And then Man of Steel. And so of course with the Ultimate Edition, you get all the DLCs, you get all the skins, you get all that. And so Injustice, man, freaking love this game so much. Love it. I need to go, like, I remember tooling around getting the platinum a few years ago, but this is gonna be a massive grind. Massive grind. Because let me go back, hold on, there's some multiplayer stuff in here. I just saw win an online game, that was one. King of the Hill, 200 online matches, that's the other thing. Yeah, gonna be a grind, a tedious one, but yeah. Moving on, we have Inside. I'm going to talk about it here, even though this one came out after Limbo, which you can see right there from the creators of Limbo. I don't have too much experience with these games, but my dad does. My sister actually is the one who kind of got us into these because she was watching YouTube heavy at the time, watching like let's plays and stuff of games, and this was just one of those games that she happened to watch whichever YouTuber she watched play. And so then my dad played them, and I had heard about them before, but I just never really like looked into them like that. But you know, decided to get them. I think I may have touched I played Limbo a little bit, but not a lot of it, not a lot. But Inside, can't speak too much just because I have not played it, so I don't really have too much history with that. It Takes Two, Game of the Year in 2021. Yes, 2021, because Elden Ring was 2022, and then, you know, so on and so forth. So yeah, 2021, this was a big shock to me because I had heard about this game. So yeah, when it just comes to these games, I don't have anyone to play them with, which is just why I never played them. Because like you have A Way Out, you have this, you have Split Fiction, which came out this year. I just don't have a buddy to play with. I'm pretty sure I can find someone to play with. It's just, I don't know. You know, it's a commitment. But yes, I did get this because it was a PlayStation Plus game. So I mean, it was free. So I may as well just get it on here. And I mean, yeah, it won Game of the Year. So that's all I can say. Don't have much to say there. Jak and Daxter: The Precursor Legacy. Got this one. Another one of those PS2 classics that I got on PS4 way back when. Never played it though. It's just been sitting here for a while, and these games go on sale all the time, and so it's just I may as well go ahead and get the other ones. I think they are on PS5 as well. So I don't know if I'm gonna swing PS4 or PS5 route, but either way, we have them. This is another one of those tentpole PlayStation series though, early PlayStation series that has not. This has been lying dormant for years at this point, and so yeah, that's that. Journey. I can't speak about Journey quite a bit because this is another game I played quite a bit a while ago. PlayStation Plus game. I know they dropped it for free in 2020 when, you know, everyone was at home. That was just one of the games they happened to drop for free. But yeah, I had this sitting around on PlayStation Plus for a while. Again, early 2021, when I was in my indie kick, this was just one of those games I played. And even before then, I'd heard amazing things about it. It dropped on PS3 originally, and so I just heard nothing but great things about it. And once I played it, I could definitely understand why. Because yeah, dude, it was such a fun experience to like just check out. It was a smaller game, of course, but yeah, Santa Monica Studios. I remember that game company. I wonder if that's who ported it to the PS4. But I mean, yeah, this was just like this is a breathtaking game. I'm like such a fun time. And so I remember, like, you're just, you know, journeying through these locations, these majestic locations, right? And I remember the neat thing about it is like the light co-op mechanics that are in here. Not even mechanics, but just like co-op. Like you can just randomly find other people in the game. I remember that's what happened to me. Kind of, I want to say a third of the way through the game, I just randomly found somebody, and we were just kind of like going through the game together. You know, just, I don't know who this person is, but like you don't have mics, and so it's just like you're all just going through this journey together. Eventually, we did like right here, and so you just randomly meet somebody, and you know, just team up and just go through the game. And so I do remember, I don't remember how far we didn't play much because we just eventually like split off. He went and did his own thing, but this section. I don't know why. I vividly remember this section of the game. One of my favorite sections for whatever reason. But yes, dude, Journey is such a great game. I'm surprised I only have 2 trophies. Like, it says I only have 1 hour in the game. I feel like I played a little more than that. I'm pretty sure I played for more than like a few hours, easily. But let me see the trophy. Like, I only have 2 trophies. One for finishing the game, and then sneaking through the underground passage without tearing your scarf. That's the only 2 I'm kind of surprised. I feel like I should have more, but I guess not. Companion, you know, I'd like to get this at some point, but I just have to, you know, I guess find someone to play with. Sit and meditate with another player for more than 20 seconds. Meet 10 or more unique travelers. That's interesting. I can definitely get this one because it's been longer than a week since I played it, so I can definitely pop that trophy if I ever get back into it. But yes, dude, Journey. Is there even a platinum? I just realized I don't think there's a platinum. There's not. Hey man, it's such a good game. I would still try 100% it easily. It's such a it's such a phenomenal game. Journey did so good. Just Cause 4 PlayStation Plus game, as you can see. Never actually, no, it's a lie. I did play the beginning of this. I played 20 minutes of it 1 year. I don't remember when, but yeah, it was a free game on PlayStation Plus. From my understanding, this is just more Just Cause 3 pretty much. You know, you got more weather events, you got more gadgets you can mess with, but I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to be like that person who's like, oh, it's just DLC for Just Cause. Like, no, I'm not trying to be like that kind of person. But yeah, I don't really think there's a whole lot new to this package than Just Cause 3. But we have to play it. Just have to check it out one day and see how it holds up. Kingdom Come Deliverance. This is another one of those games. This came out in 2018. I remember all the hubbub about this one, just how realistic it was. Like, I remember one of the first quests that you can do, you have to like bring someone beer, but if you wait too long, becomes stale or something. So yeah, like jumping ahead a little bit to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, just like how realistic it is. Like I remember like one of the things is like if you don't take a bath for so long, you can alert the guards by how like bad you smell. So yes, like these games are uber realistic in some cases, which I think is really cool. But yeah, I just remember all the hubbub about Kingdom Come Deliverance back in 2018, and it kind of, you know, put on my radar. I think I may have watched some reviews at the time, and so just I've had it on my radar since. Bought it a few years ago when it was on sale. I think I have the DLC for it as well, the season pass. Yes, I do have the season pass, and so whenever I do decide to hop into this, because it's going to be an investment for sure, I do have everything to go for like full 100%. I can't view the trophies right now, but I would imagine, oh, did I get I just realized it says the Royal Edition, so that's how I got it. But yeah, just whenever I do get into it, I'm going to be prepared, get 100% everything. It's just going to be a grind, or not even a grind, just dedication. Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning PlayStation Plus game. Do not know too much about it. THQ Nordic game. That's about it. RPG, fantasy RPG maybe. That's about it. That's all I know. Lara Croft Go. Got this when I was in my Lara Croft Tomb Raider phase. This is definitely one of the easier platinums that I've heard about. And so I remember, so there's this, and then there's Hitman. Pretty much, I guess, just Square Enix games. You know, this like top-down tile kind of game. So very easy to get through, and it's just gonna be like a natural game to play whenever I get to the Tomb Raider games. Let's see, we have Lawn Mowing Simulator, but this is also a PS5. Like, there's a PS5 version, so I'm just gonna save that for the PS5 version. So let's just go ahead and jump into the slew of Lego games I have here. So first of all, let me just go ahead and say, this one, Lego Batman 3, had physical, Jurassic World I had physical, Avengers physical, and Superheroes physical. I did have those 4 games physical, but of course at some point they just got traded in at some point, so I ended up opting in for the physical version. But everything else either just kind of was like, I don't know, I just opted in for digital for whatever reason. This starts with Lego Harry Potter The Collection. This one I got shortly after I watched Harry Potter for the first time, which was back in my senior year of high school, so 2018. I just wasn't super into Lego games at the time, so I hardly played any of it when I first got it. I only played for maybe 15 minutes with my sister. That's about it. But no, I did play it again. It was earlier in the year when I was just, you know, going through the Lego series. So this is 2 games in one. As you can see, you get Harry Potter years 1 through 4, and then 5 through 7. You get, like, right, as you can see right here, they did remaster it again for the PS5. I don't know the reason for this, because I feel like it's the same game. I don't know. Call me crazy. It even has the same promotional art for it. So it's just like, I don't really understand the reasoning for making the game again on the PS5 when it already runs fine on PS4, but I don't know. So yeah, Lego Harry Potter years 1 through 4. I played that one beginning of the year, and I'm currently going through 5 through 7 at the time of me recording this. They both come from two different eras because I'm doing like research on these games as I play. And so year 1 through 4 is like the last game from whatever engine they were using before. And so then 5 through 7 is coming from a different engine that they're using for, it was from like Lego Star Wars 3 onward. And so yeah, if you definitely play these back to back, you can definitely tell there's a difference. Of course, when they were coming out, there was a couple other Lego games in between them. And so, you know, naturally different. Like you can look at the screenshots, these are 1 through 4. You can definitely tell this was still using that early Lego game engine based off like hair pieces, expressions, stuff like that. But then you move to 5 through 7, much more detailed, a little more polished, a little more clean, shiny. And so, yeah, definitely, you know, differences between those two. But so far, like as I'm playing them, gameplay wise, not too different from each other. You know, you still have the same set of powers. There are of course different changes, a lot. Of course, this is natural for sequels and stuff. But yeah, Lego Harry Potter Years 1 through 4, really enjoyed that one. And so far I'm enjoying 5 through 7. I'm not super deep into it. I'm only in like this like year 6. So I definitely have to get back into, you know, playing that one a little more. I'm probably will, just because it's end of the year. Don't really have too much play. I'm not really playing too much right now. And so definitely gonna just hop into it like and finish 5 through 7. Yeah, because I do have the platinum for the first one, and as you can see, just working on the platinum for the second one. Lego Batman 3 Beyond Gotham. I should have been hyped for this one. I'm pretty sure I was at the time, but because I mean, I loved Batman 2, Lego Batman 2 so much. It's still one of my favorite Lego Batman game or Lego games in general. But yeah, Lego Batman 3 just didn't really do it for me at the time. Didn't really scratch that Lego itch I was going for. Maybe this was the beginning of my decline when it came to Lego games. Cause yeah, I played for, this is definitely wrong. I did not play for 19 hours. If anything, I played for less than 10 hours. I do have 14 trophies in the base game. A lot of DLC, as you can see, but I did get the season pass for it when it was on sale. So we can definitely, you know, get 100% in this game, which is gonna be fun. But yeah, let me see. Let's go back to the trophies. Of course, I got this in Christmas of 2014. Is that when it came out? Yeah, Christmas of 2014. Level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13. How do we jump from 8 to 13? Why is it out of whack? Bro, I do not remember playing these levels, bro. I do not. There's how many levels? 15? It was a bonus level. I do not remember playing that much of this game at all, dude. I really don't. What was I doing in 2015? Because I do not remember this. I don't remember, but I did trade it in at some point. But of course, once I was getting heavy into the Lego series, I got it again. And so definitely interested to see how this holds up when I get back into the swing of things. I'm still super early into the series. I have not played Lego Batman 2 yet, even. And so it's still gonna be a minute before we get to this one, but definitely interested to see how my feelings on it are nowadays. Lego City Undercover, another one of those Lego games I just do not like. I've heard about. I remember this was a Wii U exclusive, and then of course this came to PS4 2017. But yeah, I just don't remember too much about it. I just know it's like Lego GTA essentially. You're playing as a cop and you're just doing stuff in the open world. One of the probably the only TT Lego games with an original story. You know, not based on any, well, I shouldn't say, I don't, this is one of the only Lego games based on their own IPs, if that makes sense. I know City's not really like you guys know what I'm talking, you guys know, based on their own themes. Let's phrase it that way, based on their own theme, rather than a licensed theme like Star Wars, DC, Marvel, anything like that, you know what I mean? And so, you know, I definitely think gives them room, gives them flexibility to do their own thing. In the end, I think it did work out. I think it did, like a lot of people hold on to this game very fondly, have nothing but great things to say about it. And so definitely once I get to Lego Batman 2, this is gonna be the next one I play after that. I played for 4 minutes back in like 2023 because I was really like in the mood to play a Lego game. I just didn't know where to start, which is when I'll get to one a little later. But anyway, moving on, we have Lego DC Super Villains. I got this one on PlayStation Plus. but I did have it originally on the Nintendo Switch when I was trying to get back into the swing of Lego games, but I just didn't play too much of it over there. I mean, I guess you can see the main gimmick here is that you're playing as the villains in DC instead of the heroes, which I think is a nice little twist. You do play as your own custom character too. One of the only Lego games where just you're encouraged to. I mean, it's pretty much like that's how the game starts. Is you're creating your own character, and so I do find that cool. You know, looking at this trailer, it's definitely using a lot of like the newer Lego pieces, like hairstyles and everything. Just something that catches my eye. So I think that's pretty cool. And I mean, yeah, like, I don't know why, like, when you think about modern Lego games, right? You know, of course, a lot of people talk about the Skywalker Saga, but when you look at just other, like, late 2010s, a lot of people talk about this one very well as also. And so, yeah, I'm actually like really excited to play this at some point whenever I get around to it. Hopefully with the way things are going, sooner rather than later when it comes to these Lego games. Lego Jurassic World, I platinum this last year. Like I mentioned, I did have this one physical at first in 2015. This is when this came out. This is when the whole Jurassic World, Jurassic Park series was kind of getting back on the rise. You know, it was kind of getting back into mainstream pop culture. I'd watched Jurassic Park for the first time that year. I remember we watched Jurassic World a little later that year, and I'm just like, I don't really see what all the hype was about Jurassic World personally. And those were the only two I'd watched for a while. I did come back and watch Jurassic Park 2 and 3 when I was getting ready to play this. I actually did not mind 2 and 3 that much. 2 was okay, but 3, I actually enjoyed the story of 3 more than I thought I would. I just kind of liked it was a little more of a personal story rather than just like dinosaurs are loose or we have to exploit the dinosaurs or something like that. I don't really like this is the generalized like look at the Jurassic series, but overall I did actually enjoy this game a lot more than I thought I would going in. You know, it was fun playing through the story. I think especially after I watched 2 and 3, you know, kind of fresh off that, it was cool to see how they incorporated that into the Lego, you know, their own Lego version of it. And so I did enjoy it when I did play it. I just see there's DLC packs, but this didn't have DLC trophies at all, which is kind of nice. 50 trophies, pretty straightforward platinum for a Lego game, you know, not much to it. And so that's Jurassic World. Lego Marvel Avengers, I did get this one. I want to say I did get it day one. I had to trade in some stuff, but I did get it day one. You know, I love Lego Marvel, and so Lego Avengers just seemed like we were fresh off of Age of Ultron, and I think we were getting ready for Civil War. So this was going into phase 3 of the MCU. And so, you know, got it day one because of course I love Lego Marvel. I love the MCU a lot. And so this just felt like a natural progression. I did stop pretty early. Like I got this day again, going back, first trophy was popped on January 26th of 2016. And then, you know, I played through all the story and then just stopped randomly middle of February. The thing with Marvel Avengers though is it really just a lot of Lego games around this time as well. I feel like I definitely understand why they released it at the time. Oh, as you can see, I got the season pass. I'm just kind of going through that. I can see why they released it at the time, but it just would have made a lot more sense if they waited a few more years when all the MCU movies were kind of done and just made an entire like Marvel Avengers game, right? Because yeah, this one really only covers the first Avengers movie and the second Avengers movie, and then it has majority of the phase 2 stuff as like short little like side mission kind of things. And so I just feel like it would have, like, if they waited a few more years and just kind of developed this, you know, kind of slowly as the movies were coming out, this could have been a banger video game. This could have been a long banger game, right? You have, say you have Avengers, you have Avengers 2, Age of Ultron, you have Infinity War, Endgame, and then just everything in between. So even, say you don't cover all the big MCU movies, right? You cover just some of them. So like you go a little more in depth with Iron Man. No, not even. I've got it. I got it. I cracked the code. So maybe like say instead of just doing like one movie at a time, right? You do one based off of a character, right? So you have Iron Man right here. You pull some key moments from Iron Man, key moments from Iron Man 2, key moments from Iron Man 3. That's an Iron Man story. Captain America, pull some moments from Captain America 1, Captain America Winter Soldier, Civil War. That's the Captain America storyline right there. Thor. You see where I'm going with this? Just like pull different character moments from the big MCU movies, label it for like certain characters, and then boom. So that way you're not making like a whole Iron Man 1 story, Iron Man 2 story, Iron Man 3 story, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? I just feel like it would have been more like, it would have made more sense if they included more of the MCU stories into this, because it's really just phase 2, to be honest. And then the open world that I kind of remember messing around with it a little bit, nothing like crazy. This really shouldn't be a knock either. I don't want it to sound that way. It's just New York again, right? But it's just like different time of day, you know, sunset as opposed to just like a sunny day. That's not a knock at all, but I think it's just like some been here, done that. You know, we already explored the map of New York and Marvel superheroes. Not entirely sure I want to do it again in Marvel Avengers, but that's just me. And so, yeah. Marvel Avengers, I definitely want to give this another fair shake whenever I get around to playing the Lego games. And of course, yeah, we got all this DLC. We have Spider-Man, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Man, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. What a show. Love that show. Doctor Strange, Black Panther, and so Ant-Man. So yeah. That's Marvel Avengers. Of course, Marvel superheroes, you know, one of the best Lego games as well, in my opinion. Got the platinum for this last year in 2024. One of my favorite Lego games. Again, just this really kind of one of those last Lego games I played before I went on my little hiatus, I guess you can say. Because again, this was like peak. This came out in peak MCU time. This was like 2013. This is also before PS4 came out as well. So like I said, like in my PS3 video, this is one of the first PS4 games I had. One of the only PS4 games I had as well. So I played a ton of that. You have everyone, instead of just like the whole, like just MCU corner of things, you have people from Fantastic Four or like Avengers, MCU kind of thing, but you also have Fantastic Four, you also have X-Men, many other different corners of the Marvel universe. And so that was just always fun, always a unique thing about the Lego Marvel games, because again, you didn't see that in Lego Marvel Avengers, which was unfortunate. And so there's a lot I could say about Marvel superheroes. I love this game. I poured so many hours of it when I got on PS4. Again, I think I played enough to reach 89%. 89%. I easily could have 100% of this game back in the day. This could have been one of my first platinums back in the day, because I think when I picked it back up last year, I only had maybe like 5 or 6 trophies to do. So yeah, I could have finished this way back when. But yeah, Marvel Avengers, or not Marvel, Lego Marvel Superheroes, one of my favorite Marvel games, Marvel games and Lego games of all time, easy. And then we get to Lego Hobbits. This is gonna like expound more upon the point I was just making about Avengers, because they dropped this in the middle of the trilogy. I don't understand. I just never understood that. This has always been one of my big, even back then when I wasn't like super into like the Hobbit, out 2014. And when did Smog, I'm pretty sure Desolation of Smog came, or not, the last one, I don't remember the subtitle for that one, but the last one came out later this year. I don't know what the issue would have been if they waited another year for all 3 of those movies to come out, but I don't know. It's just something that's always boggled me, always kind of messed with me. I accidentally downloaded that. I didn't mean to do so, but yeah, again, just whenever, I still need to play Lego Lord of the Rings, and so just whenever I do get around to, you know, finishing, or just natural, I'm going through these in release order. So just whenever I get around to playing Lego Hobbit, that's when I'm gonna play it. There are some DLCs here, but obviously not the one that we wanted, which is the third movie. So, wow, that was very fast. That was fast. Is it still like? Is there some other stuff downloading behind this? Let me. Yeah, there is. But still, that was actually really fast. It's still only like a minute and a half. That's very crazy. But anyway, hey, that's what happens when you have wired internet, y'all. Y'all need to invest. Lego The Incredibles. This is again another one of those Lego games that came out when I just wasn't super into Lego games. I got it. I actually did not get this with the this is what really kickstarted me wanting to get the Lego series or play and platinum all the Lego games to begin with. Because again, I got this back when I was getting into platinums, like making platinum videos. This is one of the games I saw, Lego games were always like a safe option for a quick, easy platinum. And so I just figured, play this, get a quick, easy platinum out of it. And then once I finished it, I was writing my script and whatnot. And I was just thinking, I don't know if this is like fine on its own, right? That was just my 2023 mindset. I'm obviously thinking about it a little differently now. But yeah, I was just kind of like, that's what really just kickstarted my whole idea for wanting to get the platinum for all the Lego games. And so that is, I credit Lego Incredibles for that. This is just an okay game, I will say. This came out, I think the day Incredibles 2 came out, which was like 2017, I believe. And so this covers like the story of Incredibles 2. You play through that first, and then once you finish that, you play through the story of the first Incredibles game. And so, I mean, it's not a bad Lego game by any means, of course. It's just okay, you know what I mean? The one thing I will say, this really isn't like a major gripe I have, but I think just to fit the whole 2-player co-op thing, they do, 2018, I'm tripping, y'all. To fit the whole 2-player co-op thing, they had to change some stuff around, change the story a little bit, which, as a big fan of The Incredibles, I'm not the biggest fan of those changes, but hey, it's just a Lego game, so it's really not that deep at the end of the day. And I mean, yeah, it's a fun game. It's a fun game to play, fun open world to explore as well. You do unlock a somewhat varied cast of characters. You unlock a lot of Disney Pixar characters too, which is really neat, really nice. So yeah, I enjoyed my time with this back in 2023. And that's all the Lego games. Moving on, we have Let It Die. This is actually getting a lot of traction these days now, because I think they're supposed to be dropping an offline version of this pretty soon. I never played much of this back then, so I think I just saw like a post the other day, you can transfer your data from this to the offline version. I only played for 11 minutes, so it's not a big deal for me. Don't have any trophies, does it have a platinum? I don't even know. Let's unhide that. No, I don't think it does. So, but I don't know what this game is about. I just saw it was free back then, so I just figured I'd try it. Year's 2026, which is next year or this year if I release this in 2026. Not much to it. Hack and slash online survival roguelike. That's how you get me. I don't know, man. I might have to look into the offline version. Maybe I'll have to watch. I might watch some reviews or something after this, see what the hype was here. Because yeah, you put roguelike. I'm like really into roguelikes now, so you put that into anything, kind of got my attention a little bit. And so let's Let It Die. Life is Strange 2, but we're gonna jump to Life is Strange. But before we even do this, I want to jump to Limbo first, because we were just talking about Inside a few minutes ago. And so in Limbo, this is the first game from that studio. Well, I shouldn't say the first, because I don't know for sure, but just one of the first games I heard about from this studio, like the people that made Inside. And so, I mean, you talk about the art style is really, really interesting, really eerie when you think about it, but very interesting, unique art style for the time. You're just a little boy. I think the description was you're looking for your sister. Yeah, just a boy enters Limbo looking for his sister. And, you're just platforming. You're trying to avoid deadly traps. I know spiders are kind of deadly in this game too. Can kill you in one hit. You run into some weird creatures here. And so I do remember this one a little bit. I want to say I have on my Switch, but I don't know for sure if I do. but I know about this one a little bit more than Inside. I will say that. And so that is Limbo. And we're gonna go back to Life is Strange. Played this one heavy back in 2017. The summer of 2017. As you can see by my like completion times, bro, let me tell you, man. I still am some nights. It just kind of depends. But I was a night owl heavily back in like when I had breaks in high school. I was up super late in the night. College, bro, I was up to like 3 or 4 in the morning most nights because my classes were later on in the day. If I had to work, it was usually in the afternoon. And so night times were just when I would reclaim my free time, essentially. And so, yeah, like I finished this at 2:32 a.m. on June 27th of 2017. And so Life is Strange, this was a PlayStation Plus game. One of the very few PlayStation Plus games that I actually played instead of it having just sit in my library. And that changed me forever. I shouldn't say changed me because that's a little too much, but I really enjoyed the Life is Strange games after that. You know, this again, once I finished this, I later got the Before the Storm version, and I played all of them pretty much since. I played Life is Strange 2, I played True Colors. True Colors is the only one that I have the platinum for. I'll talk about that in my PS5 video. And then Double Exposure, have not played that, but I would like to play it pretty soon. Maybe during like our holiday break, which is in a couple weeks when I'm recording this. And so Life is Strange, absolutely love this game. Again, like I said Before the Storm, these are longer episodes. You know, these can take anywhere from like 2 to 3, sometimes maybe even 4 hours for an episode. Like, I'm just looking. Yeah, so like it took me like so I finished episode 4 at 12:01 a.m. and then I finished episode 5 at 2:32. So like 2.5 hours if I wasn't like lollygagging or anything like that. So yeah, longer episodes for sure, but really fun games. I enjoy them, even like, cause I played this one when I was in high school. Very curious how I would feel about it now that I'm like 6 years removed from the high school atmosphere. I would imagine though it still hit the same. I don't think that really like matters or anything. And I definitely do want to go for the platinum this time around. I've already finished the story, and so most of it is really just collectible based, like take pictures of this in episode this. That's really all it is. So I'm just gonna have a guide up next to me. That's why different True Colors. Just gonna have a guide, most likely from Power Picks, and just going from there. So that's Life is Strange. We get into Little Nightmares. I do not know too much about these games, if I'm going to be 100% honest. I just know 2D games, they're horror games. That's about all I know. I don't know who you're playing. I don't know what you're trying to do. I don't know like what your main objective is here. But I have this one on PS4. Also Little Nightmares 2. Let me see. I'm wondering. This one does not seem to have. This one does have a PS5 version. But I don't know if I have PS4. I don't know. I'll have to find out. But Little Nightmares 2, there's that. And yeah, I just don't have too much to say about those games. Little Big Planet 3. This was another game I got back in 2014. I mentioned this in the PS3 video, but like Little Big Planet games, I tend to play these with my sister. But I think the reason we stopped playing so early on was like something happened with her character specifically. Some kind of bug happened and she lost all her content. She was very like all her clothing options and everything. She was very upset about that, and we never played after that. And the interesting thing about Little Big Planet is that it has been delisted from the PlayStation Store. I think it got delisted last year because a bunch of like DDoS attacks that kept happening on the studio and whatever, and so they just ended up delisting it, which really sucks. If I can find, because this was another game I had physical at first, if I can find a physical version, I would like to play physical, but I'm fine for now that I have it on PlayStation Plus. You just can't do any of the online stuff. Can I download this? I just see it has Mass Effect armor, so yeah, I got it. So yeah, just whenever I do play it, at least I can buy the costumes and stuff. That's really nice. There's a lot of them too. We can't buy this one, but Isaac Clarke from Dead Space. This woman, what's her name? Noriko from Heavenly Sword. Oh my God, bro. Are you serious? Dude, this is so cool. I wish I got this, bro. If you can't tell, I love Tron. I love Tron, bro. I wish I knew about this. I would have got this day one for sure, bro. Easy money. Man, just think how there's a lot of costumes. So many costumes. There's Ellie. I have her. Hold on. Okay. The guy on the left looked like the guy from Far Cry 3, but no, I guess it's just a character from Far Cry 3. Man, this sucks that you can't get a lot of these costumes, honestly. But hey, I got Mass Effect, so I won't complain about that. I have Delson from Infamous. Of course, yeah, of course I had to get that one. Some of them you can still buy. You got the DC pack. You got Sinestro right there. There's Batman, so you can get some DC stuff. Superman. Last of Us. What is this? Just a rebel? Just a random rebel. Gosh, this is, yeah, I'm definitely buying this. I'm definitely buying this. Dude, I'm buying this Mass Effect pack. Not right now. I'm buying right now. I probably should. I'm gonna buy it. Oh, wait. Oh, I just realized this is Little Big Planet 2. I'd imagine you can still play in Little Big Planet 3, right? Right? I don't know. If not, I just wasted $6, but it is fine. We have Gravity Rush characters. Dude, I didn't mean to like hijack this into like a Little Big Planet 3 section. Is this Men in Black? Sack in Black. That's funny. That's funny. That's cool. Dude, this is so cool. Of course I did my boy Nathan Drake. But yeah, I did not mean to make this into like a Little Big Planet 3 section. Buying this too. Bro, I'm not even playing. This is so cool. Again, if I can't use this, I just wasted $3, but I don't care. Bro, we got Infamous 2. So now we got Mass Effect and we got Infamous 2. We gotta keep going. Gotta keep going. See what else we got here. Who's this? Just Jaden. We got Sonic, the Sonic pack. Is this the Werehog? Nice, nice. We got Watchmen. That's actually pretty. Dude, they were cooking. Is this another Infamous one? That's funny. I'm not buying that one though. That's funny. Bro, they were Shell the Colossus. They were cooking, man. Straight up cooking with these. Now I am curious, because some of them that I think we reached the end. Dang. Loco Roco, that's kind of cool. But no, dude, that Clue one from Tron Legacy, that's nice. That John, nice, man. But okay, anyway. Little Big Planet 3. Got this one day one on PS4. I actually, hold on. Give me 1 second. All right, I found it. Because I think when I got Little Big Planet 3 in 2014, I got the, it was like a, not the normal one, whichever one was like the limited edition or whatever. And I still have this. I have Sackboy. I have held on to this for more than 10 years because I just figured like, why not, dude? Like I got them in whatever pack, like just whatever version of the game I got. Funny enough, I got this the same day because it just happened to drop the same day that the GTA 5 PS4 version released. And so yeah, dude, the version I got is just a little Sackboy. I just kept, not on the back, just like a tag for Little Big Planet 3. But yeah, dude, I've just kept them ever since. I just thought about it. I'm glad I remembered I had this. I just wanted to show it off to you guys. So yeah, Sackboy. But yeah, Little Big Planet 3, just never played too much of this because again, once that stuff happened to my sister's character, we just kind of stopped playing after that. I'm just really glad I was able to get it again in some form before it was delisted. I'm very curious how much this runs on like eBay or something, or even GameStop if they still sell it, because I'd imagine I imagine they're charging a pretty penny over there since you can't get it anywhere else. Loadout is another free-to-play game I got early on to the PS4, and similar to Blacklight Retribution, I actually played quite a bit of this. I have played for 21 hours, have 4 trophies, and so yeah, I can't find any gameplay for this, and the servers for this do not work anymore. They're unfortunately offline, but I do remember spending quite a bit of time in loadout back in the day. I don't know what really drew me in, like the art style, maybe the character models, kind of goofy, kind of funny. There's some emotes in there, some very intriguing character customization options that you can buy, and so yeah, that's loadout. Again, I enjoyed it for what it was, though. I did have a fun time playing this back then. Loco Roco Remastered, of course, had to get this, an essential game to play on the PSP. I don't know if I ever did play on PSP though. I played the demo though. I played the demo a lot on PSP. And so I remember when I was playing Astrobot, when that was coming out, and like, you know, people were getting their platinums and stuff. Very interesting seeing how people reacted to the Loco Roco levels, or the Loco Roco level. Cause I'm not trying to be funny or anything. I don't know how many people these days know about Loco Roco. I'm just gonna be honest. I feel like the hardcore of hardcore know about Loco Roco. I love Loco Roco. The gameplay loop is just incredibly simple. Like, you're just a ball. I wonder if I can find gameplay just so I can, for those who don't know, like, dang, oh yes, perfect. Like, gameplay loop in this is very simple. You're controlling this yellow ball, you have like these weird physics, you're eating fruit, and you're finding other like Loco Roco balls like here, and like you can like you see how many how many Loco Rocos you have. I don't even know if that's their name, but how many of them you have. Like, you can just join, like make a big ball, or like just small individual ones. You use the bumpers to go left or right. You like, dude, it's such a simple but effective gameplay loop. And you eat the fruit, that fruit, I think, to get more. Yes, dude, yes, that's how it works. And so, oh my gosh, yes, man. You see what I'm talking about here? Like, dude, I need to play this. I need to just sit down and play this, because this is such, looking at it is bringing back so many memories from when I would play the demo, like a lot on my PSP. Yeah, man, I just need to sit down and play this. I think I should have the second one, but I don't know if I do. I do not. It's $15. I'm gonna add it to my wish list though, and if it's ever free, I can get it. Right now I have the premium version of PlayStation Plus. I downgraded though. I'm going back to basic. I just needed it for something, and so yeah, I'm going back to basic in a couple days. And so yeah, if that ever goes on sale, I'm copping Little Big Planet 2, or Loco Roco 2. Lords of the Fallen. This is another PlayStation Plus game. Came out in 2014. It's a Souls-like. Again, it's just Souls-like. That's really all I know. I've watched a few reviews for this every now and then, because I was actually gonna do something. I have a challenge going on, like a platinum challenge. I was going to include this. I might. I don't really know though. I'm going to see. I'm going to consider it. I know they made a second one. Interesting things from that studio. That's about all I'll say from that. But yeah, Lords of the Fallen. Yeah. Lost in Random is one of the EA Originals games. I got this when I was getting into platinums. It was on sale. You're a little girl. You have a dice. Third-person gameplay. Kind of know. I don't know too much about this, to be honest. Mafia 2 Definitive Edition, just kind of naturally going along with the Mafia games. So now I have all the Mafia games on the PlayStation. This one I got, I think it was on PlayStation Plus. Yes, PlayStation Plus. And so I have all the Mafia games. I would like to get this one physical if I can at some point, but you know, it is what it is. It's gonna do. I mean, it was free, so I'm just like, why not? But yeah, if I can get digital or physical at like a decent price, I'd much rather do that. Right now it's on sale for $6, but probably not on sale when I put this video out. But yeah, I don't know too much about this one. This is the only Mafia game that I have not, out of like The trilogy. This is the only one I've never touched. So I just know I think this one held a world record for like most cuss words in a game. I think I do remember seeing that little clip and like, yeah, they cuss like every few seconds, and so that's an interesting little tidbit. If that's still even the thing, if that's still it's for that game. Maneater, another game you see a lot of in the platinum community. Pretty simple, pretty easy game. I remember seeing some gameplay of it a while ago, and it looked pretty fun. I was going to get this physical. I don't know what happened, so I just ended up getting digital. Yeah, it's the shark eating people. Doesn't get much simpler than that, but of course, you know, simple is always nice. Would like to do this for something. I don't know what kind of video I like to make for this, but would like to play this one soon. I really would. Metro Exodus. I did not realize I had this digitally when I was talking about Metro on my PS4 video, the physical version video. If I can, I would like to get physical, but for right now, I can settle with digital. I did play this a while ago on my PC, but again, just, you know, if I can get a platinum on PlayStation, I would just rather do that. I'm gonna skip forward a little bit in the video. As you can see, it looks fantastic. Like, it's a looker for sure. I remember playing on my PC and it looked really good. So I can only imagine it looking really good on PlayStation. Was there a PS5 upgrade for this? I can't remember if I saw that on this one. I don't know if there, well, is this a cross-gen? It is cross-gen. So yeah, definitely when I do play it, I bought the expansion pass. I don't know if I bought like a complete version of this, but yeah, Metro Exodus, I'm definitely gonna play the PS5 version for sure, because I would imagine that looks fantastic. And so I definitely need to play this one pretty soon. It's been a while since I played Metro Exodus, or not Exodus, but the first two Metro games. But yeah, I definitely need to check this one out. I played like a little bit, again, play a little bit on PC. So Minecraft Legends PlayStation Plus game. I get this one confused with Minecraft Dungeons every now and then. I think this one is a real-time strategy. It's something just a strategy game. I don't know about real time, but it is a strategy game. I don't know if that even makes a difference, but yeah, Minecraft Legends. I just got this for free. I did think about playing it earlier in the year when Minecraft was coming out, but I just never got around to it. Moving on, just kind of gonna do a quick hit for a couple of these. MLB The Show. From what I've heard, free game, PlayStation Plus, as you can see, one of the better sports games from what I've been hearing. This is made by Santa Monica Studios, I believe. Or is it Sony San Diego? Whichever one, I think it's Sony San Diego. I think that's what the studio is called. Something along those lines. But yeah, free game. Again, this is just one of the better sports games I've heard about. I feel like it's more, compared to like your Maddens and your 2Ks, I do feel like this one is more feature complete, and there's always like a bunch of extra content to make things a little more interesting. I remember the one that came out, let's see, so this one came out in 2023. So MLB The Show 25, or no, this came out in 2024. See, I'm just used to the naming conventions for Madden and 2K. So I do think it was this one actually. It was either, because I remember listening to a podcast about it. I think it was this one. It had the Negro Leagues in it, and so you can just kind of play, like, relive history with baseball through this game, which again, really neat concept. Like, you don't really see that a lot. I think 2K does do it a little bit, because I think there was like some Michael Jordan stuff, but yeah, you don't really see a lot of that in sports games. And so I just thought that was a really neat, like, that, hearing that alone almost made me consider getting the game, like when it was full price. And so now, if this is the one, I just kind of have it sitting there. And so I don't know, like, sports games aren't really my jam, but I don't know, man. I might have to try out MLB. Also, that's the other thing. I don't really watch MLB either. I'm not like a big baseball. I've never watched a baseball game in my life, and so I always hear about it. But yeah, MLB The Show. But anyway, Moonlighter. Moonlighter. I had this on my Switch, but I opted to get it again on my PlayStation. From what I understand, The gameplay loop is like you run a shop by day, a shop by day, and you go out at night through caves hunting for stuff to replenish the shop, which is a really cool concept, really neat idea. Again, never played too much of this on the Switch, so I don't really like have too much to say about it here. I know they made a second one. I think it's in early access, I believe. And so
Start dreaming when we are kids.
Yeah, I mean, art style looks pretty cool, really fluid.
To focus on making a living.
Yeah, dude, just gotta play it. Just gotta play it. Moss, a VR game. I don't think I ever played this one, but from what I have seen, it looks pretty cool. There is a second one. He was an Astrobot, which is kind of cool. Yeah, that's about it for that. Murdered Soul Suspect. I played this one earlier in the year for a challenge that I have. Hopefully, by the time I put out this video, that video will be out pretty soon. But yes, I did do this for a challenge. So I was actually genuinely surprised with this game. I'm not even like, this game really surprised me. Like, I remember seeing the box art for this back in 2014 when that released, and I remember, you know, maybe seeing like some middling reviews for it, but it always was something like, the box art really was interesting to me. It was always intriguing, and so I just kind of kept it back in my mind. Got it a few years ago, or I would say a few years ago, a few months ago maybe, when it was on sale. And so I finally caved in. I finally played it during the summer, and yeah, I just really vibed with the story. I will say that. Everything else around it is just okay. Like, this game certainly isn't a looker, especially when it came out in 2014. My theory is that it was because it was a cross-gen game. You know, you had to have it run on both PS3 and PS4. PS3 was already pretty like dated at that time. Not I'm trying to say that in a bad way or like diss it or anything, because there were still some good looking games in 2013, 2014. But I think just because you had to split resources between those two consoles, the game isn't as pretty as I think it could be if it was just a PS4 focused game. But even still, like, the gameplay, you know, you're kind of just going from point A to point B, using powers here or there to solve puzzles. But for the most part, the story is what really like sold me. And that's my main thing for games, right? Is a good story. And it has a very simple platinum too. And so, yeah, based off this trailer, it may not seem that way, but I had a great time playing this. I really did. I still think about this game every now and then. My friend Pedro, you see this one quite a bit also on platinum videos. I have not played, I played this, I had it on Game Pass a few years ago, but I only played it maybe that first level. But I mean, yeah, you're just Pedro, you know, going from level to level, bullet time, killing fools. That's pretty much it. NBA 2K16 PlayStation Plus game. I was kind of still into 2K games at the time. My dad was always buying 2K games. My friends in high school, they were always playing 2K, and so I was definitely in the 2K ecosystem for a little bit. But after high school, I didn't worry about that game at all. But yeah, I did play a little bit of 2K16 again because it was free. I only paid for an hour, got 2 trophies. Can't get the platinum for this. I actually was doing some research on this for a while ago. Platinums on sports games like this die out incredibly fast. Like, I don't even think you can get, going back to like maybe 2K20 or 2K21, you can't even get the platinum for that, which is insane to think about, dude. That's just freaking ridiculous. So yeah, that's why you'll probably never catch me playing sports games on the channel, unless it's like, you know, skateboarding or something like a Tony Hawk or something like that. Necromunda Hired Gun, don't know too much about this. I did play, I think, the PS5 version. I'm looking at the PS4 version right now. Regardless though, I've hardly played either version. I think this is based off the Warhammer series. That's about it. You can like lightly customize your character. It's very fast paced. That's kind of all I can say about that. I won't harp on these for too long. You got the Need for Speed games, Need for Speed Heat, Hot Pursuit Remastered, and Payback. Payback came out in 2017, and then Heat came out, when did Heat come out? 2019. And then Hot Pursuit, I don't remember when this one, the original came out for this, but the remaster came out in 2020. And so yeah, Need for Speed, interesting history with Need for Speed. You know, I haven't really. My dad. This is always my dad's thing. He always played the Need for Speed games. I think the last one we got was the one that came out in 2015 had to always be online, had the live action cutscenes, and so that's the last Need for Speed I remember. Before that, though, we would play Need for Speed every now and then, whichever one he just happened to get. And so my history with Need for Speed is a bit like spotty, but I have like had the itch to play a Need for Speed game, you know? So I might have to check one of these out sooner rather than later. There was one that came out a couple years ago. It was like Need for Speed Unbound or something. I thought I had that, but I guess not. So I probably should pick that one up. And yeah, just look at the Need for Speed series. See what I can get into there. Neverwinter. How many more games do we have? We still have quite a few. Neverwinter. This is a Dungeons and Dragons game. I don't even know when I got this. I don't know why I got this. So I can't really speak too much there. Ninja Gaiden, the Master Collection. You get Ninja Gaiden Sigma, Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, and Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge. I had this originally on my Switch, but when I was getting into Platinums, I got it again on PlayStation 4. I wanted to go physical, but like, dude, it was just always, it was never on sale. And so I just got digital at some point whenever it did go on sale. And yeah, my history with Ninja Gaiden is also kind of spotty. I played some of Ninja Gaiden Sigma, mostly when I got it on the Switch a few years ago, but I played some of it there. Ninja Gaiden 2, not Sigma, but Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, because my dad had that originally on the 360. I played quite a bit of that, but I was a kid, so I don't remember that too much. And then Ninja Gaiden 3, I heard nothing but terrible things for that, so I just never played it. But we have the collection. I would love to get to these soon, especially since Ninja Gaiden 4 released like a couple months ago when I'm making this. And so Ninja Gaiden, Ninja Seki DX, a PlayStation Plus game. Don't know anything about this. Neo 2, I got Neo 1, so just a natural continuation of the Neo series. PlayStation Plus, that's all I can say about that. Nobody Saves the World, PlayStation Plus. Don't know much about this one either. Just kind of looking at the art and stuff. I don't know anything about this one either. It was free, so it's just like, why not add it to the library? Not a Hero, PlayStation Plus. I don't know anything about this. It's just, again, if it's on PlayStation Plus, I've heard, like, there was a podcast I listened to where they were talking about how they stopped redeeming games from PlayStation Plus because more than likely it just sits in their library. As you can tell, that's how I am as well. Most of these games I got just because it was free, so it's like I added, but I just never got around to it. Like, there are games from when I first got PlayStation Plus that I haven't played. Like, this came out in 2016. I have it in here. I've had it for 10 years. Never touched it. And so, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of games like that. I'm just gonna jump ahead. Odd World. I actually did touch this for like 45 minutes, but still, PlayStation Plus game, had it in the library. Just, I've only played a little bit of it. But anyway, Octodad, Deadliest Catch. I saw this one back. This came out when did this come out? 2014. I don't think I got this until like 2016, maybe. I remember this was back when I would I didn't have a job or anything like that. So if I wanted money, I'd have to like do like chores and stuff. So I remember cutting the grass one Friday afternoon. My dad gave me my 20 bucks. I'm like, can I get a PlayStation gift card instead? Because I want to get a game. He gave me a PlayStation gift card. This is what I ended up spending it on. Is Octodad, Deadliest Catch. And this is another one of those like early YouTuber games as well, because like when you look at the gameplay, super goofy, super cartoony. You're a dad who's an octopus, and I think you're trying to like as best you can blend in as a human. So as you can see, you're just kind of awkwardly controlling your body, like making your way around the house, an arcade, a grocery store, flopping your appendages around. And so it was just a funny game. I really enjoyed my time with it when I played it back then. This I don't think it has a platinum, but still I might end up going back and like just getting some of the trophies. Let me just be calm. Yeah, no platinum, I don't think. But I mean, it'd be a nice game to 100% maybe. So yeah, might have to do that with Octodad. Ollie 2, another PlayStation Plus game I just happened to buy. Only played a little bit of it. Have a trophy, nothing too crazy there. Onimusha. So Onimusha, I'm going to set the controller down so I can talk about this one. Onimusha 2, or Onimusha, I knew nothing about the Onimusha games until I played Astrobot. I remember playing Astrobot and seeing some of the bots, and as I was writing that video, I was doing some research on some of the characters, because I'm like, I don't really know who some of these are, but it'd be kind of nice to know, so I sound kind of knowledgeable when I make the video. And so I remember Onimusha was a name I had seen when I was doing research for that video, right? And so the day I put out my Astrobot video, I was always like just watching YouTube while I was doing random things, you know, menial things around the house. And then, you know, I'm watching a video and they happen to mention Onimusha. I'm like, wait, that sounds familiar. And basically the description was like, it's Devil May Cry before Devil May Cry was ever a thing. And I'm like, I like Devil May Cry games. And so I looked it up. I saw it was on sale on PlayStation. I bought it. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm finna play this. I have not gotten around to it. But I'm like, yeah, I'm finna play it. And then what's crazy is like after that, we started getting a bunch of Onimusha stuff. Like we're getting a new Onimusha game. They were dropping trailers for it. They did a remaster of Onimusha 2. I'm like, oh, this is getting crazy. And so I think now I think there's 3 of them. And so I think hopefully they'll drop a 3rd one pretty soon. Cause then, you know, just platinum the Onimusha trilogy and just naturally move on to whatever the new Onimusha game is. But I mean, yeah, when you look at the gameplay, I don't know if we'll get to it in this video. I'm gonna just skip forward a little bit. It's very like, it's tank controls. It's definitely inspired by like the earlier Resident Evil games. I do believe this is a Capcom series, so you can definitely see that, like, you know, to see that. I think the main thing is like, you know, you get some orbs and they go into your little gauntlet, which is kind of nice. And so, yeah, dude, Onimusha, like, just need to lock in and play these series. Most likely whenever Onimusha, the new one comes out, that's when I'll like kind of get into these pretty heavy. But for now, I have Onimusha 1. I'm gonna get Onimusha 2 at some point. On Rush is another PlayStation Plus game. Wow, it says I played for 0 minutes, but that's a lie because I have 5 trophies. I remember seeing some gameplay of this, and it's just a very chaotic racing game. Dang, it's not even, you can't even play it anymore or buy it. I don't even know if you can play it then either. That's interesting. But yeah, it's just very like a very chaotic racing game. That's about all I can tell without really showing anything. And so I just always remember, I always like chaos, you know, chaos in a racing game. That seems pretty nice. So I ended up getting it. I played it for a little bit. I'm gonna have to play it at some point and see if it's still, if you can still play it. Open Roads. This came out last year, correct? Yes, 2024. You're playing mother-daughter road trip adventure. There are 2 famous actors in this. I don't remember their names off the top of my head. Actually right here. Carrie Russell and Caitlin Dever. Nice. So yeah, definitely. I mean, I know both of those. I know both those actresses. And so that was one of the main draws to it as well. Art style seems really cool. And so, yeah, man, just whenever I get back on an indie kick, this is definitely one I'm gonna have to pick up. Orbital Bullet, roguelite, bought on sale. And yeah, that's that. That's Orbital Bullets. Outlast, heard plenty of amazing things about these Outlast games. Again, I'm not much of a horror person, but I figured it was, you know, a lot of people talk about them, so I'm like, they should be good. When did this come out? 2014. So yeah, that's definitely when I started hearing about it. I'm pretty sure I went on my way to buy this one. Either that or it was being offered for free, one of the 2. And then Outlast 2 is a PlayStation Plus game. And so there's that. They're still making these games as well. So I'm just, you know, if I ever get into them, gonna have to keep them on my radar. And so now we're gonna go rapid fire through the P's, because a lot of these games I have not played. Paper Beast is a VR game. That's about all I know. Paragon, I remember this being a live service game back in 2016. It's currently, I don't think you can play this anymore. It's a MOBA, back when MOBAs were really popular. I remember, I'm pretty sure, did I ever play it? I don't even know if I played it on here. But yeah, I just remember this was like a big MOBA back in like the late 2010s. I want to say like maybe 2017, 2018. I think it was free, which is why I got it on here. And that's about it. Peggle 2. I'm actually gonna Peggle 2. I did play quite a bit of this. My dad had it on his Xbox One, and so just whenever I got on PS4 at some point. I actually really like Peggle. The Peggle games are really fun. Does this have a platinum? Because if it does, dang, bro. That's wild. Nope. Oh, hold on. I'm tripping, bro. It has a platinum. So yeah, might have to get the platinum for this one because I really like Peggle too. This is a super fun game. Persona 5 Strikers, I don't really know what this is, what makes this different from Persona 5. I really don't, but I have it. If it was PlayStation Plus. Fogs, I bought this because this was back when I was in my indie kick. It was on sale, so that's when I got it. Pix the Cat, PlayStation Plus. Pixel Junk Shooter, PlayStation Plus. I actually did play quite a bit of this back in the day because again, I didn't have too many games, and so this was just one that I had. I think I can still get the platinum, but there are multiplayer trophies in this, and so I downloaded this. I downloaded this maybe like a few months ago, trying to see if I can do anything, but I don't know. I might have to like boost this or something. So Pixel Junk Shooters, Planet Side 2 is one of those free PlayStation games I got early on. You can still download this. I do remember like this one being one of the bigger free-to-play games from that time. So yeah, you can still play this. This is definitely one I don't 2 hours. I don't even what's the gameplay loop in this? Like what does it look like? I need to see some gameplay. Yeah, is this like a large scale multiplayer game? I feel like that's what it is. So I think that's massive scale first person shooter. Yeah. Yep. That's Planet Side 2. I do kind of remember a little bit of it. PlayStation VR Worlds, these are just kind of like demos for PlayStation VR games. I've touched on VR quite a bit in the earlier part of the video. So yeah, I spent an hour in this. There are trophies on this. I did not. There's a platinum in this? Bro, I did not realize that. That's crazy. It's so like, is this not like a demo thing? That's crazy how there's platinum. There's a platinum in this. Oh my God, bro. I'm gonna have to, yeah, bro, I'm gonna have to get the platinum. I'm gonna have to do it whenever I get that VR going. But yeah, this is the demo disc for VR. There's 3 of them. I don't know which one I played. I don't know why it's giving me 3 options. Maybe, I don't know. Put 10 minutes here, nothing here, and probably nothing here either. Yeah, no, 20 minutes here. Okay, 26 minutes. Okay. Let me chill. But yeah, just pretty much a VR like demo disc for the various VR games. Predator Hunting Grounds, play asymmetrical multiplayer game. PlayStation Plus game. I'm not the biggest fan of asymmetrical games, so I just never really touched this one at all that much. Prey. I did play a bit of Prey. I had this one physical back in the day. Played a little bit of it, 5 hours, 3 trophies. Nothing too crazy. I do remember there was like a whole like debacle over the review, IGN review, because the reviewer got a broken game or broken version of the game. So he gave it a 4 out of 10 until he got a better version that he did a proper review for it. So I just always remember that. And then the Moon Crash DLC, the trailer for this still slaps. I still watch the trailer for this quite a bit. So there's that. There's Prey. Then there's Pro Evolution Soccer. Don't know why I have this in my library at all. I played it for 2 minutes. That is it. I don't know why that's here. Psychonauts. I played Psychonauts a few years ago, back when Psychonauts 2 was going to come out. So I do have quite a bit. I did finish this. I remember making a retrospective for this, but I don't have it on me anymore, which is unfortunate. It was an okay game. I didn't really like, it didn't blow my socks off really, because I heard this is always like a game I heard was incredibly underrated. And I can understand why, but yeah, when I played, it just didn't really, I found it to be all right, you know? It just didn't blow my socks off or anything like that. But I would like to go and get the platinum for this. You know, I do have like, only have 30% of the trophies, but still, I feel like it'd be nice to, you know, finish this one up, get the platinum. Does it tell me my time? I don't think it does. Maybe no, I don't know why it won't tell me at the time. And of course, Psychonauts 2. It was on Game Pass for a while, and that's how I intended to play it. But I just never played it when it came out, and so I eventually got it for free whenever they dropped it on PlayStation Plus. And so I mean, it's just sitting here in my backlog. Whenever I do, because I do want to go back and get the platinum for Psychonauts, like I said. Whenever I do get that, I'll just naturally, hopefully, jump into Psychonauts 2. PUBG, Player Unknown's Battlegrounds, not the test server, the actual game. This is another game that they offered for free on PlayStation Plus. And again, this game was making waves, making massive waves back in like 2017, right? And so I'd always heard about this, but it was a PC game. I didn't have a PC I only had a laptop, so that was definitely not going to run this. I remember when they dropped it on mobile. That's how I mostly played it for a while, was on mobile, but then they eventually dropped it on PlayStation Plus, and so that's how I bought it. And I played it for like maybe 30 minutes. I almost won the game too, which I was kind of proud about. I mean, yeah, kill a player, wear the outfit of a dead player, and kill at least 4 players in a single match. So yeah, man, back in 2020 when I was, playing this for a little bit, for my one day. But the thing with PUBG is, like, even though I play a lot more Fortnite these days, PUBG I definitely think it's unique enough to stand out on its own, right? It is the one that started it all, of course, but I think now when you look at the big battle royales, Fortnite definitely takes the cake, which is how often they're updating the game and adding new stuff to it and everything, right? But PUBG it has its own flavor, it has its own vibe, and so I don't know how many people are playing this today, but I mean, I can definitely see, like, I can still see there being an audience for it. Definitely. Like, I don't know, man. I definitely would like to play it again if it still has an active player base, because again, it has a unique vibe to it. So that's PUBG. Pumpkin Jack, I got this not too long ago, because the studio that made this made another game called Akimbot, which is on PS5. I mean, yeah, I had seen this back this came out, when did this come out? 2021. I remember when I did see this was when I was in my Let's Play phase, and I almost got it. I just never did. So yeah, once I was in my platinum phase, then that's when I got it. So Pumpkin Jack. And the last one in this folder is Raven's Watch, a rogue-like action game. I bought this one not too long ago, because again, really getting into roguelikes. And yeah, the gameplay looked pretty cool, which is the main reason why I gravitated towards it. And yeah, that's all in folder 2. All right, let's finish this. This is the third folder that we need to cover, and then there's like a few small, like probably like 4 or 5 games that we need to cover. I just don't want to make a whole new folder for those, and so this is the last folder for the PS4 games. So let's get into it, starting with Raw Data, however you say it. This is another VR game that I just so happened to get when I had my VR headset, and I just never got around to playing it. I don't know. I was always looking, of course, when you have the VR headset, you're just looking for anything you can play. And I'm always I'm like a sci-fi guy, so that's mostly like a lot of what you see with VR is like futuristic sci-fi games for whatever reason. Maybe because like VR is the future, but look at this gameplay. It's just this trailer. It looks really like neat, and so like I always find that's the thing with VR. I always find cool. It's like I know VR's not for everyone, because like motion sickness and everything. Sometimes like some games don't really take advantage of like just making an actual game for VR. It's more just like an arcadey experience. But I don't know, sometimes the novelty of just like shooting guns, using a sword, tossing things around like this, like you're seeing in this trailer, the novelty of it's pretty cool. Like that's another thing I really like too about just games in general, is like destruction physics on robots, like cutting like different body, like shooting off heads, like seeing all the sparks and stuff fly off. I just find that really cool because like just robots, like I don't know why, but yeah, this actually, like just looking at it, the gameplay looks really fun. So whenever I've said this like multiple times throughout like this video, I think really just this video, but I would really like to just hop back into the VR headset. I just need I need space, man. I need a bigger space. Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, I am not really sure what prompted me to get this. There's like a small part of my mind that remembers buying this game way back when this came out. Oh, this came out in 2020. I could have sworn this came out earlier, but from what I remember, it's like a space game. I only played for maybe 15 minutes, maybe like a space outlaw simulator. Because I mean, you're playing you're playing pool. I guess you're trying to get money or something. I don't remember. I don't know too much about it. I don't remember too much about it because I only played for 15 minutes. But space combat, I always like a good space combat game. I played one not too long ago. Star Wars Squadrons is another fun space combat game. So yeah, I just really vibe with these kind of games. And so got platinum, 27 trophies, not terrible. I don't know how difficult it would be to get the platinum for this, but this is definitely one that I would like to play sooner rather than later. Next up, we have Red Faction, a Volition franchise, but way before Saints Row started out. I actually had this on my PC. I got it on Steam a while ago, but I tried playing it one day on my like old laptop, and I completely not bricked it, but I just couldn't use it. Like, I don't know what happened. I think the game, like my computer might just shut down unexpectedly at one random time while I was playing this, and then I just could not get it to start for like a couple weeks. I had to like troubleshoot and whatever, which may have kickstarted my trek into the IT pipeline. But yeah, this is Red Faction. I'm more so familiar with the later Red Faction games, so Guerrilla and Armageddon. Not so much the first two, although I do think the first two this came out, if I had to guess, PS2 generation. And even then, they had pretty impressive destruction physics from what I've seen, what I've heard, the very, very little that I played. Trying to get some gameplay here. I mean, yeah, so like, I think the first two lean more so into first person, whereas the latter two are third person. But yeah, Red Faction, I don't know too much about Red Faction 1, nor I don't know much about Red Faction 2. But again, there's those PS2 classics I just wanted to get, and especially now that I'm playing through this, or I've technically finished the Saints Row franchise. I'm playing all those games. I just need to make more videos on them. Now that I finished that, it would be kind of nice to revisit, visit another visit another Volition franchise and just, see how things were there. Because I mean, when you look at this and you look at Saints Row, two drastically different things. And so it is, if you know your Saints Row, this is technically canon in the Saints Row universe. And so it's kind of nice to see, how that series played out. Moving on, we have Remnant from the Ashes. I don't know too much about this one. It is a PlayStation Plus game, but this is one of those games that I have heard quite a bit about. I know there's a second one that came out like a few years ago. I think when that came out, I did try to play this one. I've only played for like 10 minutes. I don't know too much about this nor Remnant 2, if I can be completely honest. Based off this game, like this trailer, I just feel like it's like maybe a looter shooter, a team-based looter shooter. Let's see. The world's been thrown into chaos. Yeah. Third-person survival action shooter. So it wasn't completely off base there. Yeah, right there. Remnant 2. This came out in 2023. I didn't realize it came out that late. But yeah, I'm pretty sure once I saw Remnant 2 was coming out, I kind of wanted to jump into Remnant 1. I just never really. I was probably playing. Like, this came out. If that came out in 2023, then I was probably trying to play this at the same time. I was trying to play the Saints Row series, and then just a bunch of like Spider-Man and stuff. So I just never really got around to dedicating time to that. But it's in my library, so at some point in time we shall get to it. Resident Evil, the first Resident Evil, the remake of the first Resident Evil, I got on PlayStation Plus, but I wasn't into Resident Evil at the time. Now that I kind of am in the Resident Evil like community, I guess. I'm not super hardcore about these games, but now that I am, I've played the two Resident Evil 2 remake, Resident Evil 3 remake, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 7, and a little bit of 8. I never played too much of 8, but I do have like 8, play a little bit of that. But since I am kind of getting into the Resident Evil games, with this being here in my library, it would be nice to just play this, you know, see where everything began. You know, I know this isn't like the first Resident Evil. I mean, of course, that goes way back, but this is, I mean, it's a remake of the first one, so I figured it's good enough. You know, I think they did re-release the very first Resident Evil. I remember when I had PlayStation Plus, like premium, this was like a couple years ago. I did mess around with that. It was like for like 5 minutes, and so that is available. That is an option. But if I had to choose, I would go with this one. I don't know how this got in here. I think maybe because of the VR, but I did have Resident Evil 7 physical. I don't know where it is now. I really don't. I guess I traded it in. So I'm just gonna skip over this because I don't really want to talk about it here. Risk of Rain 2. I don't know why I added that. I really don't. Risk of Rain 2 is a roguelite, or is it roguelike? I feel like I want to say this is a roguelike because you're not really permanently upgrading anything, but let me just check because I don't want to get yelled at in the comments. Okay, it doesn't say. I tried to read this, but it doesn't say whether it's roguelike or roguelite. But oh, there's another set of DLC. Ah, dude, they dropped this like almost a month ago. Oh my goodness. Ugh, another DLC I gotta buy. Hold on, I have to check. I have got to check. Are there DLC trophies for that one? I know I haven't even talked about this game yet, but let's see. I don't think so. Ah, there sure is, bro. Dang it, I thought I was out of the clear. As you can see, I platinumed this a while ago, back in January, but I have not gotten the DLC. But there's only like 1 trophy, 3 trophies here, and 2. So it's just like, I'm paying $15 for. I mean, I shouldn't look at it like that value-wise, because I am getting probably more content than that. But it'd just be nice if there were more trophies available with it. Because let me tell you, so anyway, getting into Risk of Rain, there is a PS5 version, but I started the PS4 version like a while ago, so that's why I just played the PS4 version. I bought this like a few years ago, but I really got into it like the end of last year, beginning of this year, because originally I had the idea of putting this in an indie video that I wanted to do, but considering it's more like a roguelite situation, I decided to like hold off and just either make it its own video or include it in a video where I cover multiple like games like that, because I actually do have a few games I have played in platinum that are like that. But Risk of Rain 2 kind of sets this one apart is that it's a third-person shooter. Let's see if I can pull up some gameplay here. Third-person shooter. You're playing as different survivors. You're like, no gameplay. You're crash landing on like an island, or not an island, but a planet, and you're just kind of like normal roguelike stuff, getting power-ups. Each character has different skills or built-in weapons that you're already using. Different difficulty modifiers in this one, so if you want to play on easy you can, normal, there's a hard difficulty as well, monsoon difficulty, and you're just, again, you're going like from planet to planet, killing aliens, getting like upgrades and stuff to become powerful. Really, this is a really fun game. I remember, again, I played this at the end of 2024. Let me pull out my trophies just to show you the timeline that we're working with here. So yeah, I played this at the end of 2024. I got my first trophy like way back, and it'll say like, yeah, 2021. But again, I just, you know, kind of played for a little bit, didn't really know what I was doing, it just bounced. But then I picked it back up in 2024. First trophy was in 12/20 of 2024. Pull up that clip and just show you, I guess, some gameplay at least. But yeah, just you're a survivor fighting a bunch of aliens, and there's like a teleporter right there, right? So the main goal is you're just trying to get powerful in each set, like each planet, you know, get all these upgrades which are at the top. You get money for killing, or not killing, but like just finding things, and or no, you do get money for killing things, but you're just trying to activate the teleporter so it can take you to the next planet, and you just repeat the same process. And so really fun game. Really, like, I'm telling you, this is, so I got the first trophy. Okay, so just to show you the timeline, so I picked it back up again on the 20th. I guess this one just to like test it out, test all the waters, you know, see what's going on here. Next trophy was on the 29th of December, and then we just kept playing. We kept playing, earning trophies. You see how many I'm getting like before the new year rolls around. We're getting more trophies, and I get the platinum on the 4th. That's how like that's how I was. I platinumed this game in like 5 days, dude. Because I'm not even kidding. There were days. This was during like a winter break, so I didn't have work or anything. I was just at home, and so this was like a time when I was putting in at least 8 to 10 hours a day. Not even kidding. I know it's like, I think my playtime's like 30 hours. There was probably like a good 2 or 3 days in that stretch where I was putting in like 8 to 10 hours straight. That's all I was playing. And you know, of course I was like, you know, spending time with family and stuff, but I got my Portal. I don't have it with me up here, it's downstairs. But I have my Portal, just not like just playing that, dude. Playing as much as I can. The thing, and so again, fun game. Really enjoyed going for the platinum in this. The thing is, if you look at the PC trophies, dude, on Steam, there's like, I want to say at least 200, maybe over 200 trophies. It's insane. And so part of me is like, I kind of wish we had that also on PlayStation, that amount of trophies, but I won't complain because again, I haven't played as much since I got the platinum, but now that I have the DLC, I really do want to jump back in. I played maybe like once or twice since I got the platinum, but yeah, I definitely do want to jump back in and just play these DLCs, you know, get back in the swing of things, because I really enjoyed my time with Risk of Rain 2. I really did. Road Not Taken is another PlayStation Plus game I got way back when. This came out 2014. Just picked it up. I just never played it since. I only played for 3 minutes. Ruiner is next. I remember seeing like some stuff about this back in 2017 when it released. I don't think I got it till like maybe a few years ago when it was on sale. But basically, top down. What's the word I'm looking for? Top down. You're using the right stick to shoot. Top down shooter, I guess. I don't really know. I'm blanking on that term. But yeah, you're top down shooter. You're this guy. You know, you have this mysterious helmet on. He doesn't speak at all. Most of the game, like, no, I don't think anyone really speaks in this game. If anything, it's really just like very simple, like 1 or 2 people maybe voicing characters. But yeah, you're basically, the main premise is you're trying to like just find your brother. It's at a cyberpunk backdrop, and I mean, yeah, you're just going around level to level shooting fools, getting more powers, getting upgrades and stuff. Really fun game. I played this over the summer. Got the platinum for this over the summer. Very interesting platinum journey, to say the least. But it was definitely an enjoyable experience, you know, just a fun gameplay loop, really. Like, I really enjoyed my time here. The studio that made this, like, yeah, just look at some gameplay, just very fun, very fast-paced, top-down shooting action. And so, yeah, really vibe with that. I haven't played a top-down shooter in like a really long time, so this is like a nice way to scratch that itch. And yeah, there are some DLC trophies, but I'm not gonna mess with those right now. There's a speedrun trophy in there. I don't really want to do that at the moment. But yes, really enjoyed this game. The studio that made this also made a game called Metal Eden, which came out a few months ago at the time of me making this video. I did buy it over Black Friday. It had like a 50% discount. So now that I have played this, I definitely do want to check out that, because, you know, I just feel like it's kind of not a sequel, but there are definitely some similar vibes to it. And so that's Ruiner. Saints Row 4. I can talk about Saints Row 4 all day, but long story short, I enjoyed this game. I think I enjoyed this game a lot more than most people, which is not like a flex or anything. I just think because luckily I played this like I was playing all the Saints Row games back to back, and so yeah, once I got to this was going to be really the most interesting one to play through, because again, I played this back when it came out in 2013. This was like a month before GTA 5 dropped, and I remember being like really excited for this. I had just gotten into the Saints Row universe. Saints Row, again, I mentioned this multiple times throughout the channel's history, but Saints Row 2 is like the first Saints Row game I played, but Saints Row the third is where I really got into the franchise. And so Saints Row 4, when that was coming out, I was really looking forward to that. I had a fun time with it when I played in 2013, but that was the only time I played it. I might have played it like a couple other times on PC, PlayStation Now, when that was a thing. But yeah, once I was getting heavy into the Saints Row franchise, I was just really curious to see how this one was going to hold up. And so I'm glad to say it held up well, in my opinion. You know, it's definitely not the best Saints Row game. It's definitely not a perfect Saints Row game, but a fun Saints Row game nonetheless. you know, looking every now and then I get comments about this video or this game, like, you know, from my retrospective I put out back in the beginning of the year, back in like March. And so very interesting to see like what people have to say about this game still. You know, there are people who still really like this game. There are others who are like, this game is still not great. And again, either opinion is valid. You know, I'm not here to judge anyone who disagrees with my opinion, because I mean, opinions are opinions. Like, just because I say something doesn't mean that's fact. But anyway, I'm getting like just so off topic. But anyway, still like, I really enjoy my time with Saints Row 4. I got the platinum for this back in 2023 as well. One of the first platinum videos that I made on the channel, and still one of my more popular videos on the channel, period. But one of the more popular platinum videos, to say the least. And so yeah, I got it back in August of 2023. And then I played the DLC, played a little bit of the DLC, just never got the all the trophies for those, but hopefully I can remedy that pretty soon. I'm in near 10. I only got 4, and then this one has 10 as well, but I only got 1. How did I only get 1 in this? Jeez, I was really not doing my due diligence with this DLC at all. But yes, Saints Row 4. I love Saints Row 4. I really do. This might be a hot take. This is definitely one of the better Saints Row games to me, in my opinion. I know a lot of people are not going to agree with that, and that is 100% okay. I don't want to give my ranking away just yet. I'm saving that for a future video, but yeah, I definitely think this is one of the better Saints Row games. Gameplay's fun. Story is actually like, I like story. I think that's the main criticism a lot of people have, is the story, but I actually really enjoy it. I find it to be one of the more engaging stories in the series. Yes, it does go off the rails with the whole alien invasion and the simulation stuff, but still, I feel like it's a Saints Row story at heart, and so I really enjoy Saints Row 4. Get Out of Hell, not as much. It's still enjoyable, but I think it just depends on how you approach it. Because I think if you're approaching this with like the story, just like you're intending to like just play the story, finish that in like an afternoon and call it a day, that might be fine. But if you're trying to platinum this game like I did, it can be a nightmare, bro. You could be not even like, it's so much repetition, because again, it's just an expansion. But the trophies, because the main thing that really bugged me was the challenges in this game, because I don't feel like the challenges were really built for a game like this. Like, get hundreds of kills with this weapon, get hundreds of kills with that weapon, get 100 kills with this ability. Like, it just, the way the game is built, I don't really felt like the challenges really lined up with that. And so that was really one of the more annoying aspects of the game, which was constantly replaying the challenges over and over and over and over again to get some of these kill related things finished. And again, so this is the main draw to this game are the activities. And it's just like, I enjoy, like, in the beginning, when I was really getting into Saints Row, I wasn't super drawn to activities. Like, activities just didn't really do anything for me. I've since grown fond of them since I've been playing the Saints Row games. You know, I find them enjoyable, an enjoyable aspect of the game, but I just feel like making that the main gameplay loop, not super convincing, not like super appealing to me personally. Like, again, I think this was a PlayStation Plus game that I got way back when. Yeah, PlayStation Plus game, and I remember playing it and getting it at the time, but again, just like the activities just didn't do anything for me. Like, that wasn't my cup of tea when I was playing Saints Row games, and so I just never really got super deep into it until like I was playing the Saints Row games. And again, there are some aspects in it to enjoy. You know, once you actually do get around to the story stuff, it can be interesting, but for the most part, it's just like an okay experience. That's why I just never, like, when it came to the retrospective, I never made how if you were to go to like other people who cover Saints Row games, they usually cover Get Out of Hell in their own video. I didn't really want to do that because I just didn't really find too much different for me to say about it in its own video. So I'm like, if I can just make like a little 5-minute snippet, I'll just include it into that video. Of course, I made its own platinum video because, I mean, it's just very similar to Saints Row 4, but I was able to kind of like, you know, change things up a little bit. And so yeah, that's Get Out of Hell. That's all the Saints Row digital games I have. Scott Pilgrim versus the World, I bought this one not too long ago. I played this I remember, so this came out on like 360 PS3 at the time, but I think it got delisted. I don't really know why it got delisted. And then they brought it back eventually in 2021. I think I got it on PC originally because again, I was using Ubisoft Plus at the time. But then I got it later on PlayStation. A really cool art style. I do remember like the art style really like grabbed me. Gameplay, it's a simple beat 'em up. You know, can't really beat that. But what really got me is the soundtrack. The soundtrack in this game, I haven't even played the whole game, but the soundtrack in this game is absolutely phenomenal. Like there are some bits and like some songs I listen to every now and then. I'm like, oh, this freaking slaps. And so they're making another one. Maybe I'll get around to playing this before that second Scott Pilgrim game. I think it's a very similar art style, very similar gameplay. So yeah, before that comes out, I definitely would like to play this. Because yeah, I just, based off everything I've seen, the little I played, it seemed like a fun game. So definitely got to check that out before we get to the second one. Sea of Solitude, indie game that I picked up, not like probably a couple years ago. I think this is another EA original. I heard a little bit about this, but not too much to like really, you know, harp on for a minute. But I do have Sea of Solitude. Secret Ponchos, another, I think this is a PlayStation Plus game that I got way back in 2014 as well. Only played for a little bit. I do think this is a multiplayer game. Let me just, yeah, multiplayer game, 1v1s. So that's probably why I just didn't play much of it at the time. I don't have any trophies either. So yeah, that's Secret Ponchos. Serial Cleaner, I got this a while ago, but I played it again earlier this year. Another indie game that I was checking out. Really fun game. Very similar to Hotline Miami, whereas like you only like basically, let me rewind. The main premise here is that you're a cleaner. You go to crime scenes, and you're just like cleaning up all the evidence, disposing bodies, cleaning up blood, stuff like that. Really cool art style, set in the 80s, and so it has like a lot of that 80s nostalgia for some people, you know, the way like some events maybe, game consoles, things like that. But yeah, you're just, you know, you're a man, as you can tell by like the, you know, gameplay, look, very similar to Hotline Miami. Again, like you're just cleaning up stuff, but police are on the scene. They have those arrow cones, and so if you get caught at all, you have to restart the entire mission from the beginning. And so yeah, very interesting game. I played at the beginning of the year. Kind of annoying at some spots, but again, really fun game. I did enjoy my time with it. Yeah, just like a really, like, you just look at the trailer, a really interesting gameplay loop here. And so yeah, they do have a second one, Serial Cleaners with an S, plural. And so I did buy that. I did have intentions to play it like shortly after finishing this, but I just never got around to doing so. But I definitely will make that a plan in 2026 to play Serial Cleaners. Next we have Shadow Warrior and Shadow Warrior 2. I don't really know too much about these games. I just know they're first-person shooters. I think this one has a pretty, I want to say all of them maybe, but I know for sure this one has a pretty tough platinum. And so yeah, definitely gonna be interesting playing that whenever I do get around to Shadow Warrior. But I do think these are more like just goofy B tier kind of games. That's kind of the vibe I get from them when I like see videos and stuff. And so we have the first two, just need to get the third one at some point in time. But yeah, Shadow Warrior 1, and then of course Shadow Warrior 2, have that in here. Just need to get 3. Shenmue, I have Shenmue and Shenmue 2. I didn't know I had 2, but I have Shenmue. Very interesting games. I think these really made their wave back in like the late, I want to say late 90s. Back when the Sega Dreamcast, back when Sega was making consoles, but this was on the Sega Dreamcast. I think this was one of the more expensive games released at the time as well, just because what they were doing. I watched a video about this a few times, and there are some interesting like gameplay mechanics introduced here. One I saw recently was talking about how they like lined up the weather system, and so I don't know if it's how they lined up the weather system with how the weather was back when this game is set, which I don't know for sure. I think it might be 70s, 80s maybe. But yeah, just the same weather patterns that were going around at that time, which I thought was really cool. And so if it's like a Saturday in that time period, then in the game it was raining, and so I just thought that was kind of cool, a little detail there. But yeah, Shenmue 1 and 2, I've always heard about these games, like YouTube videos for years, and so I just figured when they were re-releasing the remasters, reports, I don't really know what you would consider these, I just decided to pick them up, just, you know, see what the hype is, see if, you know, these games are really good or not, you know, see if it was worth it putting on the Sega Dreamcast. And so that's Shenmue 1 and 2. Skull, don't know too much about this one either. This is a PlayStation Plus game I got way back when, but this is one that I want to play for a challenge at some point in time. It is a roguelite, one of the two, roguelike. And so, yeah, this one I have set for a challenge that I want to get to pretty soon. And so I do have it downloaded on my console, and I do intend on playing this. This is not one that's just gonna sit in my library for years on end, even though it already has. I mean, yeah, I don't really have much to say about Skull. I mean, the gameplay looks pretty cool, like what you're seeing right now. But yeah, I don't really have too much to say about Skull, to be honest. Same with Slay the Spire. I have heard quite a bit about this one from like videos and podcasts and everything. I believe it's just a roguelite deck builder, and that is kind of all I know. Just a very popular indie game, and yeah, that's really it. Again, PlayStation Plus. I just have it in the library. Slime Rancher, I had seen some gameplay of this a while ago, and I believe there is a second one out there in the wild. Again, don't really know too much about this one either. It's just one I've seen and heard quite a bit about, so it's just sitting in the library. Sniper Elite 4, PlayStation Plus game that I got way back when. Sniper Elite, I have played some of the Sniper Elite games. I remember 3, that came out, I believe, 2014 or 2015. I remember getting that for one Christmas, one year, and playing a little bit of that. So that's kind of my extent of the Sniper Elite franchise. Never played too much of it, and so I would like to change that though, because I have Sniper Elite V2 remastered sitting here. So if I can get 3, 5, the one that came out this year, then, you know, we'll have the whole Sniper Elite series lined up, ready to go. And so that's those two. I don't really know too much about 4 nor 2. 3 is really like my main like center point when it comes to this series. Gonna do a bit of a rapid fire for a second. Solar Ash, don't know too much about this one. I heard like some of it, I heard some things about it when it released. It's just the same people. Yeah, Hyper Light Drifter. I was thinking Journey, but no, the same people who made Hyper Light Drifter, which I have played a little bit of before. They made Solar Ash, so I did buy that. Soma, PlayStation Plus game, but one that I have played a little bit of. I played some. It doesn't give me the time, but I do remember playing a bit of this. I don't have any of the trophies. I guess I just never got that far into the game, but I do remember hearing about this game quite a bit over the years, and so that's in the library. I have played some of it, but I will definitely like to play more of this. So there's Soma, Sonic Colors Ultimate, PlayStation Plus game. Sonic games are kind of like, I don't know. I'm not gonna say they're not my cup of tea. It's just not like I'm not jonesing for a Sonic game every now and then. I am trying to get into them though. I did get Sonic X Shadows Generations last year. Just I heard some cool things about that. It has Shadow, which I really like. And so yeah, Sonic, I just really need to get into the Sonic games. I really do. Next we have Spelunky, another game I've heard a lot about. I think this is also a roguelike, I think. And so I bought this before I was really into that genre, but another game, this is the one that has a sequel as well, but I've heard nothing but great things about these games as well. One podcast I listened to, this is like one of the hosts, like one of his favorite games, and so, you know, definitely curious to see what all the hype is with this one as well. It looks pretty cool, nice art style, and so definitely want to check this one out. I did buy this, so gotta do that. Spirit of the North, an indie game I've heard quite a bit about, and so that's the main reason I got it. I think they just made a second one not too long ago either, and so we have that sitting here. SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. I do remember playing the original Battle for Bikini Bottom way back when it was on like Xbox and PS2. My dad had the Xbox, so that's where I got it on. I played quite a bit of the beginning there because again, I didn't understand the concept. 2003 is when this came out. I had to have been like 4 or 5 when I was playing this. I definitely was not playing this at 3 years old. But anyway, I do remember again playing the beginning of this so many times because I did not understand the concept. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy the way they just did that. But yes, I do remember. I just didn't understand the concept of bro, he has a whole like wife and kids. I'm sorry, bro. I'm getting into this trailer heavy, but yes, I didn't understand the concept of saving, and so I just like would play the beginning of it so many times. I do remember something like this, bro. I don't know why, but I remember like the Sandy. Is that his dad? That's actually. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, but I remember the Sandy boss fight that creeped me out a little bit at the time. But yes. Getting into the game, they rehydrated the version. I did get this on my Switch originally, but again, once I was getting into platinums and stuff, I'm sorry, y'all. Let me turn this off. Let me put up the other trailer. Once I was getting into platinums and stuff, that's when I got it again. And so I regret. I kind of wish I got this one physically. I really do, but anyway, it's here now. It is what it is. Really, like SpongeBob games are really making a comeback. I definitely think this one like put SpongeBob games back on the map because yeah, after this came out, we've got another game. I don't remember the name, but we're getting plenty of SpongeBob games. We got one like not too long ago actually, like a couple weeks ago. It's just kind of crazy. We're just getting more SpongeBob games, and there's a new SpongeBob movie about to come out. Like, dude, what's going on with SpongeBob right now? But yes, Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. I had like a very like brief idea to cover like all the SpongeBob games. Like not just on PlayStation 5, but like old school. It's like the SpongeBob SquarePants movie and things like that. I don't know. That's just an idea I had. I'm just gonna let it sit there. But yes, I do have nostalgia for Battle for Bikini Bottom, and I would definitely love to play this again at some point. I have a feeling it has an easy platinum. I hope it does. And so there's that. And then we get to our slew of Star Wars games because we always have Star Wars games. Getting into Demolition. This also has a PS5 version. I'm just gonna talk about the PS4 version because it's here. I didn't play it, so it doesn't really matter. This one I think is pretty much just Twisted Metal, but with a Star Wars coat of paint. I had intentions to do like another 4 Star Wars Platinums this year back in May, but I was playing Revenge of the Sith at the time, making videos for that, so I just never got around to doing something like this. Knowing me, I don't think it would have came out in time, just because, again, Revenge of the Sith, that took way too long for me to get through. And so, yes, I definitely I would like to do that again this year, maybe 2026, May the 4th. And so, Star Wars Demolition, just have that sitting here. Star Wars Bounty Hunter. I have 2 versions of Star Wars Bounty Hunter, but this one, as you can see, let's just load it up again, have the thing. This is the classic version of the PS. So, okay. It's not gonna be complicated, but I'm probably just overthinking it. So this one came out during like the PS4 era. There's like no screenshots here, but this one came out during like the PS4 era. Again, when they were dropping the PS2 classics on there, and this was just one of those games that happened to be on the PS2 classics, PS4 like collection. And again, it was on sale, and so like I love games that are on sale during PS4 generation, so I got it. I actually played this one quite a bit. I remember getting super frustrated because again, the save system, even in the newer version, is not really good. You know, you have it's pretty much like an arcade, so you only have a certain amount of lives, and once you run out of lives, you have to restart the entire mission again. But yes, I did play this one back in 2017. I think I got it earlier than that, but yes, I did play it back in 2016, but didn't finish it until I didn't really get into it until 2017. But yeah, this one, again, revisiting it last year when when Aspire did another version of it. Very interesting game, you know, playing as Jango Fett, going to different planets, trying to stop this rogue Jedi Sith assassin hired by Count Dooku. No, this actually, I don't think we were hired by Count Dooku. It's been a minute, I don't know for sure. But yes, playing as Jango Fett, you know, that was a really cool concept. Between episodes 1 and 2, another really cool concept. And so yes, I really miss Star Wars games. that are like this, to be honest. I really do. I don't think it's canon anymore. I found that out not too long ago, but still, even still, it's just a fun Star Wars game to play through. A little annoying at times because again, it's just an older Star Wars game. Luckily, the new one does have improved controls, and so that's definitely the one I would recommend. But yes, Bounty Hunter, very interesting Star Wars game. Then we have Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. Got this last year for the first time for that May the 4th video, because I think, as I said, I was trying to actually, I don't remember. No, I don't remember. I don't know. I think there was another Star Wars game that's supposed to be thrown into the mix, but I think nothing really panned out there. And so I just ended up getting this, and I'm really glad I did. I really enjoyed my time with Episode 1 Racer. I think it was also pretty convenient that I got it before the 20. It was like around. It was like 20 the 25th. It was the 25th anniversary for the Phantom Menace, and so perfect timing playing it then. Again, this is definitely one of my favorite sequences from Phantom Menace, and so I guess getting the whole game based on that, can't really complain about it. Really fun game. Really, like, the controls for this hold up incredibly well. But I think this is a PS1 game, so there is a little bit of like jank to the graphics, but that's to be expected. You know, there's really nothing you can do about that. But really fun, really enjoyed my time with it. The level, like the maps and stuff that you're playing on, are really fun once you like understand all the controls and everything you need to do. This map though, I hated this map. This map took me forever to get through, but yeah, once you kind of figure everything out, it is a fun game. Very easy platinum. It took me only 4 hours to get the platinum, so really fun game. Definitely, if you're a Star Wars fan, have never played this, I highly encourage it. Really fun game. Moving on to the Jedi Knight games, I'm going to skip around a little bit to Jedi Knight Jedi Academy, following Kyle Katarn after the Dark Forces games. And you're playing this one, I think. So this one is set after Revenge of the Sith, or not Revenge of the Sith, Return of the Jedi. Because I just remember Luke, you know, beginning cutscenes, Luke and his iconic robes there, his iconic costume, or like black, whatever you want to, that costume. And so this one, again, this was the one so originally I was going to play this because the trailer is looking familiar. I was going to play this originally for May the 4th, but again, it was just going to take a minute for me to get through, so that's why I switched over to Episode 1 Racer. But anyway, Jedi Academy, I did have this one on my PC because I remember I got a Humble Bundle deal like more than a decade ago, and so that's how I originally played this one. And I do think I got it on my Switch. I have this one and the second one on my Switch, but you know, got on PS4 because I'd like to get the platinum here. This one's gonna be a little annoying because I do think this one has multiplayer trophies, and multiplayer trophies are the bane of my existence, but it is what it is. Never played too much of Jedi Academy to really say much about it. I just remember on PC, it's really fun because on PC you can enter the command line and like spawn a bunch of like enemies or something. So I used to like spawn a bunch of stormtroopers and just mow them down. That was always fun. I really enjoyed that. And so that's my experience with Jedi Knight Jedi Academy. Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast, don't have too much experience with this one. I've only played like that first mission multiple times. I just know now, because in the first one you're playing as an apprentice and there's like light customization there, but here you are just playing as Kyle Katarn with the lightsaber in hand. And so yeah, just never played a whole bunch of this one, to be honest. I only played the beginning of it like many times, and so that's my experience with the Jedi Knight games. I definitely would like to play these sooner. Hopefully, maybe this year for May the 4th, I'll play these. We shall see. Next, we have Republic Commando, which I played back in 2023. I have played this game multiple times throughout my life. My dad had it on his Xbox originally because it was always just an Xbox game, Xbox exclusive, until it released on PC, which is how I played a good chunk of it. But as I said in that video, I've only played like through Geonosis. That's it. I never made it into Kashyyyk. I never played it onto that Republic assault ship levels, and so it was definitely fun experiencing that for the first time when I was playing it in 2023. Because yeah, I just never experienced that, and this game had been out for 20 years now. but at the time it had only been out for like I guess 18, and so yeah, dude, just getting to experience all that for the first time was really cool. Really fun gameplay loop. You don't get a lot of first person Star Wars games that aren't Battlefront, and so really fun just getting to play something a little different. This was the introduction to the Clone Commandos, and we've seen them plenty in other shows now, like Bad Batch. They've been very prominent in Bad Batch. I mean, yeah, dude, just a fun game, a hard game. This is still definitely one of the harder Star Wars games I've played. Even on normal, it was still kind of hard. So yeah, you can imagine how hard it was playing on that difficulty. And so, yeah, dude, just again, really fun Star Wars game, really unique Star Wars game, you know. Playing as Clone Commandos, dude. And it's just a different vibe to it as well, with like the character, like the droid designs, it's the same. They posted the same screenshot twice. That's funny. But yeah, it's just the whole, like the vibes when it comes to the design for the droids and stuff is very different. So yeah, again, I really enjoyed this game quite a bit. Then last up, we have Star Wars Jedi Starfighter, another PS2 classic that I got on the PS4. Basically another space, well, I guess not really space because you're on a planet here, but yes, you're just controlling Jedi Starfighters. There's another one, I like just Starfighter, that I also have on my computer. I think that one's set during episode 1 because I know you're flying an N1 Starfighter in that one, but this one, yeah, you're just fighting, or you're flying like Jedi Starfighters. I think that's obviously the main draw to this one. Never played too much of this as well. Only played maybe like a few levels of this. How many hours does I have? 2 hours, so nothing crazy. Only have 1 trophy, Act 1, so there's that. I never even finished the training missions, and so very interesting there. But yes, definitely when I need to just hop back in and to see how this one holds up, because I don't remember an awful lot about this one. I just remember the gameplay. Story wise, I don't remember anything about that. So that's all the Star Wars games. Stardew Valley, another PlayStation Plus game, but one that I've heard nothing but amazing things about. This is on pretty much everything. My sister actually played it not too long ago on her iPad, so definitely one of those games that I say would appeal to everyone, because she's not like a hardcore gamer, but if she finds a good game that like she can vibe with, she'll play it for sure. This one I think I might have played on my PC a couple times, but nothing more like than an hour or so. But again, I've just heard nothing but great things about this one. Developed by one person, which is just crazy, and so definitely would like to check this one out at some point, because there's just a lot you can do in this game apparently. Steam World Dig 2, I don't really know why I bought this game. I don't know too much about this game. If I had to guess, yeah, I don't really know what prompted me to buy this. I do not. Well, we have it. It's in our library, so we gotta play it at some point. Steep was another PlayStation Plus game. Did I ever play this? I played for played for 2 minutes. Good grief. But I think it's just a snowboarding game, a Ubisoft game. Yeah, I believe you're just snowboarding, sledding down, you know, a snowy hill, wingsuit, parachute. It shows you how much I know about this game. I'm just going off the trailer. It kind of like, not really, but I like SSX. I covered that in the PS3 video, and so yeah, probably gotta check this one out soon. I imagine this was an online game, so who knows if the servers are still running, but only one way to find out, and that's just to play it. I imagine there's a platinum, there's some DLC trophies here, so yeah, interesting stuff. Stories, The Path of Destinies. I can tell you exactly why I got this one. It was on sale for 75 cents, not even $1, so that's why I bought it. Played for maybe 10-15 minutes, got a few trophies out of it, just have not played since, but I have in the library. Believe there is a platinum, and so yeah, 3.1%, so not terrible. So definitely gotta check this one out. But yeah, it was a really good sale, less than $1, so that's why I got it. Stranded Deep, PlayStation Plus game. Not too much to say here. I just never played it, never really heard too much about it. I mean, based off the looks, it's a survival game, so there's that. Strider, I do remember. So PlayStation Plus game, but I played quite a bit of this. 3 hours, got 6 trophies. My dad had this on his Xbox One when that came out, and I played quite a bit of it. Really vibed with it, really like the gameplay, really like the gameplay is just really smooth. I just know Strider goes way back, like I don't know how far back, but I just know he goes way back. But yeah, just really fun, really smooth gameplay. That's really all I can say. I don't remember much about the story or anything, if there is a story. But yeah, you're just going through levels, jumping around, slicing dudes up. Really, really satisfying gameplay loop. And so that's Strider. Subnautica, heard nothing but great things about this one as well. Another one of those survival games, but of course, you're underwater. That's the main draw, you're underwater. And so, yeah, again, I've heard great things about it. I remember a friend in high school, he played it quite a bit. And so, yeah, man, have that in the library sitting here as well. And yeah, just not too much to say about this one either. Super Hot. I remember playing Super Hot on the VR originally. That's how I got into it. Really, really fun on the VR headset. That's what really prompted me to get the other Super Hot games. That's really the VR version really prompted me to get the other Super Hot games. And so the main premise here is that you're just a dude. You're a dude. Play for 1 hour, got 5 trophies. You're a dude, and every time you move, that's when everything else moves. But when you stop, everything stops. So it gives you time to, like, you know, plan things out, you know, figure out how you want to approach things. And so, yeah, just really fun gameplay loop here. You see this, dude? Really simplistic, like simple graphics as well, but I feel like it kind of helps. Like, you know, like the enemies are red, you're black, and it just kind of different. Like, you know, you're able to kind of just tell like what's going on pretty easily. Yeah, like just a very unique take on the first person shooter. And so really fun in VR, because again, it's just like in VR, you know, you stop, right, but you make them fists and you like move, everything is moving, and you just like boom, punch it in the face, and you just stop and everything stops, and it gives you time to look around and just plan on what to do. And so really fun in VR, really fun in like a flat screen, I guess. Mind control, I don't really know too much about this. I guess it's just a DLC for Super Hot, but I don't really know for sure. I do have it though. So Surgeon Simulator is next. This is another popular YouTube game back when it came out in 2014 for how hard it is. This game is hard as balls just because you're only a man, you're controlling one arm, you have to do surgery on different body parts, and you know, you can't lose all the blood and whoever you're operating on, and just controlling that one arm can be very difficult, especially in situations where you're like in an ambulance. Oh my god, dude, why is he doing this on a treadmill? This is crazy. Like, just see all these big YouTubers at the time covering this game. That's how big this game was. I haven't seen too much of it, but you know, this is another, I'd imagine another popular platinum game, just again due to its difficulty. And so I have played quite a bit of this. I think the PlayStation clock, I don't feel is entirely accurate. It says I have 17 hours. I definitely did not play for 17 hours, but I do have a few trophies. I have 7 trophies. There is a platinum, but only 0.1% of people have gotten this platinum. So definitely a challenge in store. But yeah, no, this is, I mean, it's a hard game, but at the same time, it's just so goofy. It's so fun. And so yeah, Surgeon Simulator, really enjoy this. Tabletop Racing World Tour, PlayStation Plus game, 1 trophy in 2 minutes. That's actually kind of bonkers. Purchase your first car. That was my first trophy I got in 2016 for this game. Don't know too much about it. PlayStation Plus game, so I can't really say much there. Tearaway, breaking the trend. PlayStation Plus game that I have actually finished. I've actually finished this one. I got to play this. This originally came out on the PlayStation Vita. I do know that, but I didn't get it until, you know, dropped on PlayStation 4 for free. I think this version came out in 2015, as you can see. And yes, I played this back in 2021, same time as I was playing a bunch of other indie games. And yeah, January 1st of 2021, I finished the game. So there is that. Really fun, really cute game. I think this is the same people who made a Little Big Planet, if I am correct. Let's see if I can find anything. Does not say, but I do believe, just given like the nature of the game. I do believe this is the same studio. I could be incredibly wrong though. I could be. Let me hold on. Did it say? No. No, it doesn't say. Okay. But yes, Tearaway, really enjoyable game. You know, you're just like, the thing here is like, it's been a minute, so it's just like yes, I know for sure jeez, I just do not know how to explain this well. I know you can put stickers on things. I know you can customize your character with stickers, which is a neat thing you can do. It's really, I think, really more like origami focused. Everything's made of paper and like, you know, just simple things, like just stuff you would play with as a kid, like construction paper, glue, stickers, googly eyes, stuff like that. And so that's the main purpose of this game. But it's really fun, really enjoyable game. I did enjoy my time playing it. Telling Lies, I played this at the very beginning of the year. Not my first platinum, but one of my first platinums. I have this planned for a challenge video in the future. But the main premise here is that you're a woman and you're looking through like footage and you're kind of like piecing things together. Like, it's all like live action footage. It's not, I shouldn't say it's not really a game per se, but mainly you're just kind of looking at like different video recordings. So basically, the way the videos are in this game is like kind of like FaceTime. There's one, like this character here is talking to someone else, and so you're looking at, you know, their point of view, you're looking at the other point of view, and if you can kind of like watch them in like in unison as close as you can kind of see like what they're talking about, because it's, I'm not gonna say it's awkward, but like, when you just have a character talking to like the phone, it's kind of like, you know, just one-sided, so there's like moments of silence, you don't really know what's going on. But if you can just find the accompanying video clip, then, you know, you can kind of piece things together. Here, like you're seeing, you can also like have the subtitles on and then pick up on keywords. And so like, you can, like how in that clip it's at lie, you can look up all the clips that have lie in their videos. And so that's really like just an interesting concept. Again, it's an indie game I played back, you know, just for a challenge I wanted to do. It's also beginning of the year, which is when I'm really into indie games a lot. And so yeah, this one has famous actors. I don't know her name specifically, but I know she's Storm in the X-Men, like the recent X-Men movies. Definitely a lot more stuff, but that's just my like immediate point that I recognize her from. This guy, again, I don't know his name either, but he was in Upgrade, a movie I really enjoy, an underrated movie to say the least. I don't know these two actresses' names in particular as well. I don't know if I've seen them in any. I feel like I might have seen her in something, but I just don't know for sure. But again, basically the whole point is you're just really trying to piece, like, because there's a bigger story going on in this game, and so you're just trying to piece together what's going on one at a time, and then eventually at a certain point in the night, then like everything's up and you just, you know, that's the end of the game. There's a lot more stuff to do here as well. You can play solitaire, which I actually learned to play in this game, which is kind of cool. But yeah, it's just a really interesting concept for a game. You know, it's a very different game, a very unique game. And so I just wanted to try it out, and I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed my time with it. And so, Telling Lies, The Ascent is another one of those top-down shooters I've heard a lot about. I remember I had this on Game Pass for a while. I believe it might still be on Game Pass, but of course, when I was getting into the Platinums, I just got it over here. Really cool aesthetic. I think it's another cyberpunk game, and yeah, I just don't know. I don't have too much to say about this one either, but I really do want to play this because it looks really cool. And then we have Skyrim VR. Back when I got my VR headsets, I believe the package I got, it just came with this. And like I said, like I mentioned, I talked about Skyrim on the physical side. This is just a really unique way to experience Skyrim. I don't know for sure for like a first time playthrough if this would be my ideal way to experience it, but if I ever, you know, once I get into like Skyrim and stuff and, you know, I want more, I might consider playing it this way, because again, it's just a really unique perspective to play Skyrim in. And so I only played for maybe 36 minutes, only got one trophy. There are DLC trophies in this, there sure are. So yeah, you can just play the entire game of Skyrim in VR, which is kind of cool. I do believe you can play, because there are different like ways you can play VR games. You can do it standing up if you want to. You can do it sitting down. I think for this one I did it sitting down. I just think you're more prone to getting motion sick that way, but I don't really have an issue with motion sickness when I play VR games. So there's that. Then there's the Entropy Center. Another indie game, puzzle game. Don't really know too much about it, but it looked interesting to me, so I just got it. The Evil Within, another, nope, don't want to search for games. Let's go back. I gotta go back down to where we were. Hopefully not too far. Dang, we still have quite a few games. Anyway, Evil Within, a horror game, came out in 2014 as well. This was a cross jam between PS3 and PS4 because I remember my cousin had this on the Xbox 360, and that's how I played it first. And then I think I got this again on PS3 a while back, but I just decided to get on PS4 because why not? I played this like a while ago, so I just do not really have too much to say. Again, I just know it's a horror game, but it is a harder game to platinum. So that's also something to keep in mind as well. I do believe there are multiple playthroughs you have to do for this one, so that's something to look forward to whenever I do play this. The Forest is a game I got way back in the COVID days. This was just one of those games that my friends like, you should get this game. We should all get this game and play together. And we have played quite a bit of this. I think I had 23 or 27 hours in this. So yeah, we have played this. We have actually played this multiple times throughout the years. Most of it has been was during those COVID days. But every now and then we kind of like, oh, we should play The Forest. I'm gonna be honest, this game's a little creepy for me. Basically, you're survivors on an island, of course. It's a survival game, of course, but you're fighting cannibals in this game. And yeah, I'm just like, that doesn't scare me at all. I don't really mind fighting, that doesn't scare me at all. Let me not play too much of this because I don't want to get this flagged or anything. But yeah, you're not that doesn't scare me, but there are some that, bro. This is scary as shit. And there's another one that's even more scary, bro. And no, I can't. I'm getting chills just thinking about it, man. This is definitely one of those games that creeps me out a lot. My friends, we tried to play again back in August when the school year was starting, and yeah, I didn't make it long. We haven't played it since. Dude, it's so creepy, man. It's too creepy for me. I don't know if I can play much more of this. But yeah, so 27 hours, I have 7 trophies. I don't know, man. I don't know if I can do it. I really don't. I don't know if I can go with that platinum, bro. It's just too scary for me. Last Campfire. I actually bought this not too long ago. Indie game, cute little indie game. Something I can get to add to the indie stockpile I have going on here. So there's that. Lego Movie video game. I've got this physically, originally back in 2014. Played majority of it at that time. Let's see if I can go down. Yeah, so so the game came out in 2014. I got it in 2015. And yeah, I just remember, again, this was kind of that era where I just wasn't really vibing with Lego games that much. I did finish the story at the time, but that's really it. Honestly, I could have gotten the platinum for this at the time if I was really dedicated to it. But again, Lego games just weren't vibing. I just wasn't vibing with them at the time. And so I just never, got super heavy into it. But yeah, the reason I got the platinum for this early, I got this early last year, this is completely out of order in how I'm playing the Lego games, is that at the time, I kind of wanted to get the Lego games I wasn't so interested in playing at the time out of the way. So that was this one, Lego Jurassic World. I think those were the only 2. So I was just kind of getting some of them out of the way before I really got into the series, because now I am playing them in order. Like I said earlier, I'm playing Lego Harry Potter Part 2. So that's where I'm at right now in this whole series and everything. But yeah, Lego Movie, it's an okay game. Not my favorite Lego game in the world. I just find it to be all right. The levels and stuff are okay. Some of them are a little annoying. I will admit, there are some annoying levels in this game, which I think is a problem when you're trying to make an entire Lego game based off of a single movie. And so there are, again, some annoying levels, some annoying things about it. But at the end of the day, it is another Lego game. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. And so, yeah, very, simple, easy platinum to get through. Lego Movie 2, I have not played. I have seen the movie. Not as good as the first Lego Movie, but it is enjoyable. But as far as the game is concerned, I've heard this is one of the worst Lego games. A lot of people I don't think like this one as much. So it's gonna be very interesting hopping in and just experiencing that. So that's that. Gotta do rapid fire for some of these. The Messenger, I've heard great things about this one, so I picked it up pretty early. I got this when I was really getting into the platinums and stuff, so I got this for that. The Sims 4 PlayStation Plus game. I played The Sims 3. That's like the most I've played with the Sims franchise. My sister did play Sims 4 probably a year or two when that came out. She got it on a disc, which we still have actually, but I think you just play for free now. But now we don't have a computer at all in this house that has a CD drive. So that's interesting to think about. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, another game I got through PlayStation Plus, but I've heard very, very interesting things about this one. A very interesting game to say the least. PC game originally, but then of course eventually came to consoles at some point. And so we have the Stanley Parable. But definitely, I really actually would like to play this because again, just some weird, wacky things. Some weird things with the trophies as well. Like I know there's one where like you have to like not play the game for 10 years. And so that's always interesting. So there's that. The Surge, another PlayStation Plus game. I have played a little bit of this one. Dang, I only played for 12 minutes. Shoot, my bad. Never mind. I played for 12 minutes. I do have a trophy in it, so there is that. Another one of those Souls games, and so that's The Surge. The Swapper, another PlayStation Plus game I got very early on into the PS4 generation. I don't think there's a platinum in this one, but I just think let me see if there's a video for this. From what I can remember, I think you're an astronaut and you're just like, you can teleport to different things, pretty much. Yeah, that's like the main gimmick, I believe, of this game. So that's The Swapper. The Swindle is another PlayStation Plus game I don't know too much about. I only played for 8 minutes. Yeah, I don't really know too much about this one. I really don't. Is there a platinum? Because I'm just looking at the art style. It looks pretty intriguing. No, there's not. I don't know. I still might look into this one. The Talos Principle is a first-person puzzle game. I believe this one just got a remaster earlier in the year. And so yeah, sometimes I just want a nice, good, simple puzzle game. So that's why I got this. I think there's a second one as well, but do have that. The Technomancer. This is just a game I've always seen on sale. I guess the box art always intrigued me, and so I just got it one day because I'm like, I always see it all the time. I may as well just get it. So got that. Walking Dead Michonne. This is all part of the whole Walking Dead universe, but this one, an interesting one. This is like a short mini season for a Telltale game. I think it was only 3 episodes. Yeah, 3 episodes. So yeah, I just never really played too. I mean, I'm just speaking right now. I don't remember this one too well. I mean, you're playing as Michonne, and so it's just a short season. So I don't really remember too much about this one. Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. This is probably the VR game I've spent the most amount of time in. I really enjoyed this. I really enjoyed the gameplay of it because it really does feel like, compared to other VR games I was playing at the time, this one does feel more fluid. It does feel like you can do a bit more in this one, and so I really had a fun time with this. Whenever I do get back into the VR thing, I'm definitely, for sure, picking this one back up because I had a fun time with this one when I played it. Now we can slow down for a little bit. We can go back to The Walking Dead Season 2. Bizarre. First of all, 53 hours. I do not have 53 hours in this game. I have played this game on PlayStation at most 2 times. It does not take anywhere near 53 hours to finish this game. I don't know, the clock there is tripping for sure. But this one doesn't have a platinum. I think because the way that it dropped, I don't know, it just does not have a platinum. So that's a little annoying. You know, there's no platinum here. There's only, going back, there's only 1 gold trophy. And that's for the first, I think it's for the first episode. Everything else is just like silver and bronze. And so beyond that though, this is a little bit of revisionist history. I don't think a lot of people enjoy this season as much. Cause yeah, it's going off season 1. Season 1, which I mentioned, going to season 1, I did have physical. I did have that one physical at the time. But I just don't have it anymore. I don't know if I'd ever get it now, just because I have the definitive edition, which is after this, which we'll get into in a second. But yeah, I don't think a lot of people vibe with this one like I thought they did back in, I think this came out 2014, 2013, 2014, one of those 2 years. Let's go back. 2014. And so, yeah, I don't think a lot of people vibe with this one as heavy anymore. It's been a minute since I played. I played it like a few years ago on PC, so it's just been a while. So I guess maybe just like some certain story elements didn't really sit well, didn't age well. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's still an interesting, a very good Walking Dead game, but I mean, just compared to the near masterpiece that's season 1, I guess just season 2 didn't really hit as hard as season 1 did, and so I don't really know. I did enjoy this back when I played it. I played this one shortly after I finished season 1, and I mean, I enjoyed it for what it was at the time, and I still enjoy it. Like, you know, the only one the only one that I feel doesn't really have much consequence is the third one, and that's just because you're playing as a different set of characters for the most part. Clementine is like, she has her story moments in the third one, but she's not the focus. It's definitely more the family of that game, which, do I have that in here? No, that must have been a physical game I had. I just never, I must have traded that one in too, because I know for sure I had the third season. But yeah, I guess I got physical and I just traded that one in. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the third one I think is, I guess I could say it's the weakest out of the Walking Dead series. Just because again, Clementine's story is very much like secondary to the main story that's at hand, but it definitely sets things up for the fourth season, the final season. So, but yeah, Walking Dead season 2, I mean, from what I remember, I enjoy it. I still do, but I don't know. Maybe I have to play it again and see if the thoughts are still the same. But yes, The Walking Dead, the Telltale Definitive Series, all 4 seasons of The Walking Dead. I also believe this one has Michonne thrown in there as well. Let's see. Season 1, Episode 1, Season 2, Season 3, Michonne, yeah, and then Season 4. So yeah, it has all seasons of The Walking Dead, all episodes, and I mean, yeah, dude, like, just all the, like, Walking Dead is such a great game. I did play it for a little bit back in, I don't even know when. When did this come out? This came out in 2019. Probably got it sometime after 2019. And I mean, yeah, just all the Walking Dead seasons bundled into one. I do believe the first, like, the first 2 or 3 seasons have, like, a better coat of paint. This one definitely more, like, lines up more with, like, the comic art style, I think, from the comics and just the later Walking Dead games. And so there's that. I don't know, I've kind of had an itch recently to play an episodic game. Dispatch just came out at the time of me making this video. I haven't played it. I do have it though. I would definitely, because I've heard nothing but great things about that game. But yes, I've just been on like an episode. I just want to play some episodic, and so this might have to be the move. I mean, shoot, we got 5 seasons to binge, so I don't know. Next we have The Witness, another indie game, a PlayStation Plus game I have, but an indie game I played back in 2021. I mean, it's a hard puzzle game from what I've heard. I played again for like 45 minutes, got through a few puzzles. Very satisfying what I played, of course, but yeah, very interesting to, you know, try and play this one again. I know this has a platinum, but I think it is definitely a harder platinum to achieve. Well, maybe not. 2.1%. That's not terrible. Not terrible at all. So, I don't know, man. Maybe. The Wolf Among Us, I think out of all of the Telltale games that I've played, this one's my favorite. Easily my favorite. Again, Walking Dead, very special place to me. Very special place in my, like, gaming history, because that's what got me into episodic games. That's what got me into Telltale games. That's what got me into platinum trophies. So I have nothing but love for The Walking Dead Season 1. But The Wolf Among Us? I was not expecting this game to hit as hard as it did. I mean, dude, this game is so freaking phenomenal. You're playing as Big B, the big bad wolf. You're a detective, and it's just like you're investigating things, and like, you know, if that rage gets out, then bro, you turn werewolf. There's a couple moments in this game where you go full werewolf, which is crazy. And so yeah, I absolutely adore this game. Which is also crazy too, because like I am familiar with like the whole, you know, fairy tale stuff, whatever, like Sleeping Beauty, who's all like not Sleeping Beauty, that's more so like Disney thing. Like I'm trying to think of like the fairy tale people. I just can't, their names, like I know it's a lumberjack guy, this name is not coming to my head. I cannot think of anything. But yeah, just the way it like tells a mature story with these fairy tale characters, I thought was like really fascinating. Like I wasn't like someone who messed with that stuff heavy at the time, but I really like enjoyed the way they did that. I thought it was really cool. I know it's based off a comic series. I actually would really like to look into that comic series because again, I just really love this game. I do not have the platinum for it because this one has some interesting stuff to it, other like besides other normal Telltale games. Because normal Telltale games, you just play through the story, get the trophy for each chapter, bada bing, bada boom, you're guaranteed a platinum. This one, you have to unlock Book of Fable entries, but I think it's like you have to just interact, like it's just different like character bios and things like that. And so that's just one thing I never completed. I need to go back and complete so I can get that platinum, because again, this is one of my favorite Telltale games ever. When are we getting Wolf Among Us Season 2, bro? That's what I want to know. That's my only, like, that's my main thing. When are we getting that game? And so, there's that. There's Wolf Among Us. That's all the Telltale games here. At least I think so. Next, we have Thief. This was a game that came out in 2014. And again, 2014 was just a wild year for gaming. Not the best year, I think, when you ask some gamers. Again, I didn't have much to play in 2014, so I was really open to trying anything. This is one of those games I had seen reviews for, and the reviews for it were not that great, but I just wanted to try it anyway and just see what I could get out of it. I'm not gonna say similar to Dishonored, because I kind of honestly feel like that would be doing Dishonored a disservice. But considering I had played Dishonored and really enjoyed like a good stealth game, I figured I would vibe with Thief, but I didn't at the time. I played quite a bit, but never got super far into it. But you know, I got it again digitally, so it'd be kind of nice to hop back in, see what's going on. There's a VR version that came out like actually like 3 days ago when I'm making this. So that's really cool. Thief, hopefully making a comeback. Maybe, we'll see. Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remastered. Like I said in the physical version, because I got the 4 through 6 remastered the day I made that. 1 through 3 remastered, the reason I opted in for the PS4 version is because I can get platinums for these games. The PS5 version lumps all the trophies into one list, and I think because there are too many trophies, you can't get a platinum for that, which is really unfortunate. So I just opted in for the PS4 version. I don't think there's a major, because these are already remasters of games that came out in the PS1, PS2 era, and so I don't really think there's much of a increased graphics wise from PS4 to PS5. So I'm just gonna stick with the PS4 versions. But yeah, I tried playing this as much as I could back when I first got it, because I did get it day one in 2024. It was on February 14th, which is her birthday. So I did try playing quite a bit of this. I remember being in my head, like overthinking it a lot, because one of the main things, aside from the graphics, of course, is that they brought over modern controls. But I don't know if the modern controls really were that great. So I tried to learn the tank controls, and that just took me a while to get used to. So like playing the game was already kind of a chore to do. And then also just playing through again, it's an older game. And so some of the level design for it is a little obtuse, to say the least. And I don't know, I might be rubbing some OG Tomb Raider fans the wrong way by saying that as a new gen kid, a Gen Z, but I don't know, man. I remember looking so long on Reddit, am I a terrible gamer for playing this with a guide? Because there were a couple levels where I would have a video up the entire time just so I knew where to go. And I was just kind of like, dude, I don't know what I'm doing. And so I just feel like this is the only way I'm gonna be able to just get through it. So yeah, I'm just kind of going back. I'm like, am I a real gamer for playing this with I was so in my head about it. And so I just haven't really touched it since last year. I think I might have touched a little, last year. Haven't played since last year, last March. And so I don't know. I have I think at this point in time, I have all the Tomb Raider games I can play. So I have 1 through 3 remastered, I have 4 through 6 remastered, I have the versions that came on the 360 PS3 era and like the survival trilogy and everything. So I have all the Tomb Raider games. I can easily play all the Tomb Raider games. But yeah, these first, honestly the first 6, but really the first 3 I feel are gonna be major hurdles to get through. The other thing too is like there are so many trophies in this as well. And with Tomb Raider 1, I don't know how it is for the other ones, but Tomb Raider 1 specifically, I have to play this game multiple times. I have to plan out certain trophies for certain playthroughs. I'm just like, at the time, I had too much going on. I'm like, I don't know if I can do this. I really don't. And so I just haven't touched it since, but I'm gonna try and dedicate some time to Tomb Raider. I really am. I'm gonna try and do that. Tabs, totally accurate battle simulator, PlayStation Plus game that came out on the service not too long ago, but this is a cross-gen title. No, I was thinking about something else, but I think it's another game I had on Game Pass. But I mean, yeah, fun game from the looks of it. I mean, it's a battle simulator, so that's that. Towerfall Ascension, a PlayStation Plus game I got back in 2014. Correct? Yeah, 2014. Yeah, not too much to say here. I don't remember too much about this one, to be completely honest. Transistor is another PlayStation Plus game, but one I've heard quite a bit about. I haven't played too much of it, but I have heard quite a bit about this game. I think just the gameplay loop of it, I just wasn't vibing with at the time, but now that I'm trying to like branch out and try more games, it's definitely one I would, like to dive back into again nowadays. And so gonna keep that one on the radar, whenever I get back into my indie kick. Trek to Yomi is another indie game that came out not too long ago, 2022. I've heard quite a bit about this game. I've seen quite a bit about this game. I actually had intentions to play this one back in the summer for a challenge. I just didn't because I don't know. I just didn't. I guess I wasn't in the mood to play it at the time. But yeah, just a 2D samurai action game. Looks pretty cool. I mean, that's the main reason I got it. It looks cool. So definitely gotta check this one out at some point in time. Trials Fusion, a very hard platinum, but a PlayStation Plus game I got back. Came out in 2014. Trials games, I don't know. I've just never really been a person to like really get invested in the Trials games, but I have seen a couple platinum videos on these, and so they seem interesting. I will give it that. They just seem I think this one's a 10 out of 10 on PSN profiles, so that's that. Tricky Towers, PlayStation Plus game. It seems like a Tetris clone for the most part. Yeah, I don't even think did I ever play it? Hold on. Yeah, I don't think I ever played this, so this is just sitting in the library collecting dust. Trying to. I remember this is another PlayStation Plus game, played for 5 hours, but I remember this game being hard for whatever reason. I don't remember too much about it other than that. This game was just hard. You're in a fantasy setting. That's it. 2D game. That's about all I can tell you. Tropico 5, don't know anything about this at all. I'm guessing you're just building a city. That's the vibe I'm getting from these screenshots. So, PlayStation Plus game, only played for a minute. There's that. Next we have Tunic, a game I heard quite a bit about as well. Back when it was making waves in 2022. You're playing as a little fox in a magical land. I think the main gimmick is no one speaks English, and so you're just like picking up on the in-game language that's in this game to solve it or like just play it. So really cool gimmick, really cool idea. I remember this was on Game Pass for a while as well, but of course when it came to PlayStation, I'm just like, I'll get it there because I didn't play it on Game Pass at all when it was on the service when I had it, and so that's Tunic. Oh, this was PlayStation Plus, so I didn't even buy it. Never mind, got it for free, so definitely gotta check that one out. Moving on, we have Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. So, my dad is really, I mentioned this in the physical version when I had gotten it was the Marvel vs. the Capcom Fighting Collection. I don't remember the name off the top of my head like that, but that's what really kind of, like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was what really got me into the franchise. And then I remember my dad, he got Marvel vs. Capcom 3, the base version, on Xbox 360 at one point. And then once the Vita was coming out, that's when I saw they had Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom, and I got it for the Vita. And so once I got my PS4 and I saw it was on PS4, I might have gotten it on sale. And yeah, I really enjoy this one, because I think this is the one I just have the most experience with, because I played it a lot on the 360 days, played it a lot on my Vita. I haven't played too much of it on the PlayStation PS4 version, and I was actually like a couple of times looking into getting the platinum for it. It's just the multiplayer trophies are going to be very extensive to do, because you have to play the multiplayer for multiple hours, and I'm just like, I don't know if I want to do that. And so I don't know, I just really enjoy this game, so it'd be kind of nice to have the platinum for it, but those multiplayer trophies, kind of set me back. So that's that. But yes, I really enjoy this game. Really enjoy the roster of characters. I like how the trailer is just a fight. That's so cool. But yes, I really enjoy the roster of characters. I enjoy the art style as well. I think the art style is what really just, icing on top. I know the pixel art, very sentimental, very nostalgic for many. This is nostalgic for me. I really enjoy this art style. Enjoy the maps, enjoy the Galactus boss fight at the end. Everything about it is just really fun. I really, really love Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom specifically, just because you get everything. You get all the costumes, you get all the characters, you get everything, and so really can't complain about that. Ultra Age indie game I got way back when. I was going to play this for a challenge, but I just never got super far into it. I just wasn't vibing with it at the time. Very much like gameplay seems very similar to Devil May Cry, which I think is the main reason I got it, main reason I was really invested in it, which is very impressive. And so yeah, man, just gotta find time to get around to it. I don't think it's a long game either, which is another nice incentive behind it. So there is that. Ultratron, interesting. PlayStation Plus game. Don't know too much about this one either. I may have played for a few minutes, 4 minutes. That's really it. Ultros, this one came out not too long ago. I think it's 2024. Came out last year. And so our style looked great. Some gameplay in here. I remember the gameplay looked really cool. If it'll show it in here. Yeah, it's just a 2D platformer, pretty simple, but it looked really cool. So that's what drew me in to get it. Uncanny Valley PlayStation Plus game. Don't think I played it, so I don't know much about it. And based off some things, it kind of gives off X-Files vibes, Fargo vibes, maybe. I don't really know. Dang, this thing's 4 minutes. That's kind of wild. But yeah, I don't really know too much about this, so just gonna skip past that. Unravel and Unravel 2 coming towards the end here. Unravel and Unravel 2. Again, EA Originals. I remember I played some of Unravel, played 2 hours, 4 trophies, back in 2021, again, when I was on that indie kick. And you're just playing as some yarn, and you're using your yarn to solve puzzles, and it's a 2D game. Really cool. I mean, really cool art style, really cool premise, unique puzzle design, and so definitely just have to play more of it, see how good it is, really. Same goes for Unravel 2. Since I never finished Unravel 1, never played Unravel 2, but I guess you're playing as 2 different characters. Pretty sure there's co-op in this, but I know me, I'm probably just gonna play it solo, so. There's that. Going back to the VR for a couple more games. Until Dawn, Rush of Blood. I know this one, I think you're just on like a roller coaster ride. It's kind of like like a railgun shooter in a way. Like you're just on a roller coaster and you're just shooting things that you just happen to pass by. I never played this one, unfortunately, but it's one that I do have, just kind of sitting in the backlog here. So whenever I get back into VR, just, gonna have to boot this one up. Vader Immortal. I never finished these games, which sucks. It kind of shows you where I was at, back in 2020. I just never finished these. I played Vader Episode 1. I do remember that. Played for 51 minutes, 1 trophy, but I did play this one. I did play Episode 2, 1 hour here. Episode 3, I never played it. I don't know what happened. I don't know why I just randomly stopped before we got to episode 3. But getting into what I can remember, my experience, this was always like, this is definitely like this is the VR Star Wars game. Like, there are some that have come out, but I think this one is really like, you know, it actually tells an interesting story that has like some lore implications behind it and everything. And so, I mean, you're invading Darth Vader's castle on Mustafar. There are a couple moments where you run into Vader, and let me tell you, like in VR, that isn't like, it's so surreal seeing Vader, because what's crazy is I'm a tall dude, right? I'm a tall guy, but it's actually seeing Vader walk up to you. It's so like he towers over you in that game, and it's just like, bro, this is so crazy. Like, that's definitely one of the key things I remember about these games. Episode 1 I remember more so just for that, as opposed to episode 2. But for the most part, this is like, from what I remember, a fun Star Wars game. I think it does take a minute before you get a lightsaber, but I mean, still, for the most part, just firing a blaster around, like just going through these, navigating these environments. As a huge Star Wars fan, there's not much for me to complain about there. So, Vader Immortal, I will come back and finish you one day. Velocity 2X PlayStation Plus game, played for 44 minutes, I believe. I think it's just a 2D side-scrolling game, from what I remember. I think this one does have a platinum, so I'll definitely will keep it on my radar for sure. War Thunder, you still hear a lot about this game nowadays, but this was one of those just a free game I got early on into the PS4 generation. But yeah, just one that you still like, has a PS5 version, PS5 Pro Enhanced. So yeah, still one you still hear a lot about today. And I just played, again, just never played too much of it. One of those free-to-play games, just wanted to check it out, see what was going on. That was really it. Same with Warframe. This is probably the first free-to-play game I ever got on anything. I remember playing a little bit of it at the time. I remember reviews for it weren't so kind, but that's the thing about live service games. They were kind of new at the time as well. So I think we were looking at the lens of it being a complete package at the time. But the thing with Warframe, like, Warframe's still getting updates today. That's how dedicated the fan base is, which is really nice, really cool to see. And I haven't played it since I first played it back in 2014, but I don't know, every time I've seen an update, like, you need like just trophies for the update. There's 31 updates. That's insane. I'm curious at all if there is a platinum. Doesn't look like it. No platinum in here, so I mean, not a deal breaker. I think especially if you've been playing since day one, it's just like, you know, it's just natural. But yeah, just every now and then I'll see something about this game. Like, I know there was a big update a couple years ago for this, and it's made me want to like jump in every now and then and play it, but I just never, you know, like found the time to dedicate, because again, these games take dedication, so just never found the time. Watch Dogs, I mentioned that I had this physical for a while at first, but I got it digital again at some point when I was getting back into the platinums. And so 40 hours, I definitely think that's, I don't know, that could be accurate. It's been a hot minute since I played. Got 29% of the trophies. I finished the story on PS4. My dad had it on his Xbox One, which is how I played it first. Never finished it there, but yeah. Watch Dogs, the beginning of an interesting set of Ubisoft games. It's been a minute since I played, but I think, again, some revisionist history. I do think a lot of people look at this game a bit more fondly now. I know this game wasn't like the greatest when it first came out. I think because the way E3 trailers kind of misled the game was a big thing, a big knock against the game. But I don't know, I still like just the whole like concept of the Watch Dogs games, like having all these people, a bunch of different profiles, different like attributes to them, just always blows my mind, like how they kind of come up with that stuff. And so let's see, I probably should, I don't know, I have all the DLC. I was gonna say I should probably get the season pass, but I have the DLC for it because I would like to get the platinum for these games. I know this one has some multiplayer trophies, I think, to it, but I don't really remember for sure. I will say the gameplay of it is actually really smooth. I do remember, like, I like the gameplay of it. I like hacking, of course, the hacking stuff in this. I think it definitely gets more intuitive and more streamlined in the later games. But even still, I think this one, it's fine in this one. I don't really have an issue with it in Watch Dogs. And so, yeah, definitely had, I enjoy Watch Dogs. I really do. I do enjoy the Watch Dogs games. So definitely want to revisit this at some point. Wave Tail, I got this one not too long ago. I just remember seeing it on sale. You know, of course, if an indie game has an interesting art style, interesting gameplay loop, then more likely than not, I'm going to add it to my wish list and buy it at some point. So that's Wave Tail. What Remains of Edith Finch? This one just got a PS5 upgrade to it. But as you can see, PlayStation Plus game, a PlayStation Plus game that I really vibed with. I did play this one and I did finish this one. As you can see, I did finish all the stories, but I only got 2 trophies in this game. I believe the PS5 version may have a platinum. I don't know for sure, but yes, What Remains of Edith Finch, one of my favorite indie games, to be completely honest. Just the way it kind of weaves all these stories together and the way it ends, freaking like phenomenal, dude. Like, this is such a good game. There are still moments of it, looking through these like screenshots and stuff, that I remember vividly from when I played. I finished it in like 2 nights too, so it's not a long game either. Like my clock, I probably close to 2 hours in this game. It is not a long game at all when you're just playing straightforward. And so, dude, this is such a good game. I love What Remains of Edith Finch. I definitely have to go and play that PS5 upgrade, see what that looks like. So that's all in like this folder, but we're gonna go into, let's see, let me organize this. PlayStation Store, PlayStation Plus. So What Remains of Edith Finch is what we left off on. All right, so yeah, I just had like 4 more that I couldn't fit into a folder, so I'm gonna talk about them here. Wolfenstein Youngblood. Actually, let me go with Wolfenstein The Old Blood. This was the expansion to Wolfenstein The New Order. One of the first games that I ever bought an expansion. Well, actually, that's a lie. First Light was. This was, again, one of the first games I bought an expansion for pretty early on in the PS4 generation. Because, again, I loved Wolfenstein The New Order. So I wanted to check out Wolfenstein The Old Blood. Got the platinum for this last year when I was kind of on my Wolfenstein kick for a little bit. Nice little prequel story to set up. Like it leads directly into the New Order. So I thought that was really cool. I mentioned this in the video, but the video I made for The Old Blood, very reminiscent of A New Hope in some way, or not even New Hope, more so Rogue One, in the way that you're just infiltrating this castle, trying to get plans to Death's compound. And so yes, very like Rogue One vibes to it, even though this came out before Rogue One. But yeah, really fun game, a very short game, but I mean, it's an expansion, so it's not really much to it, but still very fun. A very fun arcade mode in this one as well. Kind of annoying when it came to getting the trophies, but still very fun because the gameplay loop in this game is incredibly satisfying. And so really enjoyed The Old Blood. And then that takes us to Young Blood, which I do not have experience with because, let's see, this came out in 2019. I had finished Wolfenstein 2 up by that point. But I remember hearing some middling things about this game at the time, and let's see, I didn't really get it till I was getting into the Wolfenstein games, like into wanting to get the platinums for it. And so I still need to play Wolfenstein 2, which is just why I never got around to playing the Young Blood, or just Young Blood. But I definitely do need to check this out at some point and hopefully get the platinum for this one as well. I don't think this one's going to be as bad as Wolfenstein 2. But still, I do have to get past that and then eventually get to this. And so that's Youngblood. World of Tanks, another free game that you still see a lot of these days. A lot of people, like a lot of ads for on YouTube. Still getting updates and stuff. So, but yeah, free to play game I got. Only played for 5 minutes. So never played too much of it. Tanks just weren't really my thing. And so there's that. XCOM 2 PlayStation Plus game that I got for free way back when, but XCOM has just always been a weird franchise to me. I've tried playing this one before. I think I tried playing it on, I don't know if I have on PC, but yeah, I've tried playing it and it's just like, it's interesting. I played for 20 minutes actually. I saw it's at 5, but yeah, it's interesting. I tried picking it back up let's see, not too long ago, just to see how it plays. Only got one trophy, 2018, 1:47 a.m. Complete the tutorial. That's it. That's all I got. And so, yeah, just another one of those hard games that I consider this for a challenge, but I don't know if I will. I think I might have replaced it with something else, but I don't know. Maybe one of these days I'll play XCOM 2. Ukulele, heard some interesting things about this when it released. I do remember this was a Kickstarter game for a while, and then it came out 2017. Heard again, this one also got like some middling reviews at the time. I think because since it's based off of like the 3D platformers at the time, so like Banjo-Kazooie on N64 and things like that, it plays very similar to that, which is all like a very good thing for like nostalgia's sake, but also kind of bad because I think one of the main gripes I heard about it was like the camera and stuff. And yeah, it's just, they did do a remaster, I think, of this year. I do remember seeing something about that. But yeah, I think this is just one of the more middling games of 2017, but I did buy it just because I was very curious. I'd always heard about this game, but I was just very curious to see, for myself how it plays. So yeah, definitely, I know this is a remaster, but I definitely think I'm gonna, just because I already bought it, so I'm just gonna stick with this whenever I get around to it. And then the last game, not much to say about this one, Zombie Army 4 Dead War, PlayStation Plus game, but I do remember playing a little bit of this when it came out in 2020. I think I only played the first mission. Kind of gives me, from just like looking at screenshots, very like Sniper Elite vibes, but you're fighting zombies. I think this is a multiplayer focused game, so it's definitely encouraged to play with other people, although you can play this one solo, which based off my Anthem rant from earlier is always my favorite kind of game. But yeah, the makers of Sniper Elite 4, so that makes a lot of sense. Rebellion. So yeah, again, I mean, I only played like a little bit of it, so I don't remember too much about it, but I mean, hey, I always like a good zombie game, so gotta check this one out. It's on sale for $5 right now, but gotta check this one out. Maybe look at the platinum, see what I'm getting into there. But that's all my PS4. That's all my PS4 games, digital and physical. So this one did definitely run for a lot longer. I did not anticipate it being this long, but hey, I just like talking about games. I like talking about my library, yeah, that's that. So that's the PS4 collection, PS4 library. And so there's that. Now we just have one more. We just have to do PS5. So hopefully that one is not too long, but knowing me, it probably will be. So there's that. If you've made it this long, again, I really appreciate you. And thank you. Thank you so much.